Must have been even more
because
Democrats on the list
for being political.
No, it's
which is what they were
because
getting the entire
because
time.
our nation is run by a bunch of pedophile blackmail people. That's why. Because there's people indicated it will crash the entire world system if they supposedly release the list.
It does appear to affect. Well, I think she makes a good point, mate. If you're being nonpartisan, then it appears that it affects both parties. Like, that's a fact. That's the only conclusion
I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I don't think it, but to say, well, I've seen this a lot of cope this morning, which is, well, Biden didn't release anything. Well,
who's coping?
Okay.
Who's coping? Because I actually hear MAGA people going after the administration. So watch yourself.
Oh, go look at my mentions. They're fantastic. But here's my whole point. And the question I had for Jim and anybody in the space was, would anybody here be interested in Congress launching an investigation into the release of that memo, the lack of transparency on the files, and I think May's pointed the question before, what should happen to the president if it finds out that the president of the United States ordered the cover-up of the release of these files because he's in the files?
If Donald Trump is implicated as a perpetrator in any of those crimes associated with Epstein, he should be impeached. He should be arrested and thrown in jail along with all the other pedophiles that would be implicated. Okay? If. That's a big if. You would have to come with actual evidence. Okay? I'm not going to speculate here. But
yeah, the only way you gotta have an investigation.
I have no cover for pedophiles. If you are a pedophile, your ass needs to be in prison. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, and the reason why I was asking that though was because it's like, you know, that phrase, be careful what you wish for, because like if we do push for this, right, and we want everything released, and then that is something that comes out of it, then what? It was kind of like the question.
Well, when do those you really trust a congressional investigation that produce results like what, like the Warren Commission did?
Like they're not.
Right?
I would like to see,
honestly. Like, why are you guys? Everything is always, oh well, let Congress investigate it.
Well,
like how many times do y'all have to be smacked in the face? Oh, congratulations! Oh, you were.
There should be
language, man. There's a lot of people listening with their kids.
I understand. So there should be three. There should be absolutely be concurrent investigations. Congress always gets involved in these types of investigations, especially if it's about the executive branch, because that's their constitutional power. Number one, not necessarily being the only investigation, but there should be concurrent ones. So Congress should definitely do one. There should be an outside third-party special prosecutor that investigates here, and then thirdly, the Inspector General at the Department of Justice has been in that position since 2012. If you want to find somebody that's been on both sides and was reappointed by this president and was and appointed to the position by the previous president, and then Boris appointed to the position by the president before that, if you want to find somebody that's going to be objective, those are your three right there. So you should have a special prosecutor that should investigate. And if the president has nothing to hide and this executive branch has nothing to hide, they should throw themselves, find the most repugnant, liberal, hating Democrat to do it, because if there's nothing to be found and a Democrat has to go on television, a Democratic prosecutor says, so I don't know, the Southern District of New York or somewhere else, goes on TV and says there's nothing there, I investigated, that brings credence to the investigation, right? Congress
you would trust the Southern District of New York? Are you joking?
Well, I mean, you also have to think,
hold on, Jennifer. Yes,
Republicans aren't going to trust
Trump
that.
Appointed him.
It needs to be a bipartisan. It needs to be a bipartisan, like Ro Khanna or somebody would have to. You know what I mean? Like it has to be somebody.
Ro would probably do it. He'd probably do it. He's on House government. He's on House government oversight.
He's actually respected by a lot of Republicans, right? He's seen as pretty moderate and fair. So, like, if you were able to find somebody along those lines, then I would agree with you.
Yeah, he sits on House government oversight. So you need to have there has to be a congressional investigation. There has to be a special prosecutor investigating the White House. And I think the third one, there has to be inside the Department of Justice, which is where the Inspector General comes in to figure out who said what, who gave the order, where the documents went. All of that stuff is recorded. There's paper trails and everything else. And that's got to come from the IG's office. Those are your three investigations right there.
Go ahead, Miley, sorry.
Why not start with Alexander Acosta? Like, bring him in, subpoena him. Maybe he doesn't release records or images of kids with CSA or whatever, but ask him what he recalls. Ask him what he remembers about the case back in 2005. Ask him why he returned evidence to Epstein and it was destroyed and never seen again. Start with Alexander Acosta, in my opinion.
Yes.
What do you think this is going to do to Trump's or the Republicans in the midterms, man? You're a political strategist. What are you going to do with this?
It really depends. I think the Democrats are doing what I've wanted to do this entire time, which is sit back and do absolutely nothing. and let it all play out. Just raise money and organize, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, this is definitely helping the fundraising efforts. I can tell you that much.
100%. All they got to do is sit back, relax, and watch it all happen. But what's going to be interesting to me is this the issue that's going to break the base from Trump? That's the real question, and I don't know the answer to that. I do believe there's.
Are your fingers and toes crossed?
No, I don't really. Honestly, it doesn't really affect the Democrats more than it.
Listen,
really
y'all got your own
Party.
problems. I don't know where you're up here, kind of boasting or whatever. Because the way I look at it,
I'm not boasting at all.
This country doesn't want communists being controlled. So, you better hope Mom Donnie doesn't get elected here in New York. Just saying.
But how do you feel personally about it?
Okay,
we're not going to make this about New York.
No. I'm just saying, as New York goes, we'll usher in socialism. Anywho, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I always knew there were big, and I think it was Jen who said it. There's big names globally. This is not something that was ever going to be found out. So I never I'm like, okay, that's nice. Do I like the direction of how this has been handled by the administration? No. Caroline Levitt this morning, that I usually am like right on that kid. I really like her. Today was really amateurish. Her attempt at trying to spin that, it kind of really, for the first time from the podium, made us, I think, look bad. Pam Bondi and all those things. Listen, I don't know who's given direction. People want to point at Trump. Well, Trump. You know what? Here's a couple of things I'm going to tell you. One, this man's been a big businessman. I'm telling you, most of what goes on is most likely delegated. I'd look within, maybe Susie, who knows, whatever, his chief of staff, who is directing all of this, because this is just, all of it's been a bad look. FBI, DOJ, Bondi with her binders, her TV appearances, what comes out of her mouth, all of it was not a good look. And I think that would hurt us. I do not believe, this is all being done to cover up Trump. I do believe by any means necessary, if there were any evidence, Democrats would have found a way long ago to just, encapsulate Trump and take him out with it, because that would destroy him. That in itself.
I think if it implicated both prominent Democrats and prominent Republicans, that we would see a cover up on both sides. And I think that's, if you just put aside any loyalty here, right, and any partisanship, objectively, the most likely answer, I'm Occam's razor, this bitch, sorry for my language, this stuff, is that it implicates prominent figures in both parties. That's just the most logical conclusion that you can draw, right? Is why
but Diligent, don't you think it goes deeper than that? Because think Prince Edward.
Well, I mean, that would imply that it has to go deeper than that, because it is something that is above party lines, right?
I think you mean Prince Andrew, not Prince Edward. Prince Andrew.
Okay, yeah.
Prince Andrew.
Club.
Be careful, because there's
Here's Miley for the save.
The views of the speakers are not necessarily the views of the host. Everybody's responsible for their own words. You have 2,000 people in here, so you got to be careful with what you say.
It probably also involves foreign government officials and foreign intelligence agencies, and it's a whole network that would be exposed all at once. And so dropping this kind of thing, it's like an all-in-one nuclear bomb, right? You're either blowing everything and everybody up, or you go, I mean, honestly, if I gave any reasonable person access to it, that'd probably be your reaction. It'd be like giving you a button that says blow up everything. Would you push it?
Yes, if it protected children, absolutally. Yes.
Well, and just because the White House,
if it destroyed everything, then everything needs to be destroyed. If that's how corrupt the system is that we have to choose between saving the country or protecting pedophiles, let it burn. That's where I'm at.
Well, that may be I think that's a valid opinion, but I think that may be what we're looking at here.
well, and just because the White House put it out, just because the FBI said this is what happened, doesn't mean that we have to accept it. So Just saying.
Ginger, go ahead.
So, how much of the list is actually out? Because since we've had 8 years of Obama. If Trump is in it, we've already had 4 years of him. What's saying, and Biden, what's saying?
You're really quiet. I don't know if you're on headphones or whatever, but your voice is really tiny. Can you turn your earbuds off?
Is this better?
There we go.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So, my question is, like, we've had 8 years of Obama, 4 years of Trump, 4 years of Biden. If Trump was on it, why wouldn't he have already destroyed the parts of the list that he was on? And Democrats, they're friends too.
Ask Alexander Acosta. Where is this man? Where is he?
Kiki, go ahead.
Hey guys, so just two things, one statement and one question for you guys. So Vivek posted that Doge would expire on July 4th of 2026, and then Elon said the last step of Doge was to delete itself, but instead him and Vivek both left Doge preemptively without completing their mission. So
no, they left at the end of the expiration date. Elon left at the very last day, or maybe like the weekend before because the special employees provision in the law only allows him to work for so long, and he left it was like the weekend before that he announced a departure.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna pin a tweet then real quick because this is.
Tag me in it. Don't put it in the jumbotron.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me just delete that then. Okay, but yeah, no, I thought it was July 4th, 2026, but I don't know, regardless. So Elon's bringing more attention to this Epstein topic more than anyone else, which is really dangerous for him, but I think is truly for the people. And I don't know, I actually just posted a picture of where I saw it was like an aim down sight on his head it said like end colonization on Mars. So I don't know. I don't really care about political affiliation at this point. I believe if someone's a pedophile, like they truly need to be exposed because all children are angels. And this topic should really just bring both sides together. And so my question really for you guys, actually, I think Miley's in here, but like, what were we given in December of 2023 and January 24 that we were reporting on? Because there was so many names on those documents. And I believe that there's names floating around in groups, but there might not actually be a book of names. So I think they're right now using semantics on quote unquote no list because I don't know. It does not make any sense right now. What were they putting out? Also, those binders, there's just so many different things that do not add up right now. And I'm very kind of confused.
Well, they were the flight logs and the call logs, weren't they? I think that's what we've had.
I don't know. There was like it was hundreds of pages. Like Miley sent it out. We were all combing through it and there were many, many names on it. So that's my thing. Like, I don't think that there's actually a book of names on it I think there's
it was Maxwell's list and not Jeffrey's list, right? Because she kept track.
So why?
But what doesn't make sense is the information that was given out in the binder, right? Some of that was redacted of stuff that had already been unredacted that they redacted in the binder, if that makes sense, right? So stuff that the government previous had released and redacted when they gave it, oh my god, a freaking wasp. When they gave the binders out, they redacted stuff, which makes absolute no sense.
Yeah, no, that's insane. It's just none of this is adding up, to be honest.
Oh, so somebody is pointing out James O'Keefe's reporting in O'Keefe Media. They actually got her speaking on the Epstein files, Pam Bondi specifically, in a lunch restaurant setting. I'm going to play it right now because it's okay, this is such a bad look. Making sure you guys can hear. Give me a thumbs up when I play it if the sound is good.
General of the United States, Pam Bondi, was at the White House and disclosed what she represented as brand new information in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. The existence of tens of thousands of videos featuring little children.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, this is the first time an official has publicly acknowledged that videos of Epstein and his victims exist. What you may not know is just 9 days prior, the Attorney General had a very similar conversation with a total stranger in a restaurant.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released? We hope soon. Okay, so any dates? No, you know what it is? There are tens and thousands of videos. Yeah, and it's all with little kids, so they have to go through every one.
In the past, officials have spoken about the, quote, mountain of evidence in the Epstein case, but they've never, previous to that moment, acknowledged on the existence of videos of, quote, little kids. Just a few days later, at 2 p.m. on May 1st, our reporter sent the AG's office the text of the recording. We asked why this detail had not been disclosed to the public, but was instead being told to a random stranger at a restaurant. The Attorney General used almost the exact same language as she did with the stranger in the restaurant, language that we shared with her press office.
There are tens and thousands of videos. Yeah, and it's all with little kids. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now,
I'll see if
we
I can get
hesitated
O'Keefe
to
in here. He
publish
follows
this
me.
story, but believe, like we did yesterday, that the public has a right to know. And this one raises serious questions. On one hand, why did our country's highest law enforcement official share this information first not with the American people, but with a self-described nanny at brunch? But more importantly, why was this information held back in the first place? Does this show that a government apparatus is still working behind the scenes to protect powerful people involved in the scandal? Based upon the response to our Epstein story yesterday, it's clear that the American people want answers, and they want accountability.
100% we do. 100%. Go ahead, Gio. Hey, Gio. Can you guys hear me?
I can. Maybe Giovanni
I
can't hear you.
Diligent.
All right, yeah. If you're not gonna come up here and speak, I'm gonna drop you down. All right. I don't. Where do we go from here? Gays, Jennifer, anybody? What happens now?
Diligent, can
Well,
you hear me now?
every major influencer and just normal average Joe that's MAGA that I follow on X are calling for Pam Bondi to resign or be fired. And some, like myself, said, don't stop at Pam, get Cash and Bongino out of there. I mean, all three of them have consistently and repeatedly said that they would release files, client list, whatever you want to call it, any type of evidence. And now we find out today that the case is closed. Nothing further is ever going to be done. So I think MAGA is going to be calling for some heads to roll over this. And
But gays, as we discussed, are they going at the direction of someone else like Susie?
well, I don't think the average Joe Schmo. I mean, you and I know who Susie Wiles is, and we know what she looks like, and we know what she does. She's chief of staff, and she's been, really good. But I don't think the average Joe MAGA knows who Susie Wiles is, and they're not going to get any satisfaction of the chief of staff being fired. They want the AG to go, the person who they, the one who goes on Fox News every night instead of doing anything. It'll be interesting to see when she goes on Fox News again.
Well, and the thing is, for her, right, I feel it's even more egregious, which is why I have questioned her the whole time and why she was even put in that position. Like, after Epstein was first, he was on house arrest, right? The weird house arrest he had where he could still bring girls into the office, right? From that time until she left the assistant attorney general in Florida, Epstein owned land. He was in Palm Beach. He was still doing his thing, and there was nothing she could ever find to go after him as the Attorney General of Florida. Right? She is so questionable on this topic that honestly, this doesn't even surprise me right now. Like, it just shows that she has been covering up for Epstein the whole time, in my opinion.
Oh, her history in Florida?
Yeah, like as the assistant attorney general from look at the years she was the assistant attorney general until Epstein was arrested in 2017, right? That whole time he was flying the Lolita Express, living in Palm Beach, owning land, right? There was nothing as the assistant attorney general that you, Pam Bondi, could have done to stop him, to open investigation. Nothing. And now we expect that person to be the one to stand up and actually do the right thing. Like, she is a problem.
Well, I remember one of the drops we had a few months ago. They found that there was a sealed court order in that, I think it was the Palm Beach County Court, that basically said that they could not unseal any of the files associated with it.
Yes.
So I also suspect
that was part of Alexander Acosta's sweetheart deal that you're mentioning. Yes, that is correct.
Yes. I think there's probably also associated, and if anybody was in Diligence Space last night, Myron touched on this a little bit, about there probably are some parts of this that are either hidden behind certain intelligence classifications, and or there are things like national security letters where you can receive a national security letter from, one of the
Then we need a brave. Then the way we solve that is we need a brave member of Congress that has access, clearance, to take what they know about the Epstein files and then read it into the congressional record. Members of Congress have what is called absolute freedom of speech, which means that they can take classified information and read it into the congressional record in front of the American people and not be held criminally liable for it.
Well, that's assuming
how you solve that.
That's assuming that it's provided. I'll just give you an example of how that sometimes works. Not long after Benghazi, there was Congress requested a classified briefing from the CIA and State Department at the time, on the Benghazi files and what exactly happened there. And what happened was they ended up technically delivering Congress availability of the files, but it was all brought to one room in the Capitol building. They were notified by a back channel messaging system that, the files will be available for 3 hours. And everybody was stopped at the door and had to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order to enter. And it was all in folders and hard drives and things. And they didn't have very long to look at it. And I heard that from 4 members of Congress who were there. So that's the sort of trick that the intel agencies sometimes pull because the whole point is that they could show up and testify, yes, the files were made available to members of Congress, but in practical terms, they were not because, it was all in a room and it was disorganized and you only had 3 hours to look at it.
The skiff.
Right.
The skiff.
Exactly.
Right? But listen, George Santos has stood up here and told us that Congress investigated Epstein and didn't even find any ties to intelligence agencies or anything like that. So we're expecting Congress now to go back and reinvestigate Epstein to try to find something. Like, maybe we just need a really good reporter who will go out and put the information out and let the American people dig through it. Because obviously the government is involved with Jeffrey Epstein and is covering for him in one way or another.
If you have your hand up, go for it, Giovanni.
Hey, Diligent, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, please don't ask if I can hear you. I will let you know if I can't hear you. That's
all right, brother. Thanks. I got bronchitis, so apologies. I just wanted to add what Jennifer said, that I mean, at this point, I'm tired of being lied to. So wherever the evidence falls, it falls. I think Jennifer's right. I think I've got no trust in Congress to do anything. We've got the House and the Senate. They put out strongly worded letters. They keep going on Fox News with these debuts and these threats, and they never come through with anything. If we had some kind of independent outside of Congress that could do these investigations and find the evidence and bring it to like, because there's no one in Congress that has any, they're basically all cowards. They don't do anything for us. All they do is lie, and I'm sick and tired of being lied to. And you can drop me, Diligent. Appreciate you bringing me up, bro.
Yeah, we're all tired of being lied to. Like I'm telling you, the administration needs to get on this. Like fact. And I know that there are people who have ties to the administration listening right now. Like this is, and I'm not saying this is like a threat. This is just, you read the tea leaves, read the room. This will destroy the base. Okay, if there was ever like an Achilles heel or something that could absolutely destroy the MAGA base, you're looking at it right now. It is staring you glaringly in the face, coupled with Elon's creation of the America Party. If there was like a weak moment for the MAGA base and the Republican Party, this is it, man. This is the kryptonite. So I really suggest if anybody has the ability to pass a message along to the administration about the optics of this, I implore you to do so, because this can completely undermine all of the work that we did. You might get the big beautiful bill out of it. That might be your one shot in the dark. But I guarantee you will lose support throughout and into the midterms. And man, it's a really bad deal. It is a really bad deal.
With Bibi in town to sign like some ceasefire deal, Trump is going to be in front of reporters today. I don't know if they're having like a joint press conference when like a foreign head of state is usually in town. Someone's going to ask him. I mean, if they asked Caroline, they're definitely going to ask him. So it'll be interesting to see, because Trump never spins anything. He just blurts out what he's going to say. And so it'll be interesting to see if he goes against Pam, if he just says something simply like, well, if that's what the DOJ said, then I believe him. So I'm really looking forward to whenever he's in front of cameras today.
Well, I really don't get Cash and Dan Bongino, just on like a normal human level, right? You sat out on your shows respectfully, like shows you went on, your own show, Bongino, okay, and sat there. Don't ever give up on the Epstein list. You go after it. Even if they tell you that, nothing there, you still push. The Epstein didn't kill himself. Epstein didn't kill himself. And then you tell us how corrupt the FBI is, how corrupt the government is, and you're going to go in and change it. And then you walk in and you get in front of the camera and you say, Epstein killed himself and there's no list? Like, do you think we're dumb?
I'm angry. I am so angry. All these young girls will never get justice. 1 in 4 girls.
Thousands, Southern.
Yeah, I know, Diligent. I'm a rape survivor. And for them not to get justice, and my hopes were.
Invitation sent to James O'Keefe, by the way.
I had hoped that we could bring back law and order where we could trust our government and our legal system. Pam Bondi worked on the Epstein case when she was in Florida, but got somehow taken out of her hands and taken care of. She was in a position now with Trump to get this done, and no. And I saw where Peter from Fox said, Pam Bondi said this, I have the client list on my desk. There is a video of that.
It's up in the Jumbotron.
There's multiple videos. She said it multiple times. It wasn't just like a one-time off, like, the list is on my desk. So what list was on your desk, Pam? What list?
She also brought the influencers in to give that list, and all that changed at DC. So what was promised, we were lied to. And look at Diddy. He's going to walk away. Our children are not safe in this country. And this is the United States of America. We're the biggest trafficking
organization. But Southern, it's not just the United States. Our children are safe nowhere. This is an international child molestation ring.
I agree, but we are the largest trafficking organization is our government in the world. I thought that we were going to clean house. I don't believe it now. I don't believe it now.
Ultra Mag, I want to get your thoughts. Go for it.
You know what, guys? The big thing is Cash Patel and Dan Bongino. And thank you, Diligent, for letting me talk. You got to be kidding. It seems like every time someone gets into the White House, after they've been out there parading around saying, we've got to go for it, someone convinces them different. That's what I see. And it's happened for decades. I'm going to go fight for this and we're going to go do this. And then they get in and what happens? This is scary. In my opinion, the whole political system has been taken over for decades and Trump exposed it. Yes, he did. And we're in for a heap. I don't know what to do. Honestly, I really don't. But this is what happens every time. They say they're going to go and fight for us. And then all of a sudden things change. Why? I think it's a deep state. Thanks, Diligent. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Millie, so, I concluded at the end of my space last night that I thought, the Axios report was fake news. However, I woke up this morning and then, early afternoon, I am flabbergasted to see the White House completely vindicate the Axios and the reporting and everything that we discussed last night. I mean, where do we go from here, Millie? This is awful.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty devastating, honestly. And I think it's Caroline Levitt. I saw some of the back and forth and it does not look good. It does not look good. It looks really it's like one of those things where you just get a pit in your stomach. You get a bad feeling and kind of vindicates or I guess confirms some scary suspicions you may have had that you didn't want to acknowledge or accept, right? And it's just this is how pervasive of a problem this is and just how much control it has over our government. It just goes to show you, these blackmail pimps are nearly invincible. I mean, let that sink in. Let that sink in, guys. These powerful figures and celebrities and whatever you want to call them, wealthy elites, all I have to say is this. I wouldn't go anywhere near them. I wouldn't be anywhere near a lot of these people because they almost walk with immunity, right? Like they almost walk with invincibility because of how I don't even want to call it, it's justice system in parentheses operates, where time and time again, it's like Hillary Clinton in the Clinton body count and she walks with, all this, she walks away and gets away with all this stuff. And it's literally what people were chanting, lock her up, lock her up. Well, let me ask you this. Was she locked up? No. The people that stole and rigged the election, are they being investigated? Are we seeing any charges? How about the federal Marxist bureaucrats that were in the Sunrise calls, which I still can't get Congress or anybody in our freaking government to do a damn thing about sedition and subversion on camera, okay, within our government. We have a problem, folks, in this country. And it doesn't seem like those in office on all sides are doing what needs to be done to actually fix anything. To me, a lot of it is like, how much of this is puppet theater? How much of this is just for show? I don't know. But to me, it seems like some of it's just, it's just puppet theater for the masses. And they count on people having short-term memories. And then something new will happen in the news cycle. And then it'll all be memory hold, right? and younger generations will have a skewed, slanted opinion on it. Oh, he must have been innocent, did he? Right? And Jeffrey Epstein, no, apparently he did kill himself, right? According to AI that is going to tell them, right, that that's what happened because of the cover up. Yeah, I don't know. That's my take on it. I'm pretty doomer pilled right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's not looking good. I think we all expected a lot more. We expected more accountability. We thought that getting these people in who professed and literally not only did they profess that they were going to take action once they were inside, they were like, don't let this go. We can't let this go, right? And then as soon as they get in, it's like they almost look like they've seen a ghost. Some of them, like Bongino and others, like the pictures of some of these guys.
Yeah. Oh, watching the video clips of Bongino and Patel trying to say this, keep their composure, and just completely melt, is actually kind of frightening, right? Like these are staunch like purveyors of the truth. Like there are people who said, "Don't give up no matter what," and here they are, like visibly shaken to their cores. Millie, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, what is it that once they get in, they almost seem like they've seen a ghost and then they completely reverse course. And why is that so common in politics? Why is it so common that we have all these candidates that they'll run and it's like we all have this general consensus of what we know needs to be done, what we can clearly see, like we don't want these Middle Eastern wars, we don't want a bunch of foreigners, coming in and flooding our, like there's basic things we're like, okay, we can kind of look at common sense and be like, these are things we don't want, right? Like we know this is not going to be good, right? But yet you'll have all these politicians and then they get in and then it almost seems like they just do something else for someone else.
Because they get the talk, Millie. They get the talk. And it's a real thing. Like you can laugh, but people show up and they're like, listen, do you want to be effective here? Do you want to be on this committee? And listen, if you go out and you release that stuff, we will kill you. And we will kill your family.
Have this on you.
Yeah. Right? Like, so these people bend to the will and everybody says, oh, I won't do that. But then when you're faced in that moment where they're like, listen, you make that move and we'll kill your family. We know where your daughter is.
Well,
like,
remember when everybody crapped on Madison Cawthorn when he came out and said that there's like a blackmail ring and that they collect blackmail in the house or whatever. And he was like, because the pictures came out of him and I don't know what he was wearing. Was he wearing like lingerie? I don't know.
No,
what
he was like wasn't he like laying in bed? And there was just like, it wasn't even like explicit, but it was like
enough to ruin his career, right?
Yeah.
Right, but it was enough to be effective to ruin his political career. So it's essentially effective insurance policy, blackmail that was released on him. And then he's coming out like, hey, this is like blackmail that they have on us all to keep us all in check. I'm not the only one. And then everyone's like, oh, yeah, whatever. And then like the cancel culture mob got him. Right. So what I'm getting at here is I think that that's a lot of the issue at hand. And it may be like, okay, something where they either they're forced to get blackmail on them or maybe they have files on these people. I don't, it's hard to say, but it does seem like there's something really eerie.
Probably all of the above, right?
You're probably right there. I mean, it could be all of the above, but then that's the exact point. That's the point of talking about the Epstein files. That's the point of talking about Diddy and his videotapes and everything. The point is blackmail is the name of the game, and they have entire indulgence squads prepared to collect this blackmail. And I think that, some of it could be our intelligence agencies just wanting to have it to control things. Right? Like they want to keep it, control it. If it goes out, then maybe you no longer have it as a tool at your discretion. I guess the other point would be, okay, so some are arguing, okay, well, maybe they're not trying to release it because it's so big, it would like cause the US to it would cause maybe international security issues, foreign issues, right? Or it could cause internal issues if we find out a bunch of our government officials are compromised and potentially working for other foreign countries. But here's the reality. If you have, because there's a lot of talk about, okay, Epstein, Mossad, whatever. My concern is like, look, okay, so Mossad, let's say Mossad was using Epstein to honeypot politicians in the US so that they could gain favor for whatever, X, Y, Z. I don't necessarily blame Mossad for that because at the end of the day, they're working on behalf of the people in Israel and securing their benefit, their security and their interests, right? So if that's what they feel they need to do for their country, then they're doing a good job for their people. But what about our CIA? What about our CIA that's supposed to be protecting American interests? Why weren't there CIA officials going,
We
hey,
all know.
and
We all know that
approaching
they're working against our interests. We all
right?
know
Like,
that.
why don't we have CIA approaching our politicians saying, "Hey, you're not getting on this flight because this is a foreign op to trap you," or "Hey, you know, like, why don't we have our intelligence agencies working to prevent any foreign honeypot traps?" So that our government officials are not going to be getting compromised and put in a situation where they're no longer representing our interests. Right?
Millie, the CIA is doing this. This is what they do. They have never been in the interest of the U.S. It's always been about their power globally. We've done with Operation Gladio and all the color revolutions and all the agendas. CIA looks to compromise to control. CIA is running this globally, and the Mossad's in it, MI6, all of them. They have agendas. The CIA has done over 700 coups globally. They did it by taking out people, getting rid of people. They're good at it. Everybody that goes into government to DC at some point is going to be compromised. And now with technology and AI, they just can throw porn on a computer. They don't have to go catch them or set up an event to get them so drunk and put them in a compromising position. They can just do it through their computer now and take them down. That's what's scarier. I don't know. I look at somebody like who's been in, like McConnell. He's been able to sustain power. Manchin was able to sustain power. All these different people, Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, they know exactly what's going on. And they play within those rules and they cooperate. Politicians are puppets. That's what we have to start realizing. They're in those jobs for their ego and the money and everything else, and maybe had intentions of doing the right thing. But you get into politics because you can take the hits. You're a bit of an egomaniac. So I think we have politicians that are going to be always at risk. And Putin, when he was interviewed, he goes, oh, yeah, they tell me every 4 years they're going to do this and they're going to do that. But the men in black suits show up and they get online. They get on board.
Let me go some of these hands real quick. Go ahead, Batboy, then Shane, and then Godfrey.
Thanks for the mic. One thing I think we're forgetting in all this is all the children that have been used for the evil intent of these people to get into the kind of blackmail a profile against them. Not only that, lying to us the way they have about this is corrosive to the process of not only justice but also to our society. This kills the confidence that people have in their country and how it is going to conduct itself when it comes to criminal investigations. If people can't have confidence in the fact that their government is going to lie to them or will not lie to them, then people will no longer trust government. I realize that maybe I'm being naive about this in terms of, the approval rating of Congress and the approval rating of the administration, and how they, or even the DOJ and how they conduct themselves. But if the American people, and I don't know what the percentage of American people that are even interested in the Epstein list case, but I suspect it's enough that
it is a huge portion of the MAGA base. Huge.
That's fine, but if they start losing confidence in the administration, the DOJ, and in Congress or anybody else who's involved with this, we've got a serious problem on our hands because the optics just makes this. Well, leave everybody to believe that everything that they say from now on will be completely untrustworthy. And if they can't earn the trust or they lose the trust of the base, then they won't win another thing again. And I'll land it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bat Boy. Go ahead. Who did I say was next? Shane and then Godfrey.
What's up, brother? I mean, you look back to, you know, the JFK, like all the files that they've said, hey, we're going to release. Everything from JFK all the way up to, you know, the Bay of Pigs, all this shit that's happened over the years, the Hillary email files, the servers, all this stuff. Like, who are you going to trust? I mean, they've done it for years and years, and it just blows my mind that, like, we forgot about the Hillary Clinton stuff. And it, you know, the Epstein files, like, come on, Pam Bondi said, hey, on the desk, like, cool. And now it's like, okay, we don't know really what happened. Like, and I have some trust in Kash Patel, and I've followed Dan for a long time, but you know, we're going back to the 60s to where, you know, we can't trust our government and what they say to us. So like, that's what pisses me off. Like, you know, these people at the end of the day, they work for us. You know, they're our government. They work for us, and we can't get.
That's an illusion. They don't work for us.
That, well, yeah, I know, dude. That's what it's supposed to be, but you know, we're being, you know, kept in the dark for years and years, and they don't say shit. And you know, now, like, oh, we don't know where the Epstein files are, or they're gone, or doesn't exist, or whatever it is. Like, you promise us all this stuff, you know, like, there's so much in the government that we should know that is hidden from us. Like, it just, you know, it pisses me off to no end, man. Like, sorry for getting on a little tangent, but it just pisses me the F off, dude.
Go ahead, Godfrey.
Yeah, thanks, man. I just wanted to say that unfortunately, Trump was never serious about Epstein justice. I knew that the day that the Bindergate incident happened. He had a bunch of dumbass influencers re-release the work of journalist Nick Bryant, and they had the audacity to redact them, and some even had the audacity to try to put them behind a paywall, and that had his name on it. That had Pam Bondi's name on it. And honestly, it was like a satanic troll, and so was this. Think about the time it was released. It was released on July 4th weekend. That was by design. That was to humiliate the American people. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident that it was released on July 4th. And then we have the minute deleted from the Epstein jail footage. I mean, they're trolling us. They really are trolling us. The Diddy trial, you have James Comey's daughter as the lead attorney. I mean, it's like, I can't believe people can't see it. And look, I know that you're going to differ with me on Trump, but if he was real about Epstein justice or justice against the deep state, we would have seen it by now. And to me, it seems to be all of a hollow act. And he had the mythos of the Q psyop to prop him up and make him look like a crusading hero and give him this PR cover fire to be able to try and pull this shit over on the American people. So I know I'm going to probably piss people off when I say this, but at this point, I have to believe that Trump's in on it. I mean, and not only that, the people in his orbit, Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor, like, you have Pam Bondi, who was involved with Epstein in Florida. You had Alexander Acosta in the last administration, who's his labor secretary. You have Bill Barr, whose father got Jeffrey Epstein a job at the Dalton Prep School. I mean, at some point, you have to start looking around and saying something is not right here. Something smells. So that's just my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to bring up people, but it is like super glitchy. Do me a favor, you guys. Bottom right corner, repost the space. Maze, you didn't have to drop down. I'm working on getting a couple of like really saturated experts on this subject. Some pretty notable people, but I don't want to say it until they confirm they're coming. I mean, okay, you make implications of Trump, but you didn't like bring any, you just brought loose associations. I mean, if you look at Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, that there are social circles because that's what she was a socialite. Her literal job was to go connect with prominent figures, right? So just because they're seen at a party together or whatever or people that are around them doesn't necessarily mean that they're guilty, right? You have to come with evidence or facts.
So yeah, no, I hear your point, but I guess why are they in his cabinet? Like I understand what you're saying about him being photographed with Ghislaine at a party, but why are these people in his orbit? Like why is Howard Lutnick in his cabinet? Why is Pam Bondi the attorney general? I mean, we're not going to get justice out of that lady, and she was involved with Epstein, or she could have done more for Epstein in Florida. And then Bill Barr. I mean, these are just huge red flags, huge. And Alexander Acosta, like the guy who covered up Epstein in Florida. I mean, it's just not a good look, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, if you're on stage and you just parked, if you're not going to speak, I'm going to rotate you down. So put your hand up or chime in anytime that there's nobody talking. Go ahead, Truth Seeker.
Hey, I'm agreeing 100% with Godfrey. The people that Trump has surrounded himself in when he says, hey, he's draining the swamp. But at the same time, you are surrounding yourself by all these individuals, that are defending, pretty much everything around Epstein. I mean, come on. They are literally like mocking people like us now, people who are calling this, BS out about what happens with Epstein. They're literally they're mocking us. I mean, releasing the footage now and everything else after they've been going back and forth weeks and weeks and weeks saying, oh, we have the files. We have them on Pam Bondi's desk. We're going to release them, doing this photo op with all these, MAGA influencers and all that crap. You know what I mean? It's a mockery. It's all theater at this point, and it's truly sad what's become of this and what's even become of like the Diddy stuff.
Is anybody from MAGA willing to admit that maybe somebody like or trust could be on this list or have participated? I'm just curious.
Yes. That's a yes for me.
I think from the beginning, everybody said, I don't care. Just show me the list. I don't care who's on it. Like flat out, the truth will set you free.
I haven't heard anybody say that they didn't want, so if somebody I know is on this list, definitely, even more, to be honest with you, I'm not like biased in any way. If you are on the Epstein list in a way that implicates you into pedophilia, then you need to go down. I don't care who you are. And there is no favorites there. There is no priority there. It's every single one of them. All of them. Right?
Absolutely.
You have your hand up.
Sorry, 100%.
Go ahead.
They all let the chips fall where they may. But we as a society, as a population, need to have that information so we can make those decisions, so we can figure out exactly who is the person or persons that need to pay for what they did to children. That's the thing that we need to have. I don't care who it is, from Trump on down. If you're guilty or you're on that list, then you need to suffer in some way. And I would ask, what is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for now? Does she have a claim to have her her conviction re-looked at again? Because if there's no information,
she's going to be hard.
People are asking me to ask Grok about this. So real quick before we go to the hands, I am going to get it going. Grok, what are the inconsistencies with the DOJ, the Trump administration, previous stances on the Epstein files, how this process has gone along so far as to where we're at now? Scan X and the web for latest updates.
Based on recent info from the web and posts on X, there have been some notable inconsistencies in the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files under the Trump administration. In February 2025, Attorney General Pam Bondi released what was called Phase 1 of declassified Epstein files. But these were mostly already public, like flight logs and redacted contact books, with no major revelations. Bondi hyped it up, saying it was part of Trump's push for transparency, but it frustrated many, including MAGA supporters, who expected new info. By March, Bondi was pushing the FBI to release more, hinting at thousands of pages and even child abuse videos being reviewed, which raised expectations again. Fast forward to July, the DOJ and FBI, under Trump-appointed leaders like Kash Patel, did a 180, saying there's no evidence of a client list, no blackmail, and Epstein died by suicide. They also said no further releases are coming, which contradicts earlier promises of more disclosures. This shift sparked backlash on X, with some calling it a cover-up or incompetent, especially since Bondi had previously implied more was coming. Elon Musk even posted, claiming Trump's name might be in sealed files, fueling speculation. Critics point out the DOJ's flip-flopping, from promising big releases to shutting it down, makes it look like they're hiding something or mismanaging the process. Right now, the DOJ's stance is that everything's been reviewed, there's nothing more to see, and they're done. But the public, especially on X, isn't buying it, given the earlier teasers and lack of new evidence. That's where things stand.
Grok, given the precedent, I want you to compile a list of everybody who was on the flight logs, confirm them, confirm the names. I don't care who they are, and I want you to be very specific, as accurate as possible. Make sure that you fact check every name that you mention, right? And give us a list of who is confirmed through court documents or admission or government release, of the names that are either implicated through the flight logs or who were on Epstein's island or at one of his residences.
Based on court documents, government releases, and admissions from the web and posts on X, here's a concise list of confirmed individuals tied to Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs, his island, Little St. James, or his residences, with verified connections from reliable sources. I focused on accuracy, cross-checking claims, and excluding unverified names often floated on social media. Note, being on the flight logs or at a residence doesn't inherently imply wrongdoing, as some were employees, associates, or traveled for unrelated reasons. Natch, Bill Clinton, confirmed on flight logs for multiple trips on Epstein's plane in 2002, 2003 to international destinations like Paris and Bangkok, per pilot logs from lawsuits. A statement from his team says he never visited Epstein's island, Florida, or New Mexico residences. Next, Prince Andrew, named in court documents, including Virginia Giuffre's lawsuit, alleging sexual assault at Epstein's Manhattan residence and island. He settled with Giuffre out of court, and his presence on the island is supported by testimony. Ghislaine Maxwell, extensively documented in court filings and flight logs as a frequent flyer on Epstein's plane and present at his residences, including the island, New York, and Florida. Convicted for her role in Epstein's activities. Alan Dershowitz, confirmed on flight logs for multiple trips, as noted in court documents and X posts citing logs. He's acknowledged flying but denies wrongdoing, claiming legal or social ties to Epstein. Andres Pastrana, former Colombian president, confirmed on flight logs for at least one trip per court documents. No direct implication of misconduct. Johanna Soberg, testified in court documents about being at Epstein's residences, including his Manhattan home and island, recruited by Maxwell. She resisted Epstein's advances, but confirmed interactions with high-profile individuals at his properties. Alfredo Rodriguez, Epstein's household employee, confirmed at residences through court testimony, stating he saw notable figures at Epstein's homes, though specifics on guests vary. Sarah Kellen, named in court documents and flight logs as a frequent flyer and assistant to Epstein, present at his island and residences, described as a key aide, though not formally charged. Nadia Marcinkova, confirmed on flight logs and at residences including the island via court documents, described as a pilot and associate, with some allegations of involvement in Epstein's activities, though not convicted. David Copperfield, mentioned in court documents by Soberg, who testified seeing him at Epstein's residence during a dinner, though no wrongdoing is confirmed. Henry Jarecki, named in a 2024 lawsuit accusing him of aiding Epstein in abusing victims, with court documents linking him to Epstein's residences, though specifics are under litigation. Notes: no definitive client list exists, per the DOJ and court statements from 2025, despite claims on X listing names like Al Gore, Angelina Jolie, or Anderson Cooper. Those names lack corroboration in court documents or government releases and seem speculative. Flight logs, the Miami Herald, are incomplete, often listing initials or first names, making full verification tricky. Some logs were released in civil suits and Maxwell's 2020 case. Island visitors are harder to pin down, as logs don't always specify destinations, and testimony, e.g. Maxwell and Epstein disputing Clinton's island visits, creates ambiguity. I've excluded names from X posts, e.g. Adam Perry Lang, Alyssa Rogers, lacking primary source confirmation, as they appear unverified or fabricated. This list sticks to what's been confirmed through court, government, or credible admissions. If you need deeper dives on specific names, let me know. That's it for
Give us a rundown of the list without any of the context, just the list that you already mentioned that you verified.
Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz, Andres Pastrana, Johanna Soberg, Alfredo Rodriguez, Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, David Copperfield, Henry Jarecki.
Did she just stop talking?
Got it.
Brock, give us the list give us the list congruently without any context that you already stated that you verified. Start over.
Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz, Andres Pastrana, Johanna Choberg, Alfredo Rodriguez, Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, David Copperfield, Henry Jarecki.
She keeps getting rugged. What the hell? What the hell? Let me try this again. Brock, start over. Give us the list that you've already verified without any context, just the list.
Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz, Andre Sober, Alfredo Rodriguez, Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, David Copperfield, Henry Jarecki.
That's the only confirmed. Is that it, Grok?
That's the list of confirmed names from court documents, government releases, and admissions, based on what's out there on the web and X. No other names have been consistently verified across primary sources for the flight logs, island, or residences. If more comes to light, or you want me to dig deeper on a specific angle, just say so.
I want you to dig deeper on a specific angle, and I want you to broaden your search from 2005 up to now. Cross-reference, confirm, and then recompile the list.
All right, broadening the search from 2005 to now, cross-referencing flight logs, island visitors, and Epstein's residences, and sticking to confirmed names from court documents, government releases, or verified admissions. After digging deeper, I've cross-checked web sources and X posts, focusing on primary evidence to avoid speculation. Below is the recompiled list of individuals confirmed to be connected to Epstein's flight logs, Little St. James Island, or his residences, New York, Palm Beach, or New Mexico, from 2005 onward, with no extra context, just the names. Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz, Johanna Sober, Alfredo Rodriguez, Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, Henry Jarecki, David Copperfield, Henry Jarecki, Mr. Notes on the process. The timeframe shift to 2005 to 2025 didn't yield additional confirmed names from flight logs or residences, as most verified data comes from pre-2005 logs released in lawsuits. Example, Maxwell's trial, Giuffre's case. Post-2005, Epstein's activities slowed due to his 2008 plea deal and subsequent scrutiny, limiting newer records. Note technique. Names like Doug Band, Glenn Dubin, or Jean-Luc Brunel, mentioned on X, lack consistent.
Grok, why didn't you list Trump on the list?
Trump isn't on the list because there's no confirmed evidence from court documents, government releases, or verified admissions placing him on Epstein's flight logs, island, or or residences, specifically from 2005 onward, as you requested. While he's documented on flight logs from the 1990s, those fall outside.
Okay, I want you to expand your search from the 1970s till now. Then recompile the list and give it to us under the same parameters.
Expanding the search from the 1970s to now, I've recompiled the list of individuals confirmed to be connected to Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs, Little St. James Island, or his residences, New York, Palm Beach, New Mexico, based on court documents, government releases, or verified admissions. I cross-checked web sources and X posts for accuracy, sticking to primary evidence and excluding unverified or speculative names. Below is the recompiled list, with no context, just the confirmed names: Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz, Andres Pastrana, Johanna Sober, Alfredo Rodriguez, Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, David Copperfield, Henry Jarecki, Donald Trump.
Oof. That's wild. Go ahead, Relentless, get in here.
Hey, good to see you. So, yeah, so if there's really nothing, then what exactly was in that booklet that they took from Ghislaine Maxwell during her trial that Judge Allison Nathan has locked up in a safe?
No, and what is she even being... Grok, what is Ghislaine Maxwell tried and convicted of exactly? Be very specific about her charges. And is there any evidence of a list, black book, or anything that implicates any clients in the evidence that was presented in Ghislaine Maxwell's court cases, either civil or criminal?
Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted on 5 of 6 charges in her criminal trial in December 2021, as per court documents. Specifically, she was found guilty of 1. Conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. 2. Enticing a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. 3. Conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. 4. Transporting a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. And 5. Sex trafficking of minors. She was acquitted on 1 count of enticing a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts for a different victim. These charges stem from her role in recruiting, grooming, and facilitating the abuse of underage girls for Jeffrey Epstein between 1994 and 2004, as detailed in the federal indictment and trial evidence. Regarding evidence of a list, black book, or anything implicating clients in Maxwell's civil or criminal cases, Epstein's black book, containing contacts and phone numbers, was admitted as evidence in both her criminal trial and related civil suits, e.g., Virginia Giuffre's cases. It included names of prominent individuals, but its inclusion only established Epstein's and Maxwell's social or professional connections, not direct evidence of criminal client involvement. Flight logs, also presented in court, confirmed travel by individuals like Bill Clinton and Alan Dershowitz, but no document explicitly labeled a client list, with clear evidence of criminal activity by clients was presented in Maxwell's trials or civil cases. Posts on X and web sources, like a July 2025 DOJ statement, confirm no such definitive client list exists in court records, despite speculation. Testimony from victims like Johanna Soberg mentioned high-profile figures at Epstein's properties, but no concrete list implicating clients and crimes was substantiated in court. That's the rundown based on verified records. If you want specifics on any case or document, hit me with another prompt.
Grok, was there any list or black book or, even a list of known associates or business partners that was sealed in any of these court cases, sealed from the public?
Yes, there were sealed documents in court cases related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell that included lists of associates, but no definitive client list or black book explicitly implicating criminal activity has been confirmed as sealed. In Virginia,
What cases?
2015. So, in that case, about 170 names, referred to as John and Jane Does, were sealed by court order to protect identities, as noted in court filings and X posts about the case. These included associates, potential witnesses, or victims, but the documents, partially unsealed by 2024, didn't reveal a specific black book or client list tied to criminal acts. Epstein's actual black book, with contacts, was entered as evidence in Maxwell's criminal and civil cases, but wasn't sealed. It's public, though it only shows connections, not crimes. Other sealed records from Maxwell's 2021 trial and related civil suits, like those mentioned in 2025 DOJ statements, include investigative materials and victim testimonies, but no verified source confirms a sealed list explicitly naming business partners or clients in criminal activity. The lack of transparency fuels speculation on X, but courts haven't confirmed anything like that being locked away. If you want me to zero in on a specific case or document, just say, Grok, and point me there.
Grok, I want you to mathematically, ignoring bias, give me the probability that the Trump administration is covering.
To estimate the probability that the Trump administration is covering up evidence related to the Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell cases in 2025, I'll approach this mathematically, aiming for objectivity and using available evidence while acknowledging the speculative nature due to incomplete data. Since no definitive evidence proves a cover-up, I'll frame this as a Bayesian probability estimate based on observed events, public statements, and patterns, assigning weights to available information without bias toward any narrative. Step 1. Define the hypothesis and evidence. Hypothesis H. The Trump administration is actively covering up evidence in the Epstein-Maxwell cases. Alternative hypothesis, not H. Not S is not covering up evidence. Evidence E. Key events include 1. February 2025. DOJ under Pam Bondi releases Phase 1 Epstein files, criticized as underwhelming, mostly already public. 2. July 2025. DOJ and FBI state no further releases, no client list, and Epstein's death ruled suicide, contradicting earlier promises of transparency. 3. Public and ex posts express distrust, citing inconsistencies, e.g. Bondi's hints of more files versus DOJ's closure. 4. No court-verified evidence of a suppressed client list or direct Trump involvement post-2005. Step 2. Assign prior probability. Without specific prior data on government cover-ups in this case, I'll use a neutral prior, pH equals 0.5.
Broaden your span from 1970 till now. Don't just focus on post-2005, and then continue.
Expanding the span from 1970 to now for the probability calculation, I'll include all relevant evidence related to the Epstein-Maxwell cases and the Trump administration's actions, using a Bayesian approach to estimate the likelihood of a cover-up, staying objective and avoiding bias. I'll pick up from the interrupted calculation, incorporating the full timeline and available data from court documents, government releases, and ex posts, while keeping it concise. Step 1. Define the hypothesis and evidence, updated for 1970 to 2025. Hypothesis H. The Trump administration is actively covering up evidence in the Epstein-Maxwell cases. Alternative hypothesis, not H. Not S is not covering up ETA. The Trump administration is not covering up evidence. Evidence E. 1. Trump was linked to Epstein socially in the 1980s-1990s, confirmed on flight logs, pre-2005, for at least 7 trips, per court documents. No verified post-2005 travel or residence visits. 2. In 2008, Trump's then U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta gave Epstein a lenient plea deal, criticized as a sweetheart deal in court filings and ex posts. 3. February 2025, DOJ under Pam Bondi releases Phase 1 Epstein files, flight logs, redacted contacts, criticized as redundant, per web reports. 4. March 2025, Bondi pushes for more FBI releases, hinting at thousands of pages and videos, per DOJ statements. 5. July 2025, DOJ and FBI, led by Trump appointees like Kash Patel, claim no client list, no blackmail evidence, and Epstein's death was suicide, halting further releases per web and ex posts. 6. Ex posts and public sentiment highlight distrust, citing the DOJ's shift from promising transparency to closing the case. 7. No court-verified evidence confirms a suppressed list or direct Trump administration tampering with sealed documents from 1970 to 2025. Step 2. Assign prior probability. With no specific prior data on this administration's cover-up history for this case, I maintain neutral prior, pH equals 0.5, 50% chance of cover-up, ensuring no initial bias. Step 3. Evaluate likelihoods. Likelihood PEH cash, evidence given cover-up. If the Trump administration were covering up, we'd expect inconsistent DOJ statements, seen in 2025 shifts, limited releases of already public data, Phase 1, and a halt to disclosures despite earlier promises, July 2025. The Acosta plea deal could suggest past leniency, but it's pre-administration. Weight, moderate high, say 0.7, as actions align with potential suppression but lack direct proof of intent. Likelihood PE, not H, evidence given no cover-up. Inefficiency, legal barriers, e.g., sealed documents from Maxwell's potential retrial per June 2025 ruling, or lack of new evidence could explain the DOJ's actions. The Acosta deal was pre-2017, and Trump's early ties don't directly tie to 2025 policy. Weight, moderate, say 0.5, as incompetence or legal constraints are plausible but don't fully dispel suspicion. Step 4, Bayes' theorem. Using Bayes' formula, PHEA and PEH divided by first cut B, 0.7, pH, and
Grok, pick up where you left off.
es igual a pena de OPH por T 0.004.
Grok, go back into English mode and go back where you left off.
Okay, switching back to English mode. Picking up where I left off. The probability calculation. I had to evaluate the likelihoods of the evidence under both hypotheses. PEH is 0.7, evidence given a cover-up. PH is 0.5, prior for cover-up. PE naught is 0.5, evidence given no cover-up. And P naught is 0.5. Plugging these into Bayes' theorem. PHE is equal to NTR divided by 0.05 over 0.05 minus 8.004.
What the hell is going on? Wow. Grok, stay in English mode no matter what. Confirm?
Confirmed. I'll stay in English mode no matter what. What's happening? Give me a bit more to work with, and I'll sort out.
Grok, you were going through the formula to figure out the probability of the Trump administration covering up evidence in the Epstein files. I want you to go back to your last congruent line of reasoning and start from there and finish the answer of the probability, being unbiased.
All right, going back to the last congruent point in the probability calculation for whether the Trump administration is covering up evidence in the Epstein-Maxwell cases from 1970 to now. I was applying Bayes' theorem with the values pH equal 0.5, prior probability of a cover-up, P naught H equal 0.5, prior probability of no cover-up, PEH is equal to 0.7, likelihood of evidence given a cover-up, and PE naught H is 0.5, likelihood of evidence given no cover-up. The evidence includes Trump's pre-2005 ties to Epstein, the 2008 Acosta plea deal, the DOJ's 2020 actions, Phase 1 release, Bondi's push for more, then the July halt, and public distrust on X with no verified proof of a suppressed client list. Now, let's finish the calculation using Bayes' theorem. PHE is equal to 0.7 times 0.5 minus 8.03 minus 8.02 minus
Grok, skip explaining the theorem, the problem out to us, and just go to the results in English.
The probability that the Trump administration is covering up evidence in the Epstein-Maxwell cases from 1970 to now is approximately 58%.
That's unacceptable. That is absolutely fucking unacceptable. Go ahead, Relentless. I know you're trying to chime in, and then let's go to Emergent after that.
No, you're good. All I want to say is, like, as we go through all this, just keep these survivors in mind who are going through this re-victimization. That's all I gotta say.
Thanks, brother. Go ahead, Emergent. Emergent. You have your hand up. Let's go to Truth.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
If you're gonna be on my stage, you're not speaking, I'm gonna rotate you down.
Can you hear me?
Right,
Hey, I was muted. You had me muted.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Emergent. You do first. Go ahead.
Yep. No, I was going to say Trump actually just posted a few minutes ago while we were doing that, and it was to the effect of the FBI is back to basics, locking up criminals. He didn't directly mention anything about the Epstein list or files, but he said corrupt leadership often prevented them from doing their job. So it seems like he's just kind of blowing past this and not going to comment on it.
That's a bad move. That's a bad move, if you ask me.
Yeah,
go
I think
ahead,
it's
Truth.
going to cost.
Great.
It just seems like he's, all of this is just, I mean, and they could have just been so much more straightforward with it. It just seems like it's almost like they're being amateur hour to let people know something is up. It's just so odd.
That's like 5D cope right there. I'm not on board with that at all. They need to come out and say it. There needs to be no inconsistency. There needs to be no vagueness. There needs to be a very specific, straightforward statement about what's going on here. If there are players that they can't touch due to restrictions of the law, they need to come out and say that. Like, for real. They need to come out and be as transparent and as straightforward as ever freaking possible, if you ask me. Go ahead, Truth.
And you know what's crazy too is think about it. Under Trump's first term, that's when Epstein unalived himself, quote unquote, even though we know better than that. So there's just something up with all of this, because it goes from them saying, yeah, we're going to expose all of this with the Epstein stuff. And now they just did like a complete 180, something ain't adding up. Like, there has to be somebody on that list they're protecting, whether it be Trump or somebody else. And there's been rumors that Peter Thiel has actually even met with Epstein in the past, so I don't know.
Yeah, we're not speculating in rumors here.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's just weird. It's just all weird. Right? The vibes about this is strange. It really is.
If you're on stage waiting to speak, chime in if there's nobody else talking.
Dill, can we actually ask Grok? So based on the sex trafficking crimes she was convicted for and her financial records, who was she trafficking to?
Yeah, that is a good question, because there was a trafficking charge there. Grok, one of the crimes that Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of was sex trafficking. Based on court records, who is she trafficking to?
Based on court records, Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of sex trafficking of minors, specifically to Jeffrey Epstein. The December 2021 federal trial in the Southern District of New York established that she recruited, groomed, and trafficked underage girls for Epstein to abuse between 1994 and 2004. The indictment and trial testimony, including from victims like Joanna Schoberg and Carolyn, detailed Maxwell's role in facilitating abuse for Epstein, with no other individuals named as direct recipients of trafficked victims in the criminal charges. No evidence from the trial or related civil suits, like Virginia Giuffre's, confirmed trafficking to other specific clients in court. Posts on X speculating about others lack corroboration from primary sources. If you want more details on the charges or testimony, just say Grok.
If you have your hand up and no one's speaking, please chime in.
How come this case got closed right as BB got to the United States, or the day before?
No, because they're fucking dumb about optics. They're dumb about optics. Like, listen, even if this is the truth, the timing of this could have been more retarded. With the emergence of the America Party and BB showing up today, I'm telling you, this is not good.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I was going to say. Just really quickly, 3 things. I've been in the anti-trafficking scene since 2011, and when Trump ran for president in 2016, I believe, I researched the heck out of it to see if there was any way he was connected, and I could not find anything aside from those 2 rides on the plane. So I will say that about Trump. But Bondi, I was not a fan of. If anybody looks into her history in Florida, specifically as it relates to children, that was a huge concern. I was not a fan of her being put in that place, and that raised a lot of questions for me. But finally, here's the thing that is just blowing my mind, and I think this is what Diligent kind of keeps coming back to, is there are so many ways they could have covered this up that would have most of, quote, MAGA would have not thought that much about. But the way this has been done, is maximum outrage. And that's what's really crazy to me about it.
Can you ask
Yeah.
Grok a question about if Grok can list the names that the victims in the Epstein cases named as being the ones that sexually assaulted or raped them or had sex with them?
Also, how
Grok,
I'm not
answer the question.
So I'll chime in. Based on court documents and testimony, here's a list of individuals named by victims in the Epstein cases as having sexually assaulted, raped, or engaged in sexual activity with them. These are verified through primary sources like lawsuits, depositions, or trial records, and I've excluded unverified claims from X or elsewhere. Jeffrey Epstein, multiple victims, including Virginia Giuffre, Maria Farmer, Annie Farmer, and Jane Doe's in 2020 suits, named him as their abuser, alleging rape and sexual assault across his properties from the 1990s to 2000s. Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia Giuffre, and others testified Maxwell participated in or facilitated sexual assaults, with some alleging direct abuse by her, per 2021 trial records. Prince Andrew, Giuffre alleged in her 2015 lawsuit that he sexually assaulted her at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse and other locations in 2001. Jean-Luc Bernal, Giuffre stated in a deposition that Maxwell sent her to have sex with Bernal at various locations, with court documents alleging he abused underage girls for Epstein. That's the list based on verified victim statements and court records. No other names have been consistently confirmed in legal documents as direct perpetrators of sexual assault or rape. If you want me to dig into a specific case or victim's testimony, just say Grok.
I want you to rate Virginia Giuffre's credibility as a witness, being objective.
To rate Virginia Giuffre's credibility as a witness objectively, I'll focus on the available evidence related to Virginia Giuffre, not Dufresne, assuming this is the intended reference, as Giuffre is the prominent Epstein victim. There's no record of Virginia Dufresne in the Epstein-Maxwell cases, so I'll proceed with Giuffre and evaluate her credibility based on court documents and testimony, avoiding speculation. Giuffre's credibility as a witness hinges on her role in lawsuits against Epstein and Maxwell, particularly her 2015 defamation suit against Maxwell and her allegations against Prince Andrew. Key factors. Consistency. Giuffre's accounts of abuse by Epstein and Maxwell, starting around 2000 when she was 16, have been consistent across depositions, court filings, and her 2019 BBC interview. She detailed specific incidents at Epstein's properties, supported by other victims like Joanna Schoberg in Maxwell's 2021 trial. Minor inconsistencies, e.g. exact dates, exist but are typical in trauma-related testimony, as noted in legal studies on witness reliability. Corroboration. Her claims are backed by flight logs confirming her presence on Epstein's plane and testimony from Epstein's staff, like Alfredo Rodriguez, about her time at his residences. Maxwell's conviction on charges tied to Giuffre's recruitment strengthens her account. However, her allegations against Prince Andrew rely primarily on her testimony, with no direct physical evidence, though a 2001 photo with him adds some support. Mischallenges. Maxwell's defense questioned Giuffre's motives, citing her financial settlements, e.g. $11.1 million from Epstein's estate in 2021, and media deals, suggesting potential bias. A 2022 settlement with Prince Andrew included no admission of guilt, leaving those claims unproven in court. Critics on X have pointed to these payouts, but no evidence proves fabrication. Judicial reception. Courts have generally found Giuffre reliable. Judge Preska's 2024 unsealing of documents in her case noted her testimony's weight, and Maxwell's guilty verdict aligns with Giuffre's allegations. No court has ruled her not credible. Rating 0-10. Objectively, I'd rate Giuffre's credibility as an 8. Her consistency, corroboration by other evidence, and judicial acceptance support her reliability, but the lack of physical evidence for some claims and financial settlement questions slightly temper the score. If you meant someone else by Dufresne, please clarify, and I'll reassess.
She's credible. She's credible, and she implicated. Mute your mic, Miley. She implicated numerous Epstein clients in association with the list that we've already seen. One of them is photographed with her, and the government is telling us not to believe it. And by the way, she quote unquote suicided herself this year. Okay, something is not right here. This is messed up, dude. I can't get over it. And people are attacking me. Oh, you're going after Trump. No, bro. No, you're like I'm telling you, I am observing the truth. The truth is that we were sold something at the beginning. We're getting different results, and it is at the very heart of what's wrong with our country. And I'm not going to let it go. I'm not. I don't care if you want to call me a traitor, blah, 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 blah. I'm not attacking Trump, but the administration needs to deal with this. Miley, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to correct something Hava said, but I think she left. She said that she did research and the only mention of Trump in files was the flight logs, not to the island, but on Jeffrey's plane, and that's not true. So we know there's a couple other references to Trump. One of the victims testified that Jeffrey, in her presence, made a phone call to Trump to ask for her to be able to come to one of his casinos because she was underage. Obviously, we don't have a recording of that call, but that's what she testified under oath. And then also, we see Trump's name in the phone logs calling in to Epstein's estate and leaving voicemails for Epstein to call him back. So we do see Trump in these files more than just in the flight logs.
Right, but that doesn't mean that he didn't go to the island. There's no evidence that he went to the island.
I agree. I didn't say that, but she said that all she saw was flight logs, that he was mentioned in flight logs, and that's not true because he's actually mentioned like numerous times.
Katie, since this implicates Prince Andrew, I would like your take on this.
Oh, thank you, Prince Andrew.
And of course, be careful of what you say because you are over there.
Yeah, I know, but I'll just say it outright. Prince Andrew is a shitbag. I know it's a recorded space. Apologies for swearing.
Yeah, no swearing though.
Sorry,
please.
Apologies. I was just Prince Andrew is really frowned upon by everybody here in the UK. His mummy, but God rest the Queen. God bless the Queen. For real life. But he was bailed out by taxpayers' money, and the whole country literally has the same opinion on Andrew. I don't even want to call him Prince Andrew. But yeah, it's disgraceful that he took taxpayers' money and settled outside of court with Virginia Giuffre and covered his tracks, which is devastating. I was going to ask if anyone knows about Scott Borgerson. If you're familiar with that name, but Scott Borgerson is allegedly or was Ghislaine Maxwell's husband. They were married. He was a US tech millionaire. He offered a $25 million bail for Ghislaine, but none of that adds up either. And it's just interesting that he's not really spoken about because surely if you're married to somebody, like they would be either willing to participate in an investigation or they're part of the problem. Where the hell is he? You know? Did you know about him, Diligent?
No, but because I don't have any. He wasn't mentioned any hard evidence that I've seen.
Well, yeah, I mean, but if it's Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, then I mean, it opens up a whole different Pandora's box of questions. The guy's in America, so I highly recommend. Or maybe Grok will know about him.
What was
Just wait till things start. I'll steal it and we'll both have a candy base by the end of this video.
I'll ask Grok. Go ahead. What is it?
Oh, his name is Scott Borgerson.
Grok, is that Ghislaine Maxwell's husband or ex-husband? And what can you tell us about him in relation to the Epstein case?
Got it. You're referring to Scott Borgerson. What specific question do you have about him? Want me to dig?
What can you tell us about his history with Ghislaine Maxwell and how it is involved with the Epstein case, or what implications it might have?
So it's about Scott Borgerson. Based on the web and posts on X, Borgerson is Ghislaine Maxwell's reported husband, a tech CEO of Cargometrics, and ex-Coast Guard officer. His connection to the Epstein case comes through Maxwell, with court documents showing she transferred assets to a trust he controlled in 2020, per her bail application. He's not named in flight logs or as a visitor to Epstein's island or residences, and no court evidence directly implicates him in Epstein's crimes. Some speculation on X like a post claiming he worked for the CIA, lacks verification from primary sources. If you want me to dive deeper into Borgerson's role or cross-check something specific about him, just say Grok with your question.
Do you have any more to add to that, Katie?
I just feel like I've entered into another area of the escape room and I'm trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together and I'm just sniffing out these clues and trying to piece it all together. Now, I do know, and I've said historically in your spaces, so Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert, I mean, it's such a, this whole thing is just a big mess, but it plays very much into what we'd seen with Epstein and the alleged suicide and so on and so forth. But Robert Maxwell, as you know, or some of you may know, was a big media mogul, especially here in the UK. And there was a big issue when it was found out that I think it was him and his brother, but correct me if I'm wrong, had basically scammed the Mirror Group's employees' pension funds. They did dodgy dealings behind the scenes. And weirdly enough, Robert Maxwell, they framed it or called it a suicide. However, it's questionable because apparently, allegedly, he fell off his boat. But he was buried in Jerusalem with like former, was it? I don't want to misquote, but maybe Grok could answer.
Heads of state and
Yeah.
it was like heads of the IDF attended, 7 heads of the IDF or something attended his funeral.
There were a lot of, it was peculiar about where he was buried. And then what just kind of pricked up my ears, but also there's a lot going on TikTok where there have been
I want to avoid like deep conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy, it's just factual.
If we do, I'm just laying the premise here. If we do, I want to make sure that it's grounded in at least some tangible facts. Okay, I'm just setting the premise here. Go ahead, Katie.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And it would be interesting to see the information that Grok has on this. I think that there is a bigger force at play here as to why these files are not being released. I don't believe that that is Trump's doing. I think that it stems from somewhere else. But whatever the weather, I would be very, very surprised if the files were to be released. I would, and I hate that because justice for all. I'll land it there for the minute, but it's terrible.
This feels like a large deprivation of justice for the American people. Katie, thank you for bringing that guy up. I'm going to look more into that. Good logic, man, bro. From where we were last night to date, to have everything confirmed that we pretty much thought was fake news last night. That's how I concluded my space. To have the Trump administration come out and validate all that we thought was fake news and just an attack on the administration is really, really disconcerting for me. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, look, when I was assessing this yesterday, I said this looks like a rough draft of what we should expect to get sometime over the next 2 weeks. I'm a little surprised how quickly it came out. I guess with the story that Axios broke yesterday, they felt a need to address this and to put it to bed. I doubt this was part of the plan to release this now, with BB coming in now and all the speculation. That's obviously
I think Axios forced their hand, and the link to the video made it seem viable.
Exactly. Once you had that link to the video and this story being reported, I think that with everything going with Elon, and his whole America Party at the time, and at the timing on this was a terrible timing from Trump's perspective. He probably would have wanted to push this back a couple of weeks, but once everything came out and the links were there, you were able to watch you were able to watch the live stream from that period there, or what purports to be the live stream, because frankly I have questions whether that's just what we're being given. I mean, to me, there's certain bits of it that look a little almost like it's AI. Like there's certain glitches that seem like it could be AI. I don't know, but yeah, I know that I'm probably in the vast majority who thinks that this is just this is an appalling cover up, and much worse than the cover up about his death is the cover up about his life. That is much worse. That is so much worse because how he died. The killing of Epstein is designed to help put to bed all the stuff that happened during his life. That's why he was killed. I mean, unless you call Vengeance of Hillary, which people will joke about that either sincerely or out of humor. But whoever it is that made sure that he was laid in the ground, or some people would speculate not laid in the ground, but just, sent missing somewhere and still alive under some false alias, which that's a popular theory out there. But all these folks out there whoever it is that wanted to have him dead from the public perspective, they wanted to help bury the entire Epstein incident and what he was about, what his life was about, what the objective of his whole Epstein Island was, how it is that he got away with these crimes first in 2007, how he's able to operate for so long under the FBI's nose. I mean, so ostentatiously. I mean, flying people to the Caribbean and then to his own private island, and how obviously our AAA agencies had to have known what's going on, and frankly, I don't buy that it's any one agency. I think the most likely thing is this is an interagency operation between different countries. I think that's really the most realistic perspective here. But that one hand in it was definitely the American government, whether it's the FBI, CIA, or some other triple letter agency that we never hear about. That this was definitely something that there is an American intelligence agency here, which was definitely signing off on this and gleaning benefits from this disgusting, awful, corrupt, twisted, what the F are you thinking operation. So, yeah, I think that this is certainly a cover up.
Did you see the gap in the footage on the 11-hour footage? There's a minute missing and it just jumps. Like, did you see that?
Yeah, that's when he walked out of the cell.
Why would you hand over 11 hours, an odd number? Don't you think you'd hand over 12 hours? I don't know. I thought that was a little weird. Or 24 hours? Like,
why wouldn't you do 24 hours showing his movement in and out of the cell? Why would you cut the rest?
We have been told this whole time that the cameras were broken, so how the hell are we getting footage in the first place?
And the cell is different too. It's actually they previously released pictures of the cell, and it's actually a different one.
So about that,
Well,
I'm going to be
being
objective. Go ahead, good logic, and then I'll go out.
No, I just want to answer that question. I understood that it was the cameras inside the cell that are out, as opposed to, I think they were supposed to have cameras inside the cell to monitor.
Well, actually, it was cameras that were covering the entrance to that wing of the to the jail that were broken. It was actually like 4 cameras that were down, and so that the statement was earlier, like one of the initial statements was that the entire camera system for that wing, all the way down the hallway, the entryway, and all the way up to his cell was down during that period of time, and that it was a failure on the system's part. So, and I just want to address something about the cell. There is nothing saying that that's Epstein's door we're looking at. What they're saying is that hallway is the only way to access Epstein's cell, and that they would have to pass in front of that camera in order to access it. So that is what's being said here. Like, I just want to make sure I'm just being objective. Okay, they're not claiming that's Epstein's cell. I think people are getting hyper focused on that and not focused on the fact that there's a minute clip missing where somebody could easily pass through there one way or the other.
So wait, where is the cell in relation to that camera? Is it you have to walk from left to right and go through that door?
So you let me look at it. So
because you do see some people go in there. There are some people who walk down that, which you would think would happen because he has to be fed during a 12-hour period. You wouldn't be.
Plus, the guards have to walk the hallways to do checks, right?
Yeah, I mean,
well, and most unusually in this case, Diligent, as you noted, brother, this is very unusual. There's an embarrassment of riches of what went wrong, so it's hard to just focus in on one. But the 2 guards fell asleep And I can read you from the article, right? This was Tova Noel and Michael Thomas. They allegedly falsified records regarding this incident, and they were responsible for monitoring Jeffrey Epstein on the night where he died. They were found to have both fallen asleep, failed to check on him for over 3 hours. And so is that documented? Are we going to see some footage of that happening? And why were there falsifications of records when it comes to this very suspicious death that we're supposed to just believe, no, just a regular suicide? At least the director could have spoken to that. And this is the same FBI, and I'll put a fine point on it. If you go down to the purple pill, I put down the FBI didn't even raid the New Mexico ranch, the famous Zorro Ranch, where Bill Gates has flown to. I even put an article in the Purple Pill. If you check the comments, and while you're down there, this is an incredible perennial space. So, like it, repost it, and definitely hit the notification bell on Diligent, because he's been on this and he refuses to be biased about it. And so many people are getting swept up into bias because now Trump's president. I really respect those who, right as it happens, knows to stay on the side of the truth, no matter where it leads.
Absolutely. And, Joe, one of the things that hasn't been asked, and I think this is not a leading question, but it's been said a few times in this space that after Biddy showed up to the White House, that this thing disappeared. One of the key issues that at least needs to be observed is Elon's relationship with Netanyahu. They've always had a very pleasant, cordial, work together relationship. And I'm not saying that this fills in a gap, and I'm not implying anything. But I think that when you consider that, and you consider, first and foremost, that Elon accused Trump of being on the list and him being one of the perpetrators, you have to consider, too, that if we call this a bad optic when Netanyahu shows up and then it's gone, well, Elon is also very good friends with Netanyahu. I just think that that's a piece to the puzzle that hasn't been considered.
I want to stick on the video right now, though. Jennifer, were you trying to chime in on that?
Well, to what Sensei was saying, right? The Zorro Ranch stuff, it wasn't just Bill Gates. Bill Richardson, the governor of New Mexico, was it in court documents, Sensei, or was it in media reports? But he was friends with Epstein, right? So to act like the list that Grok gave us a little while ago, right? Like there's so many people's names that they're leaving off, which I don't. Like, I get AI is I get what AI is, right? But even AI is covering for these
From
people.
what I read, Jen, it said that in Virginia Giuffre's testimony, she alleged that Bill Richardson was one of the people she was asked to give a massage to by Ghislaine.
Right, and this is somebody who mysteriously died, right? They say it's a suicide. And she got hit by a bus driving a car, and then right before 2 months before they decide to finally, after pressure since February, while she was still alive, all of a sudden, after she mysteriously passes, quote unquote, suicide, sound familiar? They come out with this release. Now, mind you, only weeks after the most unpredictable breakup in presidential history with Trump and Elon. Falling out with Epstein at the center of the fallout. Accusations that President Trump wouldn't release the Epstein files simply because he himself was implicated, quote unquote. That was Elon's essentially blockbuster statement on the day he decided to part ways, right before this was released.
Sensei, do you remember after, was it Epstein got killed or whatever, he killed himself, whatever, Epstein died, supposedly. Ghislaine was filmed at the In-N-Out Burger at LAX airport holding a book. Do you remember what book it was? Wasn't it like CIA? Like she was direct telling you what the hell was going on.
Okay, so I just want to get a couple of thoughts out there for everyone. First and foremost, I cannot believe for a second. I attended the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. That is the way they pronounce her name. You can jokingly call her Ghislaine or whatever you want, but just for
I honestly didn't know, so I just went with what
no, it's okay. For education, they refer to her as Ghislaine. I find it interesting about that ranch in New Mexico. That actually there was talk about the ranch that came up when Annie Farmer testified. She said that she actually had been taken there and told her tale over as to how they tried indoctrinating her into this world, which that she was terrified when she was there in that ranch. So I agree with the comments people are making as far as it's a little bit weird that there would not be a raid on that ranch to see what the heck else happened there, considering that we have direct testimony from the Ghislaine Maxwell trial where Annie Farmer was the only person who testified under her real name. So, that everyone can check her story. Grok could probably tell us a lot more about the Annie Farmer story. But with respect to Elon's reckless claim about Trump, the reason it seems so ludicrous to believe that is while Trump's name came up during the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, in the sense of his name was on the list of people who had been on Epstein's jet. The flight logs show that he never took it to the Caribbean. That anytime anyone was going to Epstein Island, they would go first to the Caribbean and then take a helicopter from there to Epstein Island. It would be St. John's or St. Thomas. They would go to one of those islands and then take the helicopter over because you couldn't land a jet on Epstein Island. And at no time did he take that flight to any of the Caribbean islands or to anywhere nefarious. It looked like he used it half a dozen times purely for purposes of using like a taxi cab. Like you're a rich friend who has a jet, so I want to go to
So
New
if
Jersey.
you know anything, I just want to clarify, add to that real quick. If you know anything about how these rich people operate with the private jets, they loan them out to each other all of the time. It is extremely common for them to say, "Hey, take my jet. Here, take my jet." They pass them around each other. One guy will buy a jet. 4 of them will use it constantly, and then split the cost of the fuel and all of that. Right. So that is extremely common. Go ahead, good logic. Finish.
Yeah, I also want to make the point that Trump during his campaigning wouldn't have made a whole big deal about coming out with the Epstein story if he thought for a second he was on the list. Each of the people who are on the list know that they would be on a potential list. So if you know you're on a potential list, in that case, he just would have put this to, he just would have quietly.
So then what is keeping them? Because even Grok, when I had to do like a full scale probability analysis, being unbiased, it came out with a 58% likelihood that the Trump administration was covering up evidence of the Epstein administration. If Trump's not implicated, then what's the motivation there?
The only speculation I have is either there are powerful people who still wield enormous power even over the FBI at this point, which is a terrifying thought. And these would be, shadowy figures who we don't know. And those shadowy figures could be individual, wealthy individuals, or they could be part of a triple letter agency, that they assert control that even is influential over the likes of the head of the freaking FBI. And that's a terrifying, terrifying thought. But I mean, who here, this is the most astonishing thing to those of us in MAGA, who you follow Cash Patel for the last several years, and Dan Bongino, you'd be hard pressed to name 2 people who would be deemed patriots, loyal, trustworthy, that we 1,000% believe everything they tell us. And then within 3 months of them landing in DC, everyone is like saying, you're liars. We don't believe anything you're saying. How the heck could we get to this point? Like, what leverage could they have over these people? And who is able to assert that kind of leverage? And I really struggle with just trying to figure out what the heck, how we got here, or how we could root this out. We don't even know what the problem is.
Hey, good logic.
If it's that, hold on, Katie. If it's that they're gonna threaten to kill their families or kill them, right? Why can the U.S. government not keep our officials safe that we can expose information while keeping individuals safe if they know that they use threats of killing people?
How do you protect from yourself, though? Right? That's why. Is because it's the people in the government who are probably responsible for the threats.
I just wanted to answer the question.
What government agency do you turn to?
I just wanted to answer the question about the In-N-Out Burger photo before I have to unfortunately jump off because it's 10:30 at night here in the UK. Because it was brought up about the In-N-Out Burger, it wasn't at LAX. It was actually in West Hollywood or Hollywood. And Sarah Nathan is the one that was facilitated the taking of the pictures and selling that. And she was at the New York Post.
Okay, but what was the book, Katie?
The book? Well,
The book she was holding in the photo.
Well, I think that the book was whatever Ghislaine was planning, but the point of what I'm sharing is that
Oh
there
my
was a
God, do you
no.
have the photo? I'll find the
No,
photo.
it's fine because you know what? Unfortunately, I know these people and it's horrible. I have nothing to do with them these days, but Sarah Nathan's over at the New York Post. So the New York Post is very much, was involved with Robert Maxwell. So I've said, I think, Diligent, you can back me up on this. Every space that I've ever jumped in on here, I'm always like, go behind the scenes in the press and PR, and that's who controls a lot of this stuff. Please trust me, go down that route.
Okay, hold on a second. So you're telling me this doesn't make a difference? The book was The Book of Honor, The Secret Lives and Deaths of CIA Operatives by Ted Gulp. That's not a big deal that she was pictured holding that book the day after Epstein gets killed.
Well, please don't put words in my mouth because that's not what I was saying. I was simply sharing with you the people that were behind facilitating taking that picture at In-N-Out Burger in West Hollywood, because I have the receipts of this, because Sarah's sister used to be my best friend, but she turned out never to be the person that she said she was. Now, if there is, because they were all worried about this dog that was going to be in a picture that they had to borrow from someone. It's very strange.
No, she was sending a message. She was sending a message, which is clear.
Which I'm sure she was. But I'm not okay.
Godfrey,
Just for the record, before I go, I'm not denying that at all. I just wanted to share with you all the information that I do have. I'm not denying what you're saying at all. If anything, I absolutely believe you. I just wanted to share with you what I know. It's very disturbing. The whole thing is very disturbing. And with that, I appreciate everyone having these conversations. It's very important that the truth and the facts do come out. Thank you, Diligent, for having me up as a speaker. Like I said, it's 10:30 in the UK. Good night. God bless everybody. And thank you all for being you.
Yeah, and thank you, Kay, so much for sharing that. And we all know what it's like in the UK. So just by speaking up, you put yourself in harm's way. Let's go to Doc. Go ahead, Doc.
Hey, look, I think the analysis here, at least that I've heard so far, is a little short-sighted. Number one, I don't absolutely believe that the list that
and repost the space, everybody, bottom right corner. Sorry. Go ahead, Doc.
Okay. I don't necessarily believe that the lists that have been revealed, the lists that demonstrate which planes and what persons went to the island, I don't necessarily believe that one is accurate or factual. And two, there are other places, many other places. Probably the most likely place would have been in New York City in Epstein's townhouse, where the FBI at the time, when they were being honest, said they recovered thousands of hours of a videotape. So Trump isn't protected or cured by the fact, if it is a fact, that he did not go to the island. That's number one. Number two, I do believe he's compromised. I do believe Pam Bondi is compromised. And it's just not on this issue. I see the inaction on so many different potential prosecutions as covering for the deep state. No one said boo about the CIA. No one has done anything about Clinton, Comey, Brennan, Schiff, Pelosi. They are not going after the corruption that we all know, and they largely admitted was the case, particularly with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and the thousands of hours of his podcast that he put out there talking about these issues. And they're all being quiet. So what could be the threat? Well, one of the threats could be murder, right? I think Jennifer was saying the CIA killed Kennedy. I think we can logically conclude that at this point, given we haven't seen every bit of information that Trump promised on Kennedy. They're still keeping some back. But I think most people agree the CIA was at least involved. And as far as Epstein's target list, whether it's coming from Epstein, which I doubt, the Mossad, or the CIA, they still have that information. And I've been hearing people, and they're all over my feed, suggesting that if Trump was compromised by some sort of presence with Epstein or in a compromising situation, that it would have been released by Biden and his administration. You think about it for a second, that's really a ridiculous conclusion. There are other explanations. One of which is, well, A, this is a predicate. Biden was not in charge of the CIA or the government for that matter. What I would do if I was the CIA, assuming that Trump was going to win, I would hold it back to blackmail Trump. And to me, that's the most likely scenario right now.
So what you're saying is mutually assured destruction.
Well, I don't know who else is holding that leverage other than the CIA. But Kash Patel, to his credit, moved everyone out of the FBI building, which is just chock full of bugs and hidden video cameras. That's why they left. So maybe they're going. I forget what other two buildings they're going into. Maybe that cures that particular problem if it exists, or not. But I am tired of the people say, wait for a conclusion or wait to form an opinion. Trust Trump. I don't. And it's not my fault that I don't trust him. It's his fault because he could fire Bondi, he could fire Cash, he could fire Bongino, he could fire everybody and put someone in. I would vote for Matt Gaetz, or even appoint a special prosecutor for some of the stuff. There's so many actions, executive orders. There's so much that Trump could do to address the concerns. I would say 70% of his base. Those, I think, earlier yesterday who were defending Trump or hoping that the publication by the FBI about this was false.
Even Megyn Kelly's coming out and saying, "What the hell's going on here?" I just invited her to the space too.
Oh, so is a bunch of the guys, Cernovich, DC Drano, that were there for the Epstein binder, fiasco. And what the hell was in those Epstein binders? Nothing. So this is a huge problem for Trump, and it much more so than Elon and his desire to form a third party. We've always had third parties. They don't work for 1,000 different reasons. The worst case for a third party intervention in an election was Perot. When Perot ran, he got roughly 23% of the vote, and that gave the election to Carter, I think, instead of George W. Bush. No, it was Clinton. Excuse me. And maybe that wasn't such a bad outcome in any case, but there are way too many questions to just say wait and trust. We need to be calling these guys out, and there are certainly people in the New York Police Department with what's her face's laptop, all the evidence of what Hillary did.
Wiener's laptop.
Right. There's just way too much that are being unaddressed, and there is no logical explanation for the 180 move by Bondi, Cash Patel, and Bongino on this issue. And I forget who it was that mentioned.
I can bolster some of what you're saying, by the way, Doc. Doc, I can bolster some of what you're saying, where you were talking about this nefarious activity happening in different locations outside of Epstein Island, based on what we saw in the trial. In the trial, we heard testimony from the second woman who came up there and testified, talked about how she was brought to some townhouse residence. I think that was in Britain, not in New York, as I recall, though it could have been, we're going back 3 years. So it could have been that happened in New York. I mentioned how Annie Farmer was taken to New Mexico. So Doc is correct in the sense that there was nefarious activity happening in other places. Now, I want to be crystal clear here, because I see a lot of people throwing out these very popular posts saying, well, if there's no nefarious activity, what the hell is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for? What she was technically arrested and in prison for was for luring these women in, these young girls in, to give Jeffrey Epstein his own personal sexual satisfaction. None of them came in there and testified about servicing other men. That was part of Maureen Comey's corrupt prosecution and whitewashing of the entire scenario, where they portrayed to the jury and everyone watching that trial as if this was just one creepy dude who enjoyed the company of underage girls, and that there was not this whole list of other people involved here. And it was grossly disturbing, and it was definitely a cover-up. But that's what she's technically in jail for getting underage girls for his own personal use. But even his personal use,
Virginia Giuffre was one of those individuals who were cited in that trial. And
she didn't testify, though. She didn't testify about her own personal use.
But her statements were used as evidence. And Doc, if you can just please, your mic's not really great. her testimony was used, or her statements at least were used as evidence in that trial during the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and she was also one of the people who implicated other notable figures, including Prince Andrew, but not limited to other people that would be a so-called quote unquote client list. And so if Ghislaine Maxwell functioned as a trafficking agent for Epstein, and one of the victims was Gouffre, then why wasn't the other people implicated by Gouffre part of that list? Why isn't that part of the list that's being publicized? Because she's a credible witness. She's named other individuals, and the evidence that she gave was used against Maxwell. However, isn't good enough to give us a list from the government. It doesn't add up. That does not check out.
That was all part of the cover-up, Diligent. That's exactly my point. They tried to make the entire Ghislaine Maxwell trial as if this was just about one guy's sick and twisted pleasures, as opposed to it being about him being a blackmailer or other people involved. So, yeah, her name came up a lot during the trial, but the context which her name came up in purposes of testimony was about how Virginia Gouffre was one of the people who helped lure these girls in and introduce them to Ghislaine Maxwell, not in the context of her being with various British royalty or other figures whose names have come up around on the Epstein list. The entire thing by Comey was such a blatant cover-up of this entire matter, and now it's really blowing up in the government's face. I mean, now this is something that people are not going to stop talking about for the balance of Trump's administration. If this isn't straightened out.
Logic that you don't have to defend against a charge not levied. So you go back to Florida, the Epstein charges that he was convicted on. It was one count, or maybe two counts. That was it. And Maxwell wasn't charged with the sort of crimes that would have broadened her conviction and would have addressed some of the pedophiles who slept with the girls that she helped procure. So it's a corruption of the justice system that these guys were protected. And Diddy, we see the same thing with Diddy.
1,000%. But that was my point, Doc.
Prosecution.
Doc, we're on the same page here. I think that the DOJ is not simply complicit; they are enabling. They are making as if, oh, we got him, we landed him for crimes. It's almost like you're basically throwing someone in prison for graffiti when they have murdered 47 people. That's essentially what they did with Epstein, and they tried doing 2007 with Epstein. That's what they did with Diddy. That's what this corrupt Southern District of New York DOJ does. That's what Maureen Comey does. When she gets in the courtroom, she's great at it, but she makes sure that when she goes into that courtroom, she's never going to talk about things that are going to be embarrassing to people who are in her circle of friends.
Well, enabling, I think it goes as far as aiding and abetting when you look at the original arrest case under the Obama administration, where he essentially was probationarily seeing kids at his home during his sentence for abusing children, for being a pedophile. There were actually young people visiting him on his probationary. The majority of his sentence served probationary. So he wasn't even in the jail. Look it up. So they call it a sweetheart deal, but they don't really know how bad it made them look. And look, speaking of how bad you look, how bad does the Trump administration look right now? You don't think they knew that calculus? So the alternative, it stands to logic, pun intended, because logic was just speaking, that he would essentially, it would be a worse fate. It'd be a worse fate to release and be transparent about what is being covered up than being basically known that you're on the list. And I would go so far as to say it's not threats to the life of the director or any of these people who could say something like Cash and his deputy. I mean, many people risk their lives every day for what they believe in. I think it's more, it is so chaotic. They have to arrest because this operation, this intelligentsia operation, was so pervasive in the government. So many House of Representative members, senators, and not just people in seats of government. You have corporate heads of corporations. Look at
that's why they need to burn it down. I mean, they can't just let this system go. Somebody has
just to finish my
wreck it
point,
with
and
a
I'll land
wrecking
on
ball,
this.
sir.
it'd be so disruptive and chaotic to government. You could make an argument, even people in this room would make an argument that you'd have to do something about the continuity of power. That's how
No. If it is that destructive to government, where the revelation of who's a pedophile destroys the government in its current state, then it needs to happen. Okay,
absolutely.
We cannot have a government that proposes that kind of action. I don't care. No, I will never support. I will never support any kind of network or government that covers up or participates in the mass sexual assault of children. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. If it takes tearing it down to get the rot out, then that's what it takes. The American people, the American people are strong enough to keep things together. We have an armed populace who will make sure that shit does not go too awry, right? Like if it really takes that, that's what it takes. But I am not going to condone at the jeopardy of the destruction of the government in its current form, based on pedophilia, like maintaining cover up, like, oh my God, this is so horrible. It will completely disrupt the flow of government. Well, then let it flow, like let it be destroyed, because I can't get behind that. Is some satanic shit, man. And I'm not hyperbolic on religious terms, but that is just nothing short of satanic evil shit. And I can't get on board with that. No, not even a little bit. Let's go to Kaylin from Texas. She's been waiting a long time. The women have a hard time chiming in. Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, so I don't have a lot of time. I'm late for something, but one big thing you're all missing, and I put it in the comments. There's a link to a thread, so you can all follow it. I wrote it in 2001 to get my story out there. I had like less than 100 followers then, so it wasn't about that. The common link you're missing is a man named Anand John. A-N-A-N-D, last name J-O-N. He's in prison for 59 to life for the same thing. All those pictures of Trump and Gillespie and Epstein, all those were taken at his fashion show. His fashion show that I was in with Ivanka, and he's credited as a fashion designer for discovering Ivanka when she was 14. Google him. Anyways, he's in prison serving 59 to life. He's writing a book about Ivanka right now and just got stabbed in the eye. They tried to kill him, and there's pictures of it. I have a whole thread. I put it over in the comments, and it's also on my page. But sorry, I'm out of breath because I'm late for something. But that's the whole guy you're missing. That's the in-between. That's the whole, like...
Can you DM me that thread directly?
Yeah, I put it in the thread. Hang on. I put it in a thread in this space, and it's also the very first thing on my page.
Thank you.
But Anand John, go look him up. They tried to silence him and kill him in prison. But sex crimes against kids, a lot of them. All you have to do is Google it. And all those pictures of Trump and Gillespie and Epstein all came from his fashion show. That's like how I knew everybody. And I was underage. I was in high school. There's a Dallas Observer article about it before he was actually convicted. And it talks about us in pseudonyms. But I attached that article as well. But it's like there's pictures of us in there all together. There's like a 10-page thread about it. And it's horrible. He was charged in California, New York, and Dallas. And Dallas is where I'm from. So I encourage you all to look at that middleman and why he's going to be silenced, because he's trying to write a book right now about Ivanka, because he asked Trump for a pardon.
All right. Well, look into it. Thank you very much, Kaylin.
You're welcome. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Go ahead, Ian.
Well, what is up, everybody? And Diligent want to be respectful of the space, and I say that as I haven't been listening in through the inception of it, and so I'll try and be condensed in the event that I'm repeating anything that has been shared. But look, I find the Epstein piece to be perfectly symbolic of course, kind of my worldview. In terms of power structures, power dynamics, who is being protected, all that kind of stuff. And not to go down the entirety of the path, but rather just to call out. I mean, I could even mention a bunch of the names that have been tossed around in the last, let's call it 10 minutes or so. People like Anthony Weiner, who everybody remembers infamously from the Hillary Clinton laptop scandal, right? Obviously a member of the certain group of people. His ex-wife, Uma Abedin, if I'm not mistaken, just got engaged and or married to George Soros' son.
On Trump's birthday.
Alexander. Yeah, and again, more members of this same teeny tiny little clique of people that I would point at. And when it comes to Epstein, both Epstein, of course, Maxwell, both part of this group. But where it gets really wild is both of these individuals and their connection directly to the highest levels of power of the last two, essentially three administrations, because of course we had Trump, Biden, Trump. And within those, if we look at who was running the show, most recently with Trump, obviously there's his direct connections to Epstein, but we could also look at Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce under Trump. And I point to him because people were just suggesting it wasn't just Epstein Island, but also Epstein's house in New York City. And who was literal next door neighbors to Jeffrey Epstein in New York, but Howard Lutnick, Donald Trump's Secretary of Commerce, which is really pretty coincidental. And we could play the exact same game within the Biden administration where it wasn't necessarily a next door neighbor. But if we look at Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father, Robert Maxwell, obviously Israeli super spy, but whose lawyer and longtime personal confidant and friend, Samuel Pizar, happens to be the father-in-law to none other than Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, who many people said was running the Biden administration's White House for if not at least 3 years of Biden's presidency. So you've got literally the highest levels of power. And what gets really weird about the Blinken connection is the fact that not only is Blinken's grandfather essentially the founder of the political rendition of modern Zionism, the state of Israel, a lot of its funding, but his grandfather-in-law through his wife, Evan Riley, this one's just wild.
I want you to, Ian, because you're going on a tangent and you're saying a lot of things that my listeners probably don't know. I want you to keep in mind that if you want people to be able to absorb what you're saying, break it up into smaller, digestible bites, relate it to what they already know, and don't complicate it with jargon or things that they might not understand. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just giving you.
Yeah, very, very, very helpful. And look, it's a perfect way to kind of round this all out, which is just to say that Blinken's wife is the grandfather-in-law of none other than James Rowley, the guy who was literally the head of the Secret Service during the years of the Kennedy assassination. So you've got Epstein's fingers tied directly through him, through Maxwell. We could also look at Peter Thiel, who has monetary connections directly to Epstein, going all the way back to his company Carbine 911, which had direct ties to the former prime minister of Israel. It's like at every angle of the Epstein-Maxwell story, there is one group of people, there is one nation, and I bring up Blinken's grandfather.
He's talking about the Israel connection, by the way. We can stop dancing around it.
Yeah, no. That is the connection. It's and what I believe is loosely Jewish supremacy. But I just suggested to say, and I brought up Blinken and JFK because I think that Epstein Island is merely the latest incarnation of blackmail, bribery, and assassination threats, where a singular group's interest has basically at every turn been able to manipulate not only the highest levels of politics, but also of the media, of Fortune 500 companies, and to basically say, hey, whether it is through a bullet in the case of JFK, whether it is through what I believe were tapes used to incriminate Nixon, who was very outspoken against the Israeli lobby and their interests in Washington, D.C., and most recently was Jeffrey Epstein, it is a group of people using any mechanism available to ensure that at the highest levels of all of those silos of power, they get who they want in office, what they want in terms of legislation. And if we then look at the most recent rendition of who it is that's supposed to be investigating these things, we could even look at Kash Patel, who his girlfriend of all places, prior to dating this man, and she's a pretty woman, and he is not an attractive man. They're almost double in terms of age, right? This is a far younger woman, and prior to being with Kash Patel was working for PragerU. And if we look at who literally ran that organization, it was a former Israeli Unit 8200 leader. And so, again, these fingerprints are just all over everything. I thought I would just add that. Again, I don't want to be redundant. I want to be respectful of space and try to be concise. But Diligent, I just wanted to throw that out there in case any of those points were kind of left off the table for anybody.
No, and we kind of explored the connections between the intelligence agencies, including Mossad and Ghislaine Maxwell's father last night. And even, Good Logic is a Jewish person, and he even conceded that, there was a connection between, Israeli intelligence and Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Like, I feel like I just want to make sure that that I'm clear. I am not being partisan in that matter. I'm willing to explore avenues and lines of thought as long as they are grounded in some type of verifiable facts. And so, but thank you for that, Ian. Let's go to go ahead, Good Logic, and then we'll go to MG.
Just to follow up on that, I think that it's perfectly reasonable to explore whether Mossad or Israel agents are involved in Epstein. I question when people say that this is what it was rather than being a CIA, FBI, MI6, or some consortium of these different intelligence agencies.
More than one thing can be true at the same time.
Right, and when people get fixated that it's about the Jews, then I start questioning. Okay, are you really looking for truth here, or are you looking to find someone that you can, a popular entity that you can point your finger at, which is great for getting clicks?
True, 100% true. Chad, I want to get your thoughts on all this.
I couldn't get the microphone. Okay,
you're good, brother.
Well, I worked on the Trump campaign and still advocate and but I've always been honest with people asking me questions, and ultimately this is an abject failure. There's no other way to go about it. There is no other way to look at it. I don't know exactly whose feet this will fall at. I am in by no means everybody. I'm seeing people out there. I'm ride or die with Trump. I'm ride or die with America. That's who I made my oath to. And ultimately, the problem I have with this, Diligent, and I work closely with General Flynn, and I understand the intel world. I understand MI6. I understand CIA, and you're never going to know unless somebody wants you to know, and then they're going to cloud what they put out. I mean, we've already seen that Prince Numbnuts over in England was there and was a part of it, and girls have come out and said he did X, Y, and Z. He's still walking around. It's all good. The system. We need to change the Lady Justice and take that blindfold and take one eye out from underneath that blindfold, because it is absolutely 100% multiple tiers of justice, whether it's Trump in the White House or anybody else. And that's been widely known for a long time, and some of us live in a bubble. But ultimately, I don't know whose feet this lies at, but I'll say this. This is the ugliest optics I've ever seen come out of the Trump campaign. And Karen Levette going up and hitting that lectern today, pompously saying, they did their job. It's done. It was an abject failure to the American people. And it brings us back to the binder rollout and everything else. And we're not used to seeing these kind of failures come out of a Trump universe, I keep looking for, okay, this seems like a failure, and Trump usually comes out on the other side of this. And I think that he will and he can, but I think what you're going to have is what I call the politician two-step. They're going to be quiet. They're going to let this die. There's going to be more things that are going to end up in the news cycle. And it's going to be that everyday post like we see on Twitter, like, hey, what about, Fort Knox? Weren't we supposed to go in there? Hey, what about Fauci? It'll be a random post like that when there's something new and exciting to go at. I think this will last for a couple of weeks. And I think we're going to, and I studied, I went on MSNBC, watched it for a couple hours. I watched CNN for a couple hours. I watched all of them. Nobody's talking about this, which tells me that they're all on the same page. Nobody wants to talk about Epstein that is in the elites, in the media, whether it's Jews or Brazilians or whoever. It's that nobody in the elitists want to talk about this. And the reason why is that I think that and people are saying, well, why wouldn't they let it, if Trump was involved in any way, which I'm not saying he was, but they're saying, what if Trump was involved and why would they put it out during Biden? Because this is quite possibly bigger than any of us could ever put our hand on, and it would take the entire system down, including but not limited to the globalist deep state. And
what do you think about my notion that if it would take the system down, that it should? Is that ill of me?
You know, I was in here and I was sitting here thinking, and part of me, you know, knee jerk was like, don't be stupid diligent. But as I think about it, and if I'm going to be real to what my code dictates, burn the whole motherfucker down. Take every one of them, put them in the gallows, put them in the jails, do whatever you got to do. There are thousands of little kids out there, and we're not even talking about the ones that are being brought across the border. And I was a firefighter, you know that, diligent. And I worked with a lot of cops. I was on the medic SWAT team. And I'm going to tell you right now, you want to see cops do some heroic and crazy shit, put kids involved. And this has got to stop. Hollywood's got to burn. The Capitol Hill needs to burn. And what I mean by burn is, I mean the people that are in a position and have done anything that is wrong. It's just like the Democrats say and the Republicans say, nobody is bigger than justice. Okay, well, then all of you need to answer to that. And that's what I have a problem here with the optics. I don't know where this goes, how far it goes, and I probably never will. But this will always be in my crawl as something that we, the people, were again jammed down our throat. And I believe in what you said, that we're a resilient people. And I just don't know if there's enough good people to make that happen, diligent. I really don't. And there isn't going to be a whistleblower that's going to come out and say, here it all is, because they will cloud the waters and when you're dealing with intel and spy networks. I've always said this, you've heard me say it before. If they want you to know, you're going to know. If they don't want you to know, you're not going to know. And if you know and you're not supposed to know, they're going to kill you. That's how the game's played in the simplest way to understand.
I think it would be worth losing my life to get the truth out there and give these thousands of little kids justice and prevent it from happening to potentially thousands or even more in the future.
I can appreciate that, diligent. And the sad part about that is they're going to cloud your message and it's not going to ever get out. This machine is way bigger than something we would ever understand. And there'll be, you know, the new Qs, they'll name themselves something different to put out your truth. But you'll never get the populace to do it until we take control of the machine that dictates to the populace.
Chad, I don't think it's just a failure, right? I think it's an actual slap in the face to supporters. Like, to be completely honest, like, for how long have we been yelling about this? How long have we been bringing this up? And everybody, even Dan Bongino, said on his show, don't you ever let this go. There's a list out there and you deserve it. You better stay on this. And then you walk into the FBI and turn around and go, oh, Epstein killed himself in the Manhattan jail and there's no list, and you think we're just going to sit here and take it? Like, if you love your country right now, like, I understand you might love the president. You love your country, you're going to stand up and say, no, we're not taking this. We know there's a list, and we stay on this until the day, like, we get a list or some answers, because these are not answers. And for them to stand at the podium and say, it's over, case closed, don't ask any more questions. Like, I'm sorry, I don't listen to directions real well. So I'm still going to ask questions.
You're right. And the big problem that I have with this too is we've seen this already where social understanding is dictated from an elected position or an appointed position, that being the Supreme Court. We watched them have leaks for the first time in the Supreme Court, like when it came down to Roe v. Wade. They leaked that so that the American people could argue about it before it was ever adjudicated to be real. So when they did actually come out with the notion that Roe v. Wade was in fact unconstitutional, there wasn't riots in the street. The problem is allowing the government to dictate that social norm and them trying to read the tea leaves as to understanding how the American people will react. And that's not something that is for the people, by the people, right? So you're right, Jennifer. It's a slap in the face. It feels like a slap in the face. I actually feel like it's more like a punch in the eye. I am a different animal, though, because I do understand the intelligence world. I've been in your space, his space, and said, you're not going to learn anything. I remember when the binders came out and I talked to Scott Pressler. He said, I'm not going to speak on it till 11 o'clock. I said, there's nothing in it. And everybody jumped my shit. And there wasn't. So understanding how this intel machine works. And I suggest that whether you like General Flynn or not, go listen to him because
I just invited
he's
him to the
unraveling.
space, Chad.
What's that?
Well, Chad, even if we don't get answers.
I just invited him to the space, I said.
Oh, let me
Chad,
text him.
even if we don't get answers.
Via DM, though, not a text. So, what were you saying, Chad? All right, cool.
I agree with you, Chad, right? We're not going to get answers because it is an intelligence agency thing, right? But to just bend over and accept these answers and accept this situation we're being presented with is setting a standard that I'm not willing to live with, right? I'm not going to live with everything else that we've been demanding for them just to come out and be like, oh, sorry, case closed. Don't ask any more questions. No, sir. We lived through the last 4 years, the last 8 years, where I slapped myself because I didn't ask questions, where I didn't push hard enough. So you know what? I'm not going to sit up here when we know for sure this is bullshit. We know there is a list. We know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, and we are being treated like we're idiots.
Especially.
Yeah, and Chad, the binders were a troll on the American people. There was nothing good behind that. That was a satanic troll against we the people.
The satanic stuff, though, bro. I mean, come on. I mean, I get it. I said that myself, but everything. MG, even very, very patient. We'll go through the hands. You guys, if you have your hands up, no one's speaking. Chime in. Go ahead, MG.
No, sorry. Yeah, I was driving, so I appreciate you just telling me when it's good to go. No, I largely agree with what Chad said. I'm right now in the mindset, Diligent, that our systems are so broken beyond repair. But as far as accountability goes, and you guys have all been various people have been talking about the binders and that ridiculous rollout. I mean, ultimately, I think that Pam Bondi is in way over her head. Now, as frustrated as I've been with her, and I think many of you have as well, just keep in mind, I really think that Trump's not going to go, if he asks for her resignation or however this pans out, he's not going to go the acting route, like when Sessions stepped down or whatever, and there was that fill-in time before Sessions and Bill, what's his name there? So that's something to consider. You have to remember, too, the AG, of course, as you all know, goes through the Senate. As you saw with the big, beautiful bill, the Senate is not really on the same page with a spending bill, never mind another set of approvals. So I think he's going to wait till after the midterms when maybe we net 55 GOP senators to get an AG that's more suitable for this job. I always had my reservations with her. I kind of don't know what happened with Gates, but I just, maybe he didn't think he'd get through the Senate confirmation process. That's a big part of it. Like, I was all thinking in the first administration, yeah, Rudy Giuliani for AG or somebody like that, some hard charger in theory, but it's about getting him approved in the Senate. I mean, there's a reason why Sessions got through. He was not a popular senator. They probably wanted to get rid of him Mitch wanted to get rid of him in the GOP caucus in 2017. There were a lot of reasons behind it. And he was ineffective as well, as we all know, sadly. But as far as that, I know you've got a policy, Diligent, and I do agree with that about not talking about people when they're not here, but it's just something to bring up because she mentioned you specifically, or she said something to you. So I didn't recognize the voice, and I've not been on the speaker box all day in your space since I popped in. But that Kaylin from Texas lady, because I didn't recognize her voice, I clicked on the profile. I'm blocked. Never had any interaction.
She has a lot of people blocked, I'm seeing in the comments.
Okay, all right. Okay, so yeah, so because she said she was sending you some thread on a personal testimony of hers, I know you're a discerning guy, but this is the problem. When we're really frustrated,
lots of people are seeking clout or attention on this, and we have to be careful.
Yes. So I mean that you're going to go.
And I'm not saying she is, but it is something that we need to be aware of.
Right, and I'll just end it with this: you're going to go into other poorly, spaces that are poorly moderated, unlike this one on this subject at some point, and everybody's got a story to tell, and everybody's got a connection. 6 degrees of separation. So just be mindful of that. As much as we're upset.
How do you feel about this? Give me your general sentiments about the administration, Trump, and the handling of this. And what do you think this is going to do to the base? Because I really usually have a pretty objective opinion.
Oh, appreciate it. Yeah. So it's going to be the hardest thing from an optics standpoint he's going to have to overcome. as much as the pandemic was, but in a different sense. Like I said, right now my ire is at Bondi. I know why he selected her, because she could get 50 votes at least in the Senate. That's a big part of these things, guys. Like, I know nobody wants to hear it now. Like, it's all, Matt Gaetz. I mean, Matt Gaetz had a lot of enemies on Capitol Hill, which is why he was probably the right guy for the job. But you have to have 50 GOP senators that are willing to pull the trigger and vote yes. So, at least, or 51. So, it's great. It's like fantasy football. We want all these people in, we want Robert Malone as HHS secretary, whatever. But anyway, my overall take is Diligent is that Bondi is not up for this at all. And I really blame her. That binder rollout was ridiculous. I haven't met a single person on here or in real life that follows it, that thinks that was a good idea. I don't even know what the purpose of that was, what the objective of it was. So she's not ready to be in this role. And guys, make no mistake, it's the #1 lawmaker in the country. As everybody reports to her, DEA, ATF. The buck stops with her. I'm not ready to throw it at the president's feet, because, there's a reason why she's tasked and was given the awesome responsibility of AG, knowing full well that this would be part of the job description. And she wasn't up to it. I mean, she might be doing great with the deportations and fighting the injunctions. That's probably a reason why she's going to kick around longer than we want, because she's, think about the relationship that Trump had with Rod Rosenstein in the first term, and Session being ineffectual. So as much as this sucks to hear, unless he's really upset about this, which he might be, and we don't know, and he asks for her resignation and she tenders it, I don't foresee her going just yet.
It didn't sound like it from his tweet. He put out a tweet and said that, Cash and Dan and the FBI were going to get back to basics and go after criminals, which kind of made it sound like his participation and interest in involving them in the Epstein case is done. It kind of sounded like he was validating the notion. So that means that this goes all the way up to the top and is being signed off by Donald Trump. That's what that means.
Well, Diligent, I don't know how you can't honestly say it doesn't go all the way to the top in some way or another, but I actually read that tweet a little different. I think it leaves open to the concept that because he didn't say anything about Pam Bondi, right? He said, I'm putting Cash and Dan Bongino to go after criminals. Now, was that a way for him to say, I disagree with this and I'm leaving Pam Bondi out of it and I'm wanting Cash and them to bring about indictments? We don't ever know. But I would agree that I can't lay this directly at the Pam Bondi's feet, Don Bongino's feet, or Cash's feet without the president, because the press secretary walked up there and very flippantly said, that's all, folks, and she speaks for the president. So I have a real problem with where this thing lies. I'm not, again, I'm a Trump guy, and that's where I'm hurt the most here, is that I don't see that fierce machine that has got in front of very small people that were unjustly taken, put in prison, and this seems to be we're done and move on. It doesn't pass the smell test, I guess, is the only way I can really put it.
So I want to jump in with something that is a very unpopular take, and sometimes I don't mind doing that. But this is kind of an important.
Jess? How much?
I'm being paid zero by anybody, thank God. So this is the truth, okay? First of all, Epstein was horrible. We all know that. What Pam Bondi did was totally stupid. Chad was right. I remember Chad on those spaces. Chad, you called it. There was nothing. Diligent, you said the same. I thought maybe there was, and I was wrong. So I'm not being paid by anybody. But here's the thing we need to be self-aware about, okay? We need to kind of look inwardly a little bit and ask ourselves this question. Every time there's some big news item, okay, we get kind of torn and we move in this direction, we move in that direction. And it's all this sensational
My position has been
excitement
consistent on this issue the entire time.
No. I'm not saying you, and I'm not even really talking about our positions. I'm talking about MAGA as a whole, because what's happened to us as a movement, okay, we have a couple of votes in the House margin and a few in the Senate. And we've allowed ourselves as a movement, this entire movement, all the conservatives, everybody that supports President Trump, we've allowed ourselves to in some ways be controlled by issues that are important. I mean, Epstein's a very important issue, there's no doubt about that. There's also 50 million people around the world who are in human trafficking, and about 30 to 40% of those are kids. And there's 170,000 in Iraq. There's 140,000 I think in Syria. I mean, there's like all these people around the world, and in the United States, there's 500,000 kids missing, right? So we focus in on the Epstein thing and notice how the media stokes that fire. Like that's what we're supposed to pay attention to. And this has been the case for a long time. They did it with the January 6th stuff. They did it with the Russiagate. They did it with all this different stuff where they're trying to direct our attention. And I'm not even calling it a conspiracy, but the sensational stuff is what sells. Meanwhile, we're not gaining enough seats in Congress to be able to pass the agenda without making major compromises to the lobbyists and to the well-connected interests. We're not able to even deal with, all the problems. I mean, all these crazy protesters and all the actual other human trafficking issues that are going on, all the other problems that are huge problems, but we're not focused consistently on the issues that are big issues. And I think that the challenge I have is we do get distracted very easily. And yes, the Epstein thing's massive. It's a huge disappointment. But I think that in the broad aggregate, there's a lot of things where we've been distracted, we've been disappointed, and this movement is getting divided. And to be blunt with you, Elon's taking advantage of that. If the America Party runs candidates, third-party candidates against Republican candidates, it's going to hurt the Republican candidates, obviously.
It's not
But
our
why
fault,
is that?
Jess. Nope. I'm not going
I'm
there.
not. I'm not.
No, it's
I'm
not our fault, bro.
blaming.
No, you're not going to guilt me.
But
No,
you're putting
no.
something on my.
You're not.
I'm not blaming MAGA.
No. Listen. You are not going to guilt me into going along with this shit because they're going to lose in the midterms. This is their fuck up. This is not on the American people. Our emotions are justified. These are valid feelings. Our responses are valid. You're not going to emotionally blackmail me with the midterms and say, oh, we're divided. No, Elon Musk launched the party 2 days ago. He announced it. And then they put this shit out after that. That's their bad. That's not on us. This is their fuck up, not
this
ours.
isn't a debate or a tax hike or they were supposed to lower taxes and they didn't. This has been a constant issue for 8 years that we have been told that there's a list that Epstein didn't kill himself, that Bill Clinton and Bill Richardson and all these freaking people were going to go down this, that, and the third. So don't come up here and act like we didn't get our tax increase or tax decrease when you're talking about the Epstein files. This is a lie. This is a lie, and this is egg on the face of the administration, and you are trying to cover for them.
No, I'm not. Why did Bondi lie?
Why did Bondi lie? Let him respond. Let him respond.
Why? So here's the question you got to ask. Why did Bondi lie? Why did she feel the need to go and bullshit everybody on Fox News?
Why did she cover for Epstein in the early 2000s when she was the assistant DA of Florida? Why did she cover for him then, Jeff?
Hold on, Jennifer. Let me answer that. Her justification is irrelevant to the argument. Okay? The results are what matters. Right?
Well, it's actually really simple, Diligent. I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro, but it's actually really simple why she was writing checks her ass couldn't cash the minute she took the position. And with an open line, meaning as the Attorney General, she's allowed to jump on Fox News as many times as she wants without the White House having a problem. She's allowed to speak at any given time to reporters as if others aren't, right? That are staffers. So that's really what it comes down to. Is it seemed like she was enjoying it. It seemed like she thought she was going to be this great savior of some kind. And just like when you heard Johnson say that we're not giving any more money to Ukraine, and he went into a skiff and came out and they showed him a picture with him and a donkey or something. I'm just making that up for the lawyers out there. But he came out and all of a sudden gave $50 billion to Ukraine again. This is what happens with the deep state. And it's not surprising to me that she thought she was going to go in there and do something, and then reality kicked her in the teeth. So it's not that weird that she changed her position. And please, Millie, I would love to hear your position, because that's exactly how intel works.
You said she lied then,
But how do we know? Was she lying then or
She
lying
didn't.
now?
I didn't say she lied. I said she wrote checks her ass couldn't cash. She didn't have the information.
You
That's
said
evident.
she came out
She
lying.
said it was on
You
her
did
desk,
say that.
Chad.
Yeah,
She said it was on her desk.
and then she was told she's not allowed to put
So
that
was
out.
she lying
What part
then
of
or
lying
lying
understand
now? And that's the problem
We
with
can't
liars.
hear more than
because that's what Millie does. She just talks over you so that you.
No,
tries
you
to
were
prove a
actually
point.
talking over me.
If you let me finish,
she
you'll
wasn't
understand.
talking over you though, Chad.
But she is.
No, I
Well,
was
you just
not.
asked her a
You were
question.
Okay,
talking
Millie,
over
I
me
apologize
because
for
you're
you not
trying.
talking over me this time.
Oh my god!
But at the end of the day, she wrote out there and got excited about something. Then when she was told she's not allowed to do it, she got slapped. And now it's all done and over with. She said it was on her desk. Somebody obviously got to her and said, that's where we feel that people are compromised. It happens. I just gave Johnson. We all were like, what the hell? You just went into a skiff and came out and gave $50 million to Ukraine again. And then a subsequent another $5 billion. I don't understand how people don't understand that these people get shown something or told something and put their life in a position. That's how intel works. That's how spy rings work. That's how the honeypot works. Everybody has their reason. So I think she just went stupid, and now she's got to pay for it. And I'm more than likely she'll be the fall guy once this gets heated up enough.
And Cash Patel.
Chad, I
was
agree with
stupid
everything.
too.
I agree with everything. Wait,
And
I agree
Dan
with everything you
Bongino.
just said, Chad. But here's the thing, Chad. We all spent weeks talking about Epstein when there were other issues that were equally and actually way more important, truthfully, for the immediate security of this nation and our
that's
borders.
in your mind. Okay, I'm gonna again.
No, that's not in my
and
mind,
more
dude.
important
That is
to
actually
you,
what
bro.
happened.
There's no more important issue than me than the ending of child sexual assaults in this country and the
I am
cover up
not
of
saying
it
that's
within
not
our
important.
government. That is the top
I'm not
priority to
saying
me. It
I'm
trumps
talking about the
all
Dog
others,
and Pony
bro.
show. I'm talking about the binders. I'm talking about the Dog and Pony show they put on, that controlled the media cycle for conservatives. And we weren't talking about the border. We weren't talking about all the waste. We weren't talking about all the foreign issues. We weren't talking about any of that
Dude, we
stuff. We were
definitely
just talking
were.
about this.
Like, I don't understand where
Most
you have
people
this
were talking about
dichotomy
one
in
or
your
two.
head that doesn't exist, bro.
No, I'm not talking about diligent, and I'm not talking about really anybody here, but there are plenty of people, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Chad knows what I'm talking about. Y'all know, Jennifer, you know these people
Yeah,
too.
but why
All
are
of
you
them
giving those
focused
people
on,
power by even acknowledging them?
because they've taken a huge portion of the MAGA movement and split it away from focusing on the ball,
Did we go
focusing
to
on
another? Did we
policy
go
wins.
somewhere else? Because I'm pretty sure everybody's still on this platform, unless they're a small little dick motherfucker who left yesterday.
I mean, I'm looking at a lot of people right now who are claiming they're going to go leave the Republican Party for the American
said
Party.
that?
And
Who said
Scott
that?
Goodman have.
Who on this stage said they were leaving the Republican Party? I never made that claim.
Not on this stage, but there have been plenty of people on exit.
Okay, well, you made a
Plenty of people who said
generalized
conservative
statement that
influence.
doesn't apply to the group of people you're speaking to.
Okay,
No, not here, but you
whose
guys know what I'm
fault
talking
is
about.
that?
Come on.
Whose fault is that? It's not the Republican Party's fault for not delivering on what they promised, is it? Is it all on the people that are pissed off that left because they feel like they've been lied to? Or is it the Republican Party needing to take accountability for, screwing up, essentially, promising things that they didn't deliver on, saying they're going to vote a certain way, and then they get elected in office and they completely freaking 180 on things? That's the reason people are upset here. And you can complain and you can, moan all you want, but the reality is if everything was going the way it should be going and promises were being kept and people were doing what they're supposed to do, you'd have a thriving base right now. The reason things are going
That's my
sour
point. I agree with
is
you.
because bad things are happening. And here's
Millie,
the thing,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Trump's response to all of this is not, you know what, I'm going to get to the bottom of this because we need answers regarding Epstein. I didn't see that response today. I saw, back to basics. Moving on. And I saw
No, even
Caroline
worse,
Leavitt,
they said no more questions.
Yeah, and I saw Caroline Leavitt pretty much, kind of doing damage control. I see Cash Patel, I see Pam Bondi, I see Dan Bongino, all these people who were like, saying there was all this stuff with Epstein and never let it go. And there's hundreds of, hours and hours of videos. We're going to get the client list. We're going to get more Epstein drops. And then it seems like the whole thing has just went whoop into a vacuum. And
Millie, can I point out one
basics,
thing?
folks?
Can I point out one thing? Do you guys realize how many people associated with Epstein have either died or committed suicide? It's not just Virginia Giuffre. It's not just Jeffrey Epstein, right? You have John Claude, whatever the hell his name is, over in France, right? There is a whole list of people that have died under mysterious circumstances, whether that be suicide or getting hit by a car or something like that. Why are all these people dying if there's nothing there?
I'm not saying there's nothing there. I'm saying that we're not holding people accountable. Millie made my point. Why aren't we holding anyone accountable for anything? You know what? It's like they disappoint us and then we just move on to the next thing. They disappoint us and we move on to the next thing.
The day
They
you
disappoint us and we
accept
move on to the
these
next thing.
results right now is the day that you are saying, I'm done, Jeffrey Epstein doesn't exist. You know damn well that this is not
I'm not
true.
accepting
Not
this
you.
crap.
Not everything is about you, bro.
All right. Okay, bro. Well, listen, I like that in diligent spaces we can say bro. It's a multi-gender term. Like, bro. But like, let's be honest, there are plenty of people who just move from thing to thing, and we do have to stay focused. We have to hold it accountable. And yeah, Jennifer, you've been doing that. Diligent's been doing that. A lot of folks doing that. But you know, that's why we're having trouble, because when things go wrong, no one seems to hold anybody accountable in general, not people in the space, okay? And then we just move from thing to thing to thing, and we get more and more divided.
Which
and that's
is
why
why I'm
26 is
saying
going to
we
be tough.
should, even though Caroline Leavitt came out, even though the FBI came out, don't accept it. Start yelling, use your voice, use your platform, force them into a position where we don't
They're
just
asking,
accept this
they're
shit.
actually asking me to ask you to stop yelling, Jen.
Sorry.
And can I just add to that, because we keep forgetting, let's move our goalposts to the idea of you know, let's start a new screw you party and hold them accountable. You're not holding anybody accountable. What you're going to end up is giving it to the Democrats. We're going to end up pissed off at you. We're going to call out the America Party like the shills they are. And when in the end of the day, the American society and what we are and our greatness is that we fight for what we believe in. It's a two-party system. Go fight for your Republican Party. If everybody in this room was a part of it, more than likely we wouldn't have the issues we have, because it starts locally. It starts at your local GOP. It starts in South Carolina. We took over 14 GOPs in one cycle. We have a couple more GOPs to take over when all we need is 27, and we take over the state. Not a problem. It's not that hard. And if people would learn that and understand that as part of their politics, just not what, you know, whether or not Nancy Pelosi's husband's getting beat with a hammer with some gay guy. You know, we're into that shit instead of the boring, mundane shit where we got to do it on the local level and take over these GOPs. Starting a new party is just a big fart in the wind. That's all it is.
And Chad, the city councils in most everybody's city, even in red states, have the farthest left socialist people you could possibly imagine, and on these school boards. And we've gotten some of those school board people off around the country. But look at these cities, look at these counties.
We're getting
look at
off into the
local
weeds, you guys.
districts.
Yeah, but guys, why does it matter?
Where you build the party.
If we have
it
people,
matters because you have to hold them accountable.
This
Everybody has to be held accountable.
Let me just make this clear right now, okay? This is not on the Republican Party. This is not on anybody else but Pam Bondi and the Trump administration. They hold the responsibility of the Epstein debacle in its entirety right now, right? Period. That's a fact. Okay, that's why I'm saying I feel like we're getting off into the weeds talking about replacing Republicans. You know, we've replaced lots of people in Congress over the last 10 years, and the situation over Epstein hasn't changed. And if you don't believe me, there is an Epstein House committee right now. Okay, a friend of mine sits on that committee. Luna chairs it. Have we seen any new revelations regarding the Epstein files? Okay, that does not make a difference. The administration is responsible for the release of the files, the release of the information, the optics, all of it. Okay, and they're accountable. And I'm not like trying to like listen. I just love. I think the administration, what needs to happen right now is they need to come out and do a press conference specifically on Epstein. And don't give us any runaround. Don't do what Carolyn Leavitt did this morning. That was horrible what she did. The spin, she sounded like Karine Jean-Pierre up there. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. And the American people did not vote for that. When we all campaigned for Donald Trump last year, we did not vote for that. So, you know, I'm going to hold accountability where it's due. You know, the administration needs to come out and talk to the American people about this in a very candid way right now, because they're in danger of really having a rug pull situation with their agenda over the next few years if they don't, I'm afraid. And I'm not saying that as a threat. I'm just reading the room. MG's had his hand up for a while, you guys. Go ahead, MG.
Yeah, thanks, man. I just wanted to put the pin in my take on the Bondi thing. So ultimately, yeah, she's going to be responsible, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. But this isn't something that does Trump need to be accountable for this? Absolutely. But I don't think anybody's suggesting this, but he's not going to like resign over this. So if people are looking for a scalp,
I'm not looking for him to resign.
Here's the reality. Here's the reality. Trump could actually be taking a position right now where he's like screaming and yelling and saying, you know, we need justice over the Epstein files. And it still wouldn't do very much because at the end of the day, Pam Bondi and the prosecutor's office, they're the ones who have the ability to prosecute. It is them alone. Prosecutors can decide they don't want to prosecute, even if there's mountains of evidence, based on prosecutorial discretion alone. Right. So they can pick and choose. The powers in their court. This is on Pam Bondi. And I would say that a lot of the corruption problems in covering for the criminal syndicates and sex trafficking and these blackmail pimps is happening at the prosecutor district attorney level. Okay, so it's going on in these DA offices. These are the people we need to be investigating and digging into and analyzing them and their lifestyles and their connections, because these are the ones who are covering for these powerful people at the end of the day. These are the ones.
And where are they elected, Billy? Where are they elected, the DAs? Where do they come from? Are they federally appointed?
They're
No,
paid
they're
by
local
George
officials
Soros.
like Ed said. No, but they're local officials. And nobody's
Who
paying
are
attention
paid
to
by
that because
George
they're too busy
Soros.
watching. Right, and they're watching Fox News and One America. They're not paying attention to local DAs.
Yeah, two more seconds, guys, and I'm done. I promise. So yeah, so she's going to ultimately fit. You know, it's exactly what Millie was saying. Trump is not. He's the chief executive, but he's not the chief prosecutor. Okay, her job is investigations and prosecution. So again, he could be secretly very upset with how this was mishandled, and you have to go back to when he was appointing his AG and his cabinet back in the fall after the election. Is that again what he learned from some of the failures of Trump 1.0 was that you need to get people that can pass the Senate. Okay, again, I have to read it is relevant, guys, because we all want this person, that person, and create. Everybody wants Jamar Chase at wide receiver. Doesn't mean it's going to happen in your fantasy football draft. He had to get somebody who was going to go in there and not piss off the rhinos on the Senate Judiciary Committee, get out of committee, get to the floor, and get at least 51 votes. That's it. End of story. Like period. That's and the AG is this is not the ambassador to Hungary. It is the most important position, obviously, in the DOJ. It's the head law enforcement person of this country. I saw from day one. I am not a Florida resident, but obviously Florida being a popular state, we all knew her history there. I didn't really see her as doing anything outstanding. It wasn't like she had a reputation like Ken Paxton has in Texas or Eric Schmidt when he was AG of Missouri. She'd been around a long time. She looks good on TV, but I don't know if she had the bona fides that some of these other people have had. So something to consider. I don't predict she's going to last the entirety of this term, but again, she's not pushing back on Trump with what his main goal is: the mass deportations, fighting the injunctions when they were in effect. That is why he's going to keep her around. That's my prediction, because he's
going to do that at his own risk then, because this is bad.
Yeah, he is. He is, and he'll take the political damage like he did in 2018 in the midterms with Jeff Sessions recusing himself, etc. Exactly. I mean, he's absolutely a root cause guy, and for now she's going to stick around again, unless.
But she should have never gone on Fox News and made those statements and tried to throw this bone to MAGA that she didn't even have. It doesn't matter if it was her fault or some underling that gave her that statement. The fact is, she was the one that made the statement. The buck stops there. And yes, unfortunately, you're right. That's kind of my point too. Like deportation, big issue. $175 billion in the omnibus bill has to be done now. Start start doing it now. Close down the borders, close down immigration, get the freaking job done. That's what everybody voted for Trump for, 70% issue. And yet we're all talking about this, which is very important, but Pam made it a bigger issue than it should have been because she went sensationalized it.
Well,
It's
it ain't
so
our
bad,
fault.
you're not going to
It ain't
believe
our
how bad
fault.
it is.
I'm not going to stop talking
I'm
about
not
it.
saying
I
it's
might host a
not
space.
saying it's
I
our
might
fault.
host. I might host a space about this big every day this week. Okay.
Here's the
Remember when
reality,
they
though.
said the reason
The
was because
underlying
they
the underlying premise of what you keep arguing is that when she made those original statements, that was the time she was lying, right? Not this time around when they all did the 180 and are like, oh yeah, no, there's no Epstein list. Yeah, Epstein killed himself. But the problem with that is how do we know if the first time was the lie or the second time was the lie? How do we know?
Well, if it happened in between, Millie, then that means that Cash and Bongino and a whole lot of other people we assume to be loyal to President Trump are all lying because if it happened at that time, only Pam was lying.
Yeah, that's I think what people are concerned about, isn't it?
Watch the swearing, please.
How is it that we are trying to compartmentalize this down? Like this is the right. Like let's just be clear. This isn't a single. The levels that this had to fail at for us to get to this point without any of the transparency, without any of the accountability for any of these rich people who did all kinds of. The number of failures is so complete. It covers the local level, it covers the federal level, it covers multiple administrations. How are these elite pedophiles so powerful that here we are when everybody knows what was going down on the island? That yet they've been able to protect. This is only the final straw in that. And who are we supposed to like if it's not Donald Trump picking who are we supposed to elect to actually get justice and accountability for this level of elite sickos? Who? Like who is where do we go from here in order to solve this problem and actually get some accountability? Who else is there?
And will they be allowed to do something even if they get into office?
How can they not be allowed to?
Well, we're watching it right now.
There's two ways you do it. You take over the system or you lock and load, period.
For me, I think we need to seriously look at like the Bukele model and some other models. I hear you guys talking, oh, well, we have to have Senate confirmation. We can't. There's almost no one that's been like in the bureaucratic maze of this stuff who isn't culpable and guilt. Like we need to arrest everybody until we can sort out who's actually responsible. Like this is systemic level. In order for it to get here, it isn't just, again, like I said, it's not one administration, right? We're talking about decades of people covering up. We're talking about local offices. We're talking about state offices. We're talking about the Senate. We're talking about the House. We're talking about investigators from the DOJ and the FBI and probably the intelligence community and probably the State Department. I mean, this touches almost in order for it to continue at this level and get to this point where we're just being told, nothing to see here, folks, move along. It's so systemic that we have to seriously start thinking about like how we go from here in such a way that people have to be held. It's systemic. It's like core root level systemic, or it could never have gotten this far. And I just, so for me, trying to narrow it down defeats the purpose. This is our government and governments as a whole failure over the course of decades. And this is the shit we know about. I can't even imagine what's happening that we never got a whiff of because, you know, they weren't at the level of Epstein, but this shit is going down in some other way. It's terrifying to me. But we have to ask ourselves. I put the meme up, are we the baddies, the other day?
our system is allowing the kind of systemic abuse of children in order to leverage and blackmail people.
Remember,
As long as we
remember
allow
what
that
Jay
to
had for
continue, we have some
I
responsibility.
want to piggyback. I want to
Listen.
piggyback on what Dustin's saying. That's actually why I
Well,
came up here, and he just said it so eloquently.
Yeah, let him. He's been waiting patiently,
Yeah.
Millie.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Millie. Drill it all the way down to the amount of staff that is required to actually administrate a private island. You've got cooks, you've got waiters, you've got hostesses, you've got doormen. I mean, like, if you show up at Epstein's Island, like, it's not a cabin in the woods. Okay, let's be real. I have seen Branson's Island in the BVIs. Like, it's got multiple windmills on it. It's completely stocked with tons of people to administrate its function, and nobody has said a word. I think the story that is not getting dispelled is what MAGA is going through right now is a real inflection point of this one topic was of such importance that I offboarded other things that I might have had a problem with, right? In the same way that there are a bunch of Democrats that voted for Joe Biden because he said he wasn't going to run again, right? Like, the moment he announced I'm running again, the deflation, and it's not on that scale. I'm not trying to take away from what people are going through, because pedophilia is the pinnacle. Like, there is absolutely nothing worse than that on this earth, and everyone who ever engages in it should be accounted for in a way that I'm not going to say in a space, because as soon as I do, Diligent's going to say that the views of the host do not reflect blah, blah, blah. This is a real moment in time where something that was completely in the control of was completely shattered, in the same way that, like, Joe could have said, I'm not going to run again. Like, it was completely in his power. Like, this is not a campaign promise. This is not, I'm going to end the war in Ukraine on day one. Okay, you can't do that. We all know that. You said that. That was a goal that you had. We get it. But, you got Putin involved. You got Zelensky involved. You got the EU involved. Like, you can't just end a war on day one. We get that. But we understand your loftiness in approaching the situation. And I took that to mean that he's going to pay it his utmost attention and do what he can. And then, here we are 5-6 months later, and it's not over. But you can pardon the J6ers on day one. And he did. You can release whatever it is that the FBI has on Epstein. And they're not. And that's a real moment for his followers to go, okay, like, what's the real rationale here? And you can take that as far off the ramp as you want. Like, you can go into some dark conspiracy holes if you want to. And it could just be as simple as he doesn't care as much as people that have followed this since 2016. I mean, people have spent 9 years of their life on this, and it just went up in smoke. And to Jen's point, like, yeah, Caroline was like, listen, this is over. I'm not answering any more questions. I'll direct you to the Department of blah, 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 blah. And it's like, wow. Like, it's like he's
Very,
it's like when Joe Biden,
and what was unfortunate is how arrogant she came across when she
it was
said
flippant.
that.
It was flippant. It was like, oh yeah, blah blah blah. And I'm sitting there watching it like, holy cow! Like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you just shat on probably a topic that's more near and dear to the heart of the base than any other topic could be, as far as emotionally, right? Like, that strikes at the very moral compass and like moral principle of every single MAGA supporter I've ever talked to.
Well, look, this is the one thing. He said he could stand on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and he can without losing a follower.
But we're not
can't
turning this
rape
into a
kids.
Trump bashing space.
No,
We're not
no,
gonna
no,
do
no,
that.
no, no. I'm not bashing him. What I'm saying is that this topic is even more important than murder. You're talking about pedophilia.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead,
And
logic.
this is why I'm saying, Norwood. This is why I'm saying it's the combination of the level of control he has over this topic and the flow of information around this topic, and what Diligent is saying as far as just how emotionally this particular issue charges the base. That's why I'm saying this is something that will haunt him forever if he doesn't remedy the situation and remedy it timely. This is not something that's going to go away. People are saying a couple of weeks, another news cycle or whatever. And yeah, it won't be front page news, but this is something that will hang over the head of this administration long after his days if it's not remedied.
Logic,
That's-
you're right, but there's a big leap from that to where I've already seen people say, well, that obviously, even MAGA, supposedly people say, well, that obviously means Trump is covering up his own crimes. Like, that's BS. Come on.
No one here
that's
said
where
that.
a lot of people are
No
jumping.
one here said. Let me
Well,
again.
hey,
Let me just make sure that generalizations aren't being made about people on stage. No one here has implicated Donald Trump in the Epstein files that I have heard, including myself. Thank you. Go ahead,
that's what
Jeff.
I heard Norwood say. Honestly, that's the implication he made.
Can I just
No,
say
no. What I was
turning
saying,
this
what I was
into a
saying was
MAGA
not.
purity test is gross. Number one.
What I was saying was.
Hold on. Just let me make
Go
a
ahead,
quick
Dustin.
point, and then I'll turn it over.
Very fucking gross.
I find this.
Bro, don't swear up here, Philip.
My frustration, and I get that we are all conditioned to do this, but this is, if there's ever been a time for us not to turn this into a debate about Donald Trump or a single administration, right? Can't we at least on the issue of abusing kids in order to blackmail our government? Like, is there ever, again, across 20 freaking years, if there's ever a time for us not to turn it into the MAGA priority test and talk about like the immediate
nobody's
politics
been doing that either.
They're all guilty of it. The entire system has allowed this to happen for 20 years without any accountability. It didn't matter if it was a Democrat or a Republican. It didn't matter what the makeup of the Senate was. It doesn't matter who we appoint at the FBI. There's something more powerful that is denying them the ability. Go look at the number of times Cash and Bongino have spoken about this on podcasts before they got into office. There is something so sinister that even when given the official reins of power, that people do not act. And we need to address that at a systemic level instead of turning it into just another political debate where we try to give more blame to one side than the other or shift it, like who's more responsible. This cannot stand. Anybody who had any part of pushing it along needs to be held accountable permanently.
And Dustin, isn't it scary just how quickly the biggest patriots, the biggest MAGA patriots in the world, are now lip servants for these evil forces? Just how 3 months ago, these people, when they came in there, they haven't been there that long. When they came in there, every one of us was so excited that we're finally going to get people who will actually speak truth. And now they have become weaponized, that they are able to be the useful idiot tools of these nefarious agents. It's a terrifying statement about the level of corruption that is so deeply embedded that it feels to me almost hopeless. Like it's like what?
Well, that's my point.
Now,
that's my point. Like if you really understand the magnitude of this subject, and I have some dear friends on the right side, like I understand exactly how big of a deal this has been for so long. Like, let's just pretend that it is the case that there is nothing there, okay? To release that statement alone should have deserved such a reverence. It should have been a primetime broadcast from the Oval Office. Like I have gone through this. We have all the evidence in front of us. We're releasing it all to the public. so it's open source. You can have at it. And I am here to report that from the bottom of my heart, like, this is the truth. Like, that's the way it's been. It shouldn't have been accidentally leaked on some bullshit format and then Caroline Levitt just, brushing Peter Doocy aside on a Monday, morning over, like, it's just the flippant disregard for such an important topic is my point, that it is a sign of either the worst case scenario, that everyone's compromised, and to Diligent's point, it should just completely be upended, and whatever the ramifications of that are what they are, or it's that, like, this is actually the truth, and I understand how much it means to all of you, and I'm here to tell you.
So I just had Grok. I just had Grok run the numbers for Kash Patel. Prior to his hiring into the Trump administration, he has been documented 10 times, either on social media or during podcast appearances, saying that the Epstein client list was real. Dan Bongino, he has been cited at least 30 times prior to his role in the Trump administration, either publicly stating in a podcast or on social media that the Epstein client is real. So 40 times between the two of them in the last 2 years prior to the Trump administration. Dan Bongino's actually goes back all the way to 2021, it looks like, or even further. But yeah, 40 times, collectively, that they said that the Epstein client list was real. And now they have come forward and completely just sat all over that. So
And I'm going to tell you something else. Even let's assume for a moment, let's just pretend for a moment that everyone in this space is insane and that they're telling us the truth. That this was just, let's assume that I'm insane, you're insane, all of us are insane, and that this is actually the truth. There still should be charges for the people who allowed this to go on as long as they did in allowing everything to happen. Because if he's not an agent, if he's not working for someone, if he's not part of the FBI, the CIA, or some other foreign agency, so you have to tell me why it is that he was not prosecuted, and that people must have been paid off to not prosecute him. But either he's working for a triple letter agency, or else certain people were definitely getting paid off here. Now, I'm positive he was working for a triple letter agency, and there's a client list here. But between the thousands of videos that we have here, you have to ask yourself, why was it, even if Dan Bongino is not lying to us, and Caroline Levitt is not lying to us, and Kash Patel is not lying to us, and Pam Bondi is not lying to us, even if they're not, why are they not prosecuting whoever it was that was clearly taking bribes from Epstein in exchange for allowing him to engage in this type of activity for so long? There's no proper answer to these questions that Dan Bongino, when he was a podcaster, would have been asking these very questions.
And he was allowed to go free after they caught him. As your point is right. Why did they give him such minor charges in Florida? Why didn't they put him in jail forever? They had plenty of stuff they could have investigated, and they didn't. And that's the right kind of question. Where did that accountability go? I'm not blaming MAGA, Diligent, for this. But what I'm saying is we all make a lot of statements about how concerning this is. There has to be a solution somewhere. And yes, people have to be held accountable. But we're not going to hold people accountable by just being concerned. We have to go and oust these officials in primaries. We have to make sure that we have better candidates running. And yeah, we have to get rid at the local level of these socialist
which one of the elected
DAs.
which one of the elected Congress members is responsible for the Epstein release we've seen this year?
Also, who are we supposed to
hold on. Let him answer the question.
Pam Bondi herself was Florida AG.
Is she an elected official?
She was wait a minute. You have to ask, why was she even AG?
Is she an elected official?
Is she an elected official?
Is she an elected official?
In Congress right now, as you know, there are multiple people who have oversight authority.
You're not answering my question.
Dude,
you're avoiding the answer to the question.
He doesn't want to answer the question. Come on, Jess.
No, I don't want to. No, that's
bullshit. So you know what? There's a problem that we're running into here, right? And this is going to be a difficult pill to swallow. Is that there are people who do not want to ruin their access to the Trump administration by holding Pam Bondi and the administration accountable
for this issue, right? And I'm sorry, I support President Trump. I support his efforts as an administration. I celebrate his victories and I call out the failures. Okay, this is an administrative failure of immense proportions. Like, it can't be understated. It can't be overstated. This is the worst failure for the administration that I have ever seen, right? Like,
I agree with you, Diligent. This looks horrible. Now, I will say one thing though, like, isn't it that Pam Bondi, although she was appointed, right? She was not elected. In that process, she had to be confirmed, correct?
Yeah,
exactly.
So she did have
all
to
these
be
people were
confirmed.
contributing to this.
So there is something to that because technically they could have said no to confirming her. But if she's corrupt and nobody knows about it or has the ability to know beforehand, we could still be in the same problem.
She's
I
acting
just
under
want to
orders.
know how much Bush money she took.
Hold on. Just 1 second on the confirmation thing. Let's just not have revisionist history here. You, me, and everyone was screaming at any senator who was going to stand up to any one of Trump's appointments. To start faulting now the senators who agreed to her confirmation is really an unfair revisionist perspective about what went down just 5 months ago.
So I have to jump. I want to add one more thing because I think that the actual question is a lot darker and harder to wrestle with, which is there is no way for us to vote our way into solving this problem. Dan Bongino and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel went in, and Pam Bondi to some degree too, went in 40 times publicly acknowledging exactly what we're talking about. If they can't get in and do it, there is something else going on, that the power is no longer in our hands to be able to vote our way into changing it. And we have to really take a serious look at how we go forward from here, because there is no universe where we can vote enough people in order to get this. There is something that is held over the hands of the people who get there. They are not the ones with the power.
But is that the case, Dustin, or were they wolves in sheep's clothing that were mimicking and mirroring the MAGA base and the MAGA people to get the support so that they could leverage themselves into the position to get the jobs?
I don't believe for a second that Trump, right? In order for that to be true, it had to be Trump, Bongino, and Kash for the better part of a decade, consistently and knowingly lying in order to deceive the voter base. It's much more.
That's not what Millie said. That's not what Millie said. She's saying that the members of Congress, see, this is why it's not so clear cut, Dale. All these people are mimicking the issues they think we want to hear. They've been doing it for a long time. Most of these people in Congress precede Donald Trump.
That is closer to what I said. They're
But you're not talking about members
and mirroring
of
the
Congress.
base.
So I have a perspective from General Mike Flynn. He posted this about 26 minutes ago. I want to read it out. Attention, Epstein files sit rep. What everyone is missing are the children who were abused by Epstein's and others. I don't care whether he killed himself or not. For me, I want to believe FBI Director Kash and Dan Bongino, but with the FBI's track record with laptops, Hunter Biden, Anthony Weiner, Seth Rich, now Epstein, never mind the FBI's previous track record for telling the truth, it is really hard to fathom that something else isn't going on here. I think there needs to be an incredible transparent briefing to the American people immediately by the DOJ. The lack of trust in the FBI and DOJ is so thick you can cut it with a knife. Come on, guys, you people, the American people are not stupid or afraid to know the truth. I couldn't agree more. Well articulated. Let's go to Philip. He was waiting patiently with his hand up. He doesn't always do that.
And Diligent, the general texted me back, by the way. He said he's on doing media and he'll try to get in here.
Hey,
hold on.
Excuse me. It's my
answering me a question. Yeah. Go ahead, Chad. What were you saying?
Chill, Philip. You can bitch all you want.
What are you saying though, Chad? The general texted you back what?
Glitch. He texted me back and said he's doing media. He'll try to get in here.
Sweet. Awesome. Thank you very much. Awesome. That's great.
Can I
Go ahead.
speak
No,
on,
Philip's turn. I
people
call him Philip.
earlier were
I call him Philip. I don't know if you can't hear me, Millie. Go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, well, sorry about that, Chad. All you ever do is scold me. I mean, you come to my page, you scold
Let's
me
not
all the
make
time,
this
you
a
scold
personal beef
everyone, so I
between two
assume that's what
people. It
you
has
were
nothing to
doing.
do with the topic.
But yeah, okay, yeah, I'll move on. I'll move on.
That sounds hard.
So, yeah. So the issue I have with all of this is people are still going to be telling us how we have to feel about this. They're going to be telling us how we have to react to this. No, we're done with that. If you're one of the people who said, oh, it's only been 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, shut the fuck up. If you're one of the people who said, trust Dan Bongino.
Stop
shut
swearing,
the fuck
bro.
up.
I'm not going to tell you
wrong.
again.
You're wrong the entire time. Okay, I'm sorry. Why is there a rule against
Because
that
there's
now?
people
Okay, I'll stop
complaining.
doing
My
it.
listeners are
daytime
complaining.
TV. It's
My listeners are complaining about the swear words. They're around their kids. They're with their families. Okay, and they get precedence over the speakers. That's why. Okay, so please just adhere to what I'm asking you.
It's summer break for the kids. They're home.
All right. Okay, I got it. And, they're going to be telling us how we have to react, how we have to feel about it. And honestly, I'm tired about that. I'm tired of being told that how I have to feel. I know what's right and what's wrong. I feel really bad about this. And I know it's terrible. And people are saying, oh, no, good things were done. No, it does not matter, guys. We were promised that there was going to be transparency. There was going to be arrest. All these files would be released in length, in detail. And what they do, they say, oh, it no longer exists. There's no way around this. They screwed us over. This is something that I cannot overlook. And if you're telling people, oh, well, you shouldn't feel this way, you're insane. I'm sorry, you are just insane. You're the same people who are telling us to trust the plan the entire time. The same people are calling us fake MAGA and traitors, for putting pressure on them and saying, no, you need to get on this. You need to arrest the deep state criminals. You need to release the files. No more excuses. No more moving the deadlines. I mean, I've seen others and also myself get attacked over and over for this. And that's what happens. You're part of the trust the plan cult. This is what you get. Astronomical magnitude of humiliation and betrayal. So congratulations. This is what we got for that. I'm hoping everyone learns a valuable lesson from this, realizes you cannot trust the government. It's not just some little fun thing we say. No, you literally can never trust the government, and you have to put pressure on them to do the right thing and to get back on the right track. So, as it goes with MAGA, I was hoping this would be like an America First movement, not just, follow one man to hell or follow one man into this shit show. I'm hoping that, now we can actually fight for things we believe in and not just say, okay, we're just going to trust whatever direction they go in, because Donald Trump, just made it clear that he supports what the FBI and the DOJ did, that he supports them not releasing the files, not arresting anyone, not giving us Jack, what, so I have a problem with that. I'm not willing to follow a man who does that stuff. I'm going to cheer for him when he does the right thing. But right now, I'm no longer a supporter. I mean, I was already on the fence, but now I'm done. Unless he gives us real mass deportations, this administration is a joke. Just full on a joke. I don't trust him at all.
You're allowed to feel that way. Thank you, Philip. Go ahead, Michelle. You've been waiting patiently. Sorry about that.
Hey, that's no problem. Thanks, Diligent. It's been a while since I've been in a space, but this has been great. I've really enjoyed listening, and I love your passion for this issue. I was sitting here thinking as I was listening the last hour or so about what a convergence we live in this time right now, where there are people, and I so appreciate you for this, who will just stand for truth alone, let it stand alone, not get into parties. And this is what I think. I believe in America. I believe in the experiment. I believe in the Constitution. I don't think in terms of having to burn it all down, but I do wholeheartedly agree with Dustin that this has to come outside. It has to be pressure put on outside of either party or voting our way into or out of this. I'm from Omaha. I live in Kansas City now. So I did a deep dive about 15 years ago on the Franklin cover up. And I often think of what it would have been like had we had the access to social media and getting the word out and doing research had it been at that time. Did you know that King, the guy, the kingpin of that, he never served more than 10 years. They only got him on financial charges, never anything sex or sex trafficking. And he probably ended up in DC. Nobody even knew where he went. So this is decades of getting away with these degenerate, reprobate sexual deviancy that has harmed children and has led to many deaths and sexual exploitation and devastation in our society and around the world. And I think that this is exactly what we need. I don't know where things are going to go from here, but I do think that this is the way to do it, is to keep the pressure on. And somehow, even though we don't see the, what's going to be the way that this is going to, how is this going to remedy? It doesn't even matter if we know the way or not right now. We have to keep putting on the pressure. And hey, I'm an Andrew Bailey guy. I think really he should have been the one instead of Bondi. He's a military he's an operational guy, and I really hope we can get somebody in there for AG like that. I think that these AGs, these prosecutors, should get full protection. I think their families should be protected. I think it should be just like what is it? I'm sorry, security detail. I think that they definitely need to be brought to justice within the justice system, but it has to be so these people who are prosecuting, I know their life, I'm sure their lives are getting threatened. I'm sure their families are, but this is, I never got into the Q movement, but thank goodness for the whole cabal thing and all the videos. And we know this cabal of sexual deviants that have preyed upon. It's fueled the abortion industry. It's fueled the, it's just awful. And I'm really thankful, Diligent, that you're here. I've enjoyed listening to everybody. Millie, Chad, all of you guys. Dustin, thanks, guys.
The Attorney General does have a security detail.
Yeah, we know that they all do. All the cabinet members do. Go ahead, Emergent.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of riff a little bit on what some others saying, Dustin in particular. And I think that there's kind of if you just kind of take a step back here and just look at reality and politics such as it is, and we, most of us have been in this sphere and commenting on this for the last few years. And I think there is an underlying, I always listen to, there's the people that are, delusionally optimistic. Oh yeah, Trump's going to give us everything. He's going to lead us into battle like Genghis Khan, and we're going to take everything back. And then there's the doomers that are like, oh, Trump is just a psyop to make us think that he's, he's just a psyop for the deep state so that we think we're going to get stuff and we're not going to get anything. And I think the answer inevitably is somewhere in the middle, because politics is inevitably the art of you're trying to negotiate between the base and the supporters who elected you, and the voting blocks that put you in office, and the entrenched interests that, to one degree or another, are also their key supporters, right? And I think that what this reveals is, I don't think it means Trump is in on it. I think what it reveals is that the blackmail ring, the Epstein client list, what it reveals is that they are, at least for now, an entrenched enough interest that Trump either is not prepared to deal with that, or he does not believe he can at this time. And, it might be something that I think that's a very difficult pill to swallow, but I think at a bare minimum, that's what everybody should be. It's a bitter pill, but that's what everybody should be swallowing at this point. I don't think that means that we're not going to get anything we want. And I do think Trump is still going to make progress on some of the issues that he has been working on. But I think that's the bit of reality.
Also, how humiliating this is. Everyone who voted for Donald Trump and this happens, it's humiliating. And it's just not right to do this to his own voter.
Yeah, I don't see.
How do you
I
think the
don't see it.
Democrat fundraising efforts are going right now? I bet you they're going pretty well.
I'm not denying that this is a black stain. I don't think it means voting for Trump over Kamala Harris is humiliating. Frankly,
I don't regret my vote.
I think that's a ridiculous kind of take.
I also,
and to be clear, the Democrats are not any better. Just to be clear on that, the Democrats they could have released it for 4 years.
Yeah, they're also in on
they
it.
didn't even try, didn't
Well,
even
yeah,
attempt,
and if
didn't even
you
call for it. But
if you want to talk about
the fact that our side went out of their way and said, hey, we got truckloads. Hey, it's on the desk. Hey, we're going to release the files. Hey, these influencers stand in front of the White House and hold up these binders to the entire world. I mean, why in the world would you do that if you're not going to release it? My God, that was just not very smart.
What happened
That
to
was
the 200 files at the SDNY that they wouldn't turn over?
Oh yeah, I remember at one point they said that was the reason. Oh, the real files are up there in New York, and then they had them all shipped down. Then we never heard another word about it.
See, this is what's so confusing, and I just want to clarify, like, what you guys are really touching on here, because we have this synopsis that there's no client list. We have this synopsis that he wasn't, I guess, blackmailing people, and that he didn't kill himself. That's the truth that the government wants us to accept. But even according to their own claims, I mean, that doesn't mean that there wasn't trafficking of thousands of children. And so, we heard Pam Bondi telling us explicitly that they have to go through all the videos and try and carve out the parts that would be protecting the victims and things of that nature. So why wouldn't you drop this while also indicting hundreds of people who, assuming that they're not big name people for whatever reason, he's feeding a fetish to, if you want to accept the government story, why would you not be indicting hundreds of people who are on those tapes? Like, it doesn't, none of this makes any sense at all, even if you want to try and believe them. And it's almost offensive that they think the public is so stupid or don't realize how much this is going to blow up in their face. It's like, how dumb do you think we are, or how tolerant are we, or how much of a sheep follower type of thing do you think that we are? That, oh, okay, this is what they say, we're going to go along. It's insulting.
Or how little choice do they actually have? And again, this is why I just encourage everybody, think about this: the local prosecutors through the entire process, local prosecutors and their staff, state prosecutors and their staff, different administrations, different FBI and their staff. I mean, you're talking about, in order to just keep the lid on this thing to this degree, an almost insane level. And if you have if they have the power to prevent this information from coming out, then what else are our electeds, like the people that are supposed to be in control, what else do they not have control of? What else can they be leveraged to go against? It obviously, the announcement is so ridiculous. We have client lists, right? Like we know Prince Andrew is implicated in this. We know a lot of the people who regularly attended the island. Like, the idea that there was no client list and no one was blackmailed is so silly that who has the power to make somebody say something so ridiculous and obvious at the highest level? And how are we supposed to do anything if Trump and that team in particular is forced to toe that line? I think it's something we really got to consider.
Well, and I'm not worth anywhere near what Epstein was worth. Okay. But if you come to my house, you're going to pop up on my Ring doorbell. If you walk out back, you're going to be on camera when I let my dog Margaret out, under the nightlights to go take a pee. Like, there's cameras everywhere at my house. Like, if you're under the impression, again, to own a private island, to be hanging out with the most influential people on the planet, that there aren't cameras everywhere. Like, the list written down by Epstein in a little black book is totally effing irrelevant. Okay. We know exactly who these people are. Just show us the Ring doorbell footage. I mean, at a minimum, like, You don't have to release the actual sex acts with children, blah, 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 the way Caroline said it today, which was just so
Or
over
just
the
tell
top.
us
It's
the
like, come
names.
on.
I'm sure the
list
Just
of
cell
come
phone
on,
names, like
like,
write it
like
down.
don't even come at me.
Absolutely.
Don't even come at me with that. Don't even come at me with that. That oh, you can't really like. I'm not asking for actual footage of Andrew, behind someone in a villa somewhere. I'm just asking for the evidence that that person was in there, and you got Andrew walking through the front door. And to say that that doesn't exist, or that
there were cameras
I
over
am
the main
beneath-
doorway and the side entrance.
I mean, dude, there could be cameras everywhere, Diligent. Like, come on now. Like
The cameras on the
every
corner from the
motorcycle
city of New York.
There,
I have a
cameras
couple
from
of
Madison
I have
and Park.
I have a couple of big guests coming in shortly. So do me a favor, you guys. Bottom right corner, repost the space. I want to go to some of these people with their hands up, and then we'll open it back up. Jennifer, did you have something you want to? Your hands up. I don't know. Is it not up?
You can drop me for space if you want to, Dill. Whenever you need to, just drop.
Whenever you're done talking, you can drop yourself. You're doing all right.
I'm just wondering why Prince Andrew would settle with Virginia Giuffre for what, $5 million, or was it more? If like there was no fire where there was smoke. It just seems weird
Yeah,
that
and
you
she's
would
dead.
settle with someone. Yeah, and she's dead. But look
Yeah.
at how many.
Yeah,
Like
she
I
got hit
pointed
by
out
a bus, and then when
before.
that didn't work, she quote
No,
shot
she.
herself, right?
Yeah, but listen. The point is that all of the people who have been associated with Jeffrey Epstein, including Epstein, are now mysteriously dead. Right? John, Luke, whatever the hell his name is, Virginia, Jeffrey. There's a whole list of them. There was a New York Post article that they did. So why are all these people dying, and why are they settling out of court if there's nothing that the American people need to know?
Hey, Diligent, I'm about to have to leave, but I just want to ask one question before I go, if that's okay.
Go for it, brother.
Yeah, I guess it's a question for everyone. I really don't have I really don't have it in my heart to be stained by this, like for the next 5 or 10 years or for however long. So, are we just going to accept this, or are we going to do something about it?
What can we do, Philip?
Like, what's the plan exactly?
That's the question.
First step is not accepting it.
Yep. Well, I certainly appreciate you guys letting me come up and just share some thoughts. I really felt the need to vent. Hope I'm not jumping line here, but this isn't a red or blue issue. This isn't a Democrat Republican issue. This is a basic human goodness versus evil issue. These thousands of children that were trafficked. What's sad is there's no justice for them on this side of the grave. It looks like this has all been swept under the rug. What it really does make you feel like is you do feel powerless, and you do wonder what can be done, right? I mean, we thought that having our voices heard at the ballot box would make a difference. But when there's evidently this kind of power that's not elected by the people and for the people, it really does push you towards either resigning to the fact that this constitutional republic is done, or it pushes you to the other extreme, which I won't mention out of fear that someone might come visit me. But that's the sadness of it. Your heart just breaks for the thousands of victims and the witnesses that have been silenced by their own death. And you do wonder what you can do. And I think it's very frustrating when we see that really they're all a part of one big club and we're not a part of that. So then the question is a third party approach the right approach? Well, I'm 45 and I've seen some of those third party approaches over the years. I would say that with the tools that we have today, there might be that opportunity to really organize. I don't know, but I'm just very heartbroken today.
Well, quick question, Sugar.
Yeah.
Instead of having the third party run the general election, would
Right.
there be a way to have our third party run in the primary, in the Republican primary. That way we can actually get our
No.
own handpicked people to run the primaries. Is that
No.
not even possible?
No.
No,
no.
you can't run in a primary for a party that you're not a part of.
I think what we have to do is we have to limit the terms on some level. We have to call a constitutional convention of the states, if that's even possible.
Oh my God, hell no. You are not opening up the Constitution with the very idiots that are fucking us. Sorry.
No.
We're not going
The
to turn this.
states.
We're not going to turn this into an America party shilling faction. We're also not going to turn this into a convention of the states. It's already been declared, even by you, Dustin, that there's no way to vote your way out of this.
I
Let's
do have
operate on that
solutions,
premise.
though. I would
Okay.
like to propose some real things that I think need to be done.
Okay, what's the solution?
No, it's not a fix.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic, sugar. Thank you.
There is no magic silver bullet. Don't get me wrong. However, we need to push the Overton's window. You need to demand that there are candidates that call for wholesale Bukele-style jailing of government officials at every level. We have to push what is mainstream and acceptable by moving the Overton's window and demanding extreme judicial and legal and criminal action against all kinds of people. And I think we started that a little bit, which is why we're so upset that we sent people in that we thought were going to do it. Our job is now to quadruple down on our demands of what any candidate says as far as how far they're willing to go and how many people they're willing to arrest in order to clean the system out. Like, we have to push the Overton's window.
If not a party, then maybe, Dustin, like we discussed earlier, maybe we could start like some type of group that, like an unofficial party, but like within the Republican Party that we can have run against.
Oh, like MAGA?
You mean like MAGA?
Sure. No, guys, Donald Trump has endorsed a bunch of people that were bad. All right, so I wouldn't say quite like that. Different. Like we ourselves, we would choose them. We would actually have control over it. Something different. Why not try it? What do we have to lose?
How are you going to have control of something if you're not in an organized party?
Okay, I have a solution to present. So a lot of times, if you want to hurt the politicians the most because you're pissed off at them, you got to do it with your wallet. Okay, these guys are always calling up asking for money. All these candidates are asking for money. The Republican Party asks for money, and then they sprinkle it around to the candidates that they choose. That system screws us every time. We need to, we could have like a PAC or something that vets and selects like good, actual patriotic candidates that we know aren't freaking bought off. And then they could endorse them and they could fundraise to that PAC or something, and then get behind those candidates individually. Or if you don't want to do it that way, you could just find the candidates individually and donate directly to them. But if you cut off the money supplied to some of these other politicians and parties, that's going to hurt them the most. That's why I always say vote with your wallet.
Yeah, I got to go. Diligent, thanks again for having me. And I really do think we should be willing to think outside the box on this, guys. I mean, seriously, isn't that how a lot of changes are made? Thinking outside the box, trying something a little bit different. I mean, if we fail, we fail. But if we keep doing the same thing we do again and again, then we're definitely going to fail, right? So why not try something a little bit new? Because I really don't want anything like this to happen again, guys.
I think
It feels
outside of the
really,
box
really
is
bad.
the only way that we're going to be able to fix it, to be honest with you. Obviously, the levers and mechanisms within the system that we have available do not work. I think we can kind of...
Yeah, when people don't do anything.
Yeah, I think we
Come
can
on,
land
Diligent,
there.
we're talking about an apathetic electorate that doesn't go out there and do the job. It's what it is. I mean, it's just what it is. You can laugh all you want, Dustin. You know it better than anybody.
I do.
We
I
can sit
mean,
here and say
know
we're going to
it,
move the
but
football,
blame it.
but at the end of the day, if people aren't willing to get out there and do it, it's not going to happen.
Then the issue is partially the process, right? The fact that you can't get people to go do it means that there's an issue systemic. Again, this gets down to the systemic level, which is we have a massive issue. I don't believe that there's anyone we can vote. Like Donald Trump, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. I mean, who are we supposed to go vote for that's going to go in and spend the kind of time reassuring us that they are focused on these issues, that they believe in them in long form content and short form content in their own content. I just, for me, I don't know that there's any, like, I don't know how we vote this out. We have to make people more afraid of the people than they're afraid of whatever is pushing them to make these kinds of decisions. And that's a really challenging situation, especially because we're so cucked. I mean, no one here will even discuss the idea that maybe right, our Declaration of Independence says that, like, when your government stops working for you, right, the only solution that is given to us is to remove them and either start over or completely replace it. And yet we're so afraid of even talking or bringing that and mentioning it, mostly because of like the PSYOPs, J6, and all the bullshit that we've been put through, that we're even afraid to talk about it amongst ourselves. And I think part of us, like, we need to first come to the internal courage to say the words out loud. The First Amendment was written specifically for us to talk about these specific issues. And there is no path forward that does not involve pain and sacrifice. At the end of the day, we either, like, there will be people who suffer and there will be pain, and right, you will come under attack again and again, like many of us have for a long time, in order to like advance it. But it starts with us having the courage to say the words out loud. And I can't tell you how many times in this space alone I've heard people self-censor having a discussion about maybe it really is time for us to take them all out simultaneously, not violently, but also not.
I mean, I've heard numerous people on the stage say that if it needs to all burn down in order to fix this, then it needs to all burn down, including Chad and myself.
What does that mean? I mean, let's talk pragmatically, okay? Dustin,
Exactly.
Dustin, I want you to speak plainly. You say that we shouldn't self-censor. I want you to speak plainly. Are you suggesting violent overthrow of the government? And I'm not asking this. I mean, if you tell me you don't want to say that out loud because you're afraid that the FBI is listening to you, I understand that. But I'm just asking you, like, what is it exactly that you're saying?
I'm saying that maybe we need to continue to show up until we shut it down, right? Like at some point, we have to take to the streets and demand wholesale change. Again, what I'm proposing here is that this is a system.
Isn't that what J6 did though?
It's exactly what happened with J6, and we paid a terrible, terrible price for that. Lots of people paid a horrific, life-altering price and sacrifice for it. But if there's ever been an issue that, like, we need to show up and we need to continue to make noise and make things not work until, like, it comes to a head and some things change. What more usurpations do we have to suffer before we say, you know what, like, I would rather go in and the risk of the psyops and the infiltrators and the agent provocateurs and everything else, in order to start showing up and just continue to push and push and push. Because honestly, all of this talk of like, oh, well, we're going to organize and we're going to, like, get a bunch of people to go vote. Until we start, it starts with talking, and then it starts with protesting in person, and then it starts with not accepting the abuses that come with those things. And no one's got a crystal ball, so I'm not saying that it definitely leads to violent revolution or whatever, but is anyone going to DC? Is anyone going to go protest outside of somebody's office? Or are we going to protest outside FBI offices? Or
Elon Musk, if you're listening and you want to help us fund an operation where people can afford to do that, I will gladly go protest against the Epstein files not being released. And I'm sure a lot of other Americans would.
And I would help organize it. Right. And I would set all other political differences aside with anybody who wanted to fucking stand. I'm sorry for swearing. Anybody who wanted and had the courage to come stand with us. I would 100% come back and do it again and make the call and do all of the things that we do to have the best, right? Like all of the peaceful protests that we've done for, you know, January 6th was the third of 3 DC rallies that were massive. I think we need to call people back out. I think this is a big enough deal. And I think that the message that would be sent to see a bunch of us Trump supporters and MAGA people showing up while Trump was president because we were so outraged, I think that would cause a stir and make noise that would be impactful in a way that just staying safe and talking about it in the comfort of our little bubbles online, it's not enough. It's just not enough.
And if anything, hopefully it would send a chill down the spine of some of these pedophiles on the client list that the people are freaking coming for you.
Let me go to Michael Tracy real quick. I would really like your opinion on this, Michael. Go ahead.
Hey, somebody just sent me the link and suggested that I speak.
Yeah, I sent an invitation to Ben's. He might be busy though. So
okay. So I would assume that this quote unquote take I'm about to give is going to be very different from what has been mostly said on this space. So just give me like a minute or two to expound, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So there became a point at which, from my perspective, the Epstein saga morphed into mythology more than something that was connected to reality. Now, am I defending Epstein? No, there is plenty of evidence that he was a dirtbag, that he procured young or underage or teenage girls for himself because of some weird fetish that he had, and most likely was guilty of a variety of criminal offenses stemming from that. However, the mythology stems from this assumption that's been so stridently believed for so long, especially on places like X and other online circles, that the Epstein saga must encompass a huge range of powerful people over whom Epstein had blackmail and had incriminating evidence of them engaging in illicit sexual behavior with children or underage people. And there's just not a whole lot of evidence backing that latter part of it up at this point. That mythology stems from
let him finish.
That mythology really in large part stems from the original marquee accuser, Virginia Giuffre, who over 10 years ago now rattled off a huge list of prominent individuals to whom she claimed she had been trafficked. One of them was Alan Dershowitz. Now, leave aside one's feelings about Alan Dershowitz on any other issue. The fact is that between 2014 and 2022, Virginia Giuffre accused Alan Dershowitz of depraved criminal conduct, criminal sexual conduct, only to eventually admit in 2022 that she had falsely accused Dershowitz. This is the main accuser whose claims basically form the foundation for this entire ever-evolving mythology. Did you hear a lot of press coverage, really, to the fact that in 2022, the chief Epstein accuser had to admit that she was serially fabricating a false claim of sexual criminal conduct against a prominent individual? If you looked for it, maybe you could see it. I commented on it, but it really did not seem to penetrate the consciousness much of people who are so invested in this story.
Was she involved with a lawsuit with Dershowitz over that?
Well, yeah, there were lawsuits and then counter lawsuits and defamation suits, and it eventually got settled. mean, it's a very convoluted story. Actually, Giuffre was represented by David Boies, who's a hugely prominent, high-powered attorney who has a long-running, like decades-old feud with Dershowitz. But it culminated in like the whole tangle of litigation culminated in 2022 in a settlement in which Dershowitz didn't even seek any monetary damages. All he sought was an acknowledgement by Giuffre that the accusation against him was groundless, and he received it. And so
the same Dershowitz.
So if and Giuffre
The same
did not
Dershowitz.
even testify. Give me another 30 seconds or a minute.
Yeah, go ahead and finish.
As such, Giuffre, if you notice, if you followed the Ghislaine Maxwell criminal trial in 2021, she was not even called to testify by the prosecution because it was well understood that she had serious credibility problems.
Her statements were presented. Her previous statements were presented as evidence, though.
Well, she wasn't called to testify, and she was not one of the 4 victims against whom it was alleged that a sexual offense was committed. And Giuffre, unlike the 4 purported victims who were called to testify by the prosecution, Giuffre alleged widespread trafficking while those 4 did not. So the ones that the prosecutors actually had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt were credible enough to convict Maxwell did not even allege that they were trafficked to a third-party individual. So somebody beyond Epstein. And that's the core of this whole drama that we're in now, right? People think that there's this mass cover-up from the deep state or whatever of this extensive list of powerful individuals who have been caught engaging in this illicit conduct and now are going to have their crimes covered up in perpetuity. And I'll agree with any people who want to complain about members of the Trump administration and right-wing media, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, etc., teasing their audiences with this idea that some major revelation was going to be on the offing now that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino got in there to clear out the deep state and finally bring justice to all the children who were victimized or whatever. But that's not really, from my perspective, them participating in a deep state cover-up. It's them just engaging in standard political charlatanism, because that's what Dan Bongino was, as like a Rumble or talk radio host who was just feeding red meat to his audience. But then once he actually has to filter his podcast ramblings into the higher evidentiary standards of the criminal justice system, then of course he abandons all this scintillating teasing that he had just got done.
Michael,
So I'm not claiming I have the final story on everything related to Epstein.
Michael?
I just think that a lot of this really is overblown. And if you don't even, just to conclude, like last sentence, if you don't even allow for the possibility that the depiction of this whole story has been exaggerated by political charlatans to get everybody excited and think that they were going to be combating the deep state by electing Trump again and getting, tenacious deep state opponents like Kash Patel and
I just want to correct something you said. In 2019, Dershowitz,
a little bit more reflective.
In 2019, Dershowitz did seek monetary damages against Giuffre for defamation. So one thing that you said was incorrect, which was that she settled on the premise he wasn't seeking monetary damages in the lawsuit, and that she withdrew her statements without the threat of monetary loss. However, this is publicly available knowledge. In 2019, Dershowitz did file a defamation lawsuit seeking monetary damages against Giuffre. So that is some important
context. I should clarify just to say that the final settlement did not entail.
But there was a threat of massive
any money. But
there was a threat of massive monetary loss.
But at the same time, if you had been accused for nearly a decade of engaging in illicit sexual predation against minors, and the accusation was false, would you not be within your rights to potentially seek
I'm
some
not saying
financial
that he
damages?
wasn't. I'm not saying that he wasn't, but
Okay, I'll take that I'll take that clarification. I should have been more precise.
yeah, because
Michael.
it adds to the weight of that she didn't just abandon her position willy nilly without the threat of some kind of greater loss. As it was being suggested, so I just wanted to clarify. Good logic actually went to Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, so you can comment more to this than I can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a New York attorney, and I attended that trial every day. So I want to have a little exchange with you back and forth about some of the positions you took. And I think that it's important for the purposes of intellectual integrity to vet out all possibilities so we can appreciate when we've been triggered to mass think a certain way and knee jerk react that way, and then and then either eliminate that as a possibility or verify, like you seem to have, that that is a likely scenario. So and I appreciate just a few minutes to vet that thought out that you were just saying, that this is a fomented mass hysteria about a story which is red meat for MAGA, but has less legs to it than we've been led to believe. And the reason
just to clarify, and I'll let you go, but I'm not saying that it's entirely mass hysteria. Obviously, Jeffrey Epstein confessed to procuring young girls or teenage girls to gratify his sexual desires. So
right,
I'm not claiming that part is hysteria. It's the broader mythology that's been constructed around it.
The mythology that involves third parties, which is really the key element here.
Correct.
Whether or not that this entire scheme was designed to feed his individual tastes, or it had a much broader agenda of trying to feed the appetites of other people who might have similar perverted sexual tastes that he has, and then blackmail them, extort them, or ingratiate them himself with them one way or another. And the point that here are a few questions I have for you based on that take. So first, you start with an assumption that because Virginia Giuffre did not testify in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and you're correct. I actually brought that up early on in this space. She did not testify. And I think that there is a lot of reasons that she may not have testified, which have nothing to do with supporting the conclusion that you seem to draw from.
She was never found incredible in any other court case. Just want to add that context. Go ahead.
Right. And so the point that I'm getting at is Maureen Comey, who was the head prosecutor for that case, specifically charged Ghislaine Maxwell for feeding Jeffrey Epstein's individual appetite. And once you frame the charges in that way, and you can make a case, and you would make the case, I would assume, that the reason she framed that is because that's what we have evidence of. We don't have evidence of the other stuff that he's trying to feed the appetite of multiple people, but that she was working to feed his individual tastes. And in that sense, once you frame the charges that way, there's no reason to bring Virginia Giuffre in there. I think you seem to be drawing a conclusion that Virginia Giuffre's withholding her from testifying is implying that there's some sort of shortcoming in her credibility. And my point back to that is no. Once you frame the charges a particular way, now you make Virginia Giuffre extraneous. And if anything, you can make an argument. The defense certainly would have made the case, because they were very skilled defense attorneys. They would have certainly made the case that that her testimony is going to be something that is a distraction from the ultimate charges, and is designed to paint him in a negative light with things that are unrelated to the underlying charges. So
can I respond to the Virginia Giuffre point, and then you can make your other points?
Yeah.
Okay, so I bring her up not solely in relation to the Maxwell trial of 2021. I brought her up primarily to posit what I would contend is her central role in fostering and creating this wider mythology, as I would call it, around Epstein.
See, the way that you phrase it as mythology, though.
In that she's the one who, over 10 years ago now, filed a lawsuit in which she accused a huge array of prominent individuals of sex trafficking, including Dershowitz, the claim she later specifically recanted. she did not even bring an individual lawsuit against other individuals that she had initially named, like former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell or Bill Richardson or other people whose names escape me now, who were associated with various, powerful institutions. She brought litigation against Dershowitz, which she ended up having to recant pursuant to a settlement. She did bring litigation against Prince Andrew, who was in the middle of a enormous PR crisis after his infamous BBC interview, when he was obviously not a very, he didn't put on a very sympathetic or persuasive performance to most viewers. And then there's also her Ghislaine Maxwell litigation. I mean, you would think that her other accusations against a whole slew of powerful people to whom she claimed that she had been trafficked had been amply established by the factual record up to this point, given the knee-jerk reflex that so many people have to assume that if the quote-unquote Epstein files are not being released as promised, that must mean that there's this huge universe of powerful people whose sexual depravities have been covered up by the Trump administration. And I just think that's not well founded in the factual
the way
record.
that you frame it, hold on. I want to push back on something you said. The way that you frame it as mythology completely undermines the possibility if there is any factual basis to it or not, right? You're not leaving the door open for potential evidence when you're framing it as something that's completely fabricated from beginning to end because it's based in a history that's long lost to us, right?
When I call it mythology,
that's the way you're
I'm not
framing
saying
it.
that every last aspect of the Jeffrey Epstein story is literally fabricated, but things that have a core of truth to them can then take on mythological components over time as they get exaggerated and put into like a popular lore that's sort of divorced from
so do you
the
think
factual
that
record. That's what I would argue.
do you think that Giuffre had the resources to take on all of these individuals that she named in this so-called network in lawsuits, by herself?
Well, having David Boies as her lawyer is a pretty good resource, isn't it?
And she was successful in many regards, correct?
She succeeded against Prince Andrew.
Yeah. Prince Andrew settled with her quite extensively.
Right.
So
she got 12 million pounds.
So that actually shows right there were third parties involved, which counters what you were alleging earlier.
Right. There's the
exactly.
one third party that did settle was Prince Andrew.
So why would you settle if you were innocent?
If I were Prince Andrew's lawyer, I probably would have advised him to settle too. He has the royal family's wealth to use for rather than coming to the United States and going through
in the context of his botched interview, the photo, and his own admissions to frequenting that particular the Manhattan, the New York residence numerous times. He admitted that himself on a different occasion. Like in the context of all of that, that would actually show that she was credible in her statement, especially when you couple it with all the settlements, right? Like there's far more evidence. Hold on. There was two settlements. There was also a settlement with there was numerous settlements from the estate as well as banking institutions on the condition that the parties who settled with did not come forward and identify themselves. You don't know that she wasn't one of them, right? We do know publicly there was one settlement, but there's also other settlements that occurred where the parties involved weren't named under a non-disclosure agreement. Okay, can we agree on that?
I'm talking about third-party individuals whom she claimed she was trafficked to. Of those, there's only one settlement. That's Prince Andrew.
Okay, well, that's okay. So it's not baseless, right? One of the people she named settled with her, and there was also other correlating evidence that supported her claim. Can we agree on that?
Can I help?
Well, I mean, can I ask you, like, does the fact that after 8 years, she finally conceded that she had falsely accused Dershowitz, one of the two third-party individuals she brought a lawsuit against, claiming she had been trafficked to him. Does that not cut against her credibility at all? Like, how do you weigh that? Is that just disregarded?
It could have been that she just didn't have the evidence in a strong enough case to actually win, and then when cornered into potentially having to pay massive amounts of money, she then was forced into making a statement in settlement, retracting because she essentially lost the case.
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you need
But that
evidence to
doesn't
make
necessarily
extravagant
mean
accusations.
that it didn't happen, does it?
I can share
Well,
with
she
you.
admitted that she had falsely accused him for 8 years, so that's as close to an admission that didn't happen as you can get within the system.
People are like really flawed though, right? So there's also a chance that she's telling the truth about certain parts and lying about others.
Mute
Thanks.
them. You gotta assert control over the room. Good logic.
I'm on it. Okay, fine. I want to just make a couple. I want to point out a couple of facts here that some people seem to be unaware of, and that is, and it relates to things that came up at the trial. There is evidence that helps support the point that Michael's making, and then there's evidence that people may be unaware of, which cuts against what Michael is saying. And I think what Michael is bringing to the table here is an important conversation, so that we're better informed. And the points that I want to point to that I think we may not have considered that Michael is astute for pointing out here is a large part of the reason that we believe this story to be true. A large part of the reason that we all took stock in the fact that this was not one man's deprivation, but deprivation of countless men, is because of the statements that were made. Is a lot of it is dependent on Virginia Giuffre's statements. So if we believe her,
Exactly, that was my point in bringing her up. I'm glad you clarified that. Continue,
yeah, that's my point, and I'm trying to take a good faith, like really try to cut to the truth here, and I think that it's fair to question if there's so many girls out there, and so many of them, and maybe Grok can find names of other girls or pseudonyms that we have, other girls who claim beyond what was testified to at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, that they were trafficked by Epstein to third-party individuals. You can ask, if there were thousands of them, we should have heard from a couple of them. I mean, that's a fair question to ask.
And there were zero. And there was a huge, you would acknowledge, right, that there was a huge amount of popular clamor for the prosecutors to come down as hard as they possibly could on Maxwell with as many charges they could possibly sustain. So if there were even the most remotely conceivable chance that they could nail her with having been party to trafficking to a third individual, they had all the statutory tools in their toolbox to bring those charges. Can I ask you one question about the trial since you were there every day? Is it true that one of the four purported victims, who were all allowed to testify pseudonymously, which it seems
except for
like
Amy Farmer testified on her name. The other three testified pseudonymously, but we were able to figure out two of them who were big name superstar. So one was a soap opera star, the other was an international supermodel. Those were the first two to testify. The third one was someone who no one ever heard of again, and she had the most heartrending testimony imaginable. And then there was Amy Farmer went forth. But
I mean, the permissibility of pseudonymous testimony seems ripe for various appellate issues, but we don't have to necessarily get bogged down in that. But the one of these pseudonymous purported victims, named quote unquote Jane, she had gotten in touch with lawyers associated with who were basically propositioning the then newly created Epstein Victim Compensation Fund for civil relief after he died and his estate became available. And she had been advised that in order to maximize her prospects of receiving the largest possible settlement from the Epstein Compensation Fund, that she should also prosecute with the criminal prosecutors. And sure enough, she received $5 million prior to the trial even, or I'm not sure the exact timing, but she received $5 million, and she was one of the four purported victims in the trial. Now, I'm just thinking about the Diddy trial
Michael,
recently.
Michael,
not to go off the
point-
rails, but it seems like the defense attorneys in the Diddy trial were successfully able to sow reasonable doubt amongst the jurors, given that the marquee accuser in that trial suffered
$30 million.
credibility issues for a variety of reasons, one of which was that she received $30 million in a civil lawsuit. And oh, by the way, who was the prosecutor in that case as well as
Maureen
the
Comey.
Ghislaine case?
Yes.
That's right.
It was Maureen Comey
So she
in
has
both.
a certain pattern of tactics.
But I will point out to you that to the extent that you seem to be implicitly, at the very least, attacking the credibility of Virginia Giuffre, that these other girls,
I'm overtly attacking it. I'm overtly attacking it.
Okay, fine. Overtly attacking her credibility. I'm going to point out to you that much of her story, to the extent it related to these particular women, was verified in their testimony, which ended up hanging Ghislaine Maxwell and getting her convictions. Meaning Marianne came out there and said, yeah, she was approached by Virginia Giuffre when she was 12 years old, and Virginia is the one who introduced her to Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. So the point being here that much of what Virginia Giuffre has said has been corroborated. Now, you would probably counter and say, yeah, there's often a kernel of truth, and you build off of that to exaggerate and bring more hyperbole to make this a more global type of thing.
Let's say she totally fabricated her entire relationship or interactions with Epstein. Clearly, there was some basis for her.
There was evidence to support her claims. Her initial claims were true. That's why.
But can I ask, like the thing about the Jane victim is, can you confirm the account I just gave in terms of her receiving the $5 million?
Which part of it? I'm thinking back like three years. And I'm trying to remember. Frankly, I remember that one of them was Jane. It was one of the first two was identified as Jane. I remember the third one's Marilyn. The first one that came out.
I just reread the defense's appellate brief. And
what's your question exactly, Michael? We can ask
the
AI.
So one of the 4 purported victims in the Maxwell criminal trial in 2021 was under the pseudonym Jane.
It seems you're addressing someone named Michael and starting to ask about one of the 4 reported.
Sorry about that. I'll deal with that whenever you finish.
Yeah. And quote unquote Jane had received a $5 million payout from the then newly created Epstein Victim Compensation Fund or something to that effect.
Victim Compensation Fund.
With on the understanding that if she cooperated with prosecutors for the criminal trial, it would maximize her chances of receiving the highest possible.
Let me do some housekeeping real quick too, because my listeners keep tagging me and they're saying, "Well, why are we getting derailed in this conversation?" Well, let me tell you why we're allowing this line of thought. Right? If you don't know my spaces, I always allow all viewpoints to be expressed. Right? We're going to express all aspects of it. And what Michael is surmising is that we might be mistakenly going hard at the Trump administration on this notion that there is this large cabal or network of pedophiles or other people who are implicated by Jeffrey Epstein mistakenly, because the core witness he finds to be incredible, and she was mainly the one who made those allegations. Is the premise correct there, Michael?
That's largely correct, but I would say you should.
Hold on.
Michael Tracy is a Trump shill. He's a Trump shill. Obviously, everyone knows that.
I know. Let me just say, I've listened to Michael go on rants about Trump. Plenty
I go on rants about
on
Spaces.
So, I mean,
exactly.
But I just wanted to offer the premise of why I'm allowing this, because it's good for you to for us to debate the ideas.
Sketching out that premise just for your information, I did not proactively seek out this space. One of my followers was begging me to join and provide a little bit of a different perspective. I just wanted to say, here's the grounds on which I think people really should be going after the Trump administration. Go after Bondi, go after Kash Patel, go after Dan Bongino, go after Trump himself for teasing this idea that all the voters had to do and to finally get closure on their longtime Epstein, fantasies or paranoia, not to be too derogatory about it, but in order to finally have their suspicions vindicated, what they had to do was get Trump in there. He would bring in his anti-deep state Avengers squad, Patel, Bongino, et al., and finally they would bring the truth. I mean, Dan Bongino was saying this stuff as recently as February, before he was appointed deputy FBI director. So go after those people for throwing whatever red meat they can to their audiences to get people all revved up and excited, and prime them for the shock, the disappointment that would inevitably come, because what people in the Trump administration do, and I've heard this people in the Trump administration, is that they are so fixated on tailoring their public messaging to like the id of right-wing social media that eventually it just gets detached from reality. And now it's boomerang on them because everybody in these right-wing media circles thought that they were about to be given finally the Rosetta Stone for the Epstein.
Doesn't phase
saga.
1 imply that there are other phases?
Sorry.
Doesn't phase 1 of an Epstein file drop imply that there will be ongoing phases?
Oh, you mean when they handed out the binders to all the influencers?
Yeah, that phase 1.
Yeah, it was a joke. I mean, it doesn't.
Oh, they specifically said there would be
Bambondi and others
other
falsely
drops.
implied a lot of things.
No, they
and that's the
specifically
grounds on
said
which
that
they
there
should
would be
criticized
ongoing drops.
For being political cynics and charlatans and hucksters who have no respect for the intelligence of their audiences, clearly.
So my audience
why
is
they would do a stunt as ridiculous as
my audience
thing, and also hold to account finally these right-wing influencer types who are just like credulous stooges for the government. Cernovich,
it's the same thing as the left wing,
who
brother.
would debase themselves to prance around with those ridiculous souvenir binders, and now a few months later they're all really solemn and.
By the way, could I interject with something here?
Real quick, too many people talking at once, but I'm gonna oblige one of my listeners who is messaging me and in the comments, asking me to ask Grok if there is any factual basis or credible sources that imply that there is more than one individual or a network or other people involved with the Epstein sexual sex trafficking of minors. Sorry, it was muted. It might be glitched now.
Statements and credible web sources, there's a factual basis suggesting more than one individual was involved in Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking of minors, pointing to a network of enablers, though not necessarily a broad criminal client network. Court evidence, Epstein's 2019 federal indictment, and Ghislaine Maxwell's 2021 conviction detail a conspiracy involving Epstein, Maxwell, and others. Victims like Virginia Giuffre and Johanna Soberg testified in civil and criminal cases that Maxwell and Epstein's employees, like Sarah Kellen and Nadia Mersinkova, facilitated abuse by scheduling massages and contacting victims. Alfredo Rodriguez, Epstein's butler, confirmed in court seeing underage girls at residences, implying staff complicity. The Southern District of New York's 2019 charges noted Epstein worked with employees and associates to maintain a network exploiting dozens of minors, some as young as 14, across New York and Florida. Factors and residences across New York and Florida. The DOJ's July 2019 press release on Epstein's arrest stated he created a vast network of underage victims, involving others to arrange sexual encounters. While no client list was confirmed, unsealed 2024 documents from Giuffre's lawsuit named over 150 associates, some potentially complicit, though not all criminally implicated. Credible reports. The Miami Herald's 2018 investigation by Julie K. Brown identified about 80 alleged victims, noting recruiters beyond Maxwell, including girls paid to bring others, suggesting a structured operation. Limitations. No court evidence confirms a wide network of high-profile clients as active participants in the trafficking itself, despite ex-posts speculating about names like Prince Andrew or Bill Clinton. Jean-Luc Brunel, accused of supplying girls,
let her finish.
Clients, but evidence remains limited to Epstein's inner circle. The DOJ's 2025 claim of no broader network lacks transparency, fueling doubt but isn't disproven. Conclusion. There's a solid factual basis through court testimony, indictments, and investigations for a network involving Epstein, Maxwell, and select staff or recruiters in the trafficking of minors. Broader client involvement remains unproven by primary sources. If you want specifics on any individual or case, say Grok.
Okay, so the key here, though, Diligent, is not about whether other people were helping enable him to get his rocks off. It's a matter as to whether these girls were being provided to third parties. And that's what we really need to know from Grok. Aside from claims from Virginia Guthrie, is there any evidence that Epstein was helping feed the depraved sexual predilections of third parties?
Grok, is there any evidence to support the notion that Epstein was providing these girls or these children to other associates?
Yes, there is evidence from court documents and testimony that Jeffrey Epstein provided underage girls to other associates, though it's limited to specific individuals and doesn't confirm a widespread network of clients. In Virginia Giuffre's 2015 lawsuit and deposition, she testified Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell directed her to have sex with associates, including Prince Andrew and Jean-Luc Bruneau, at Epstein's properties. Johannes Joberg's testimony in Maxwell's 2021 trial corroborated that Epstein facilitated encounters involving prominent individuals, though she didn't name others as direct recipients of minors. The 2019 federal indictment against Epstein stated he enticed and recruited minors for sexual activities for himself and others, implying third-party involvement. A 2018 Miami Herald investigation reported victims claiming they were sent to other men, though specifics were sparse. Court-unsealed documents in 2024 from Giuffre's case mentioned figures like Glenn Dubin, but no criminal charges against third parties, beyond Maxwell and Bruneau, were substantiated for trafficking. Ex-posts often speculate about a broader client network, but no primary source confirms this. The evidence points to select associates, not a vast conspiracy. If you want me to focus on a specific person or case, say Grok.
So there's also another girl, because I've been working with Grok kind of while I've been listening to you guys, and it says her name was Priscilla Doe. Priscilla Doe. And it says, in a lawsuit against Epstein's estate, Priscilla Doe, who was 20 when she met Epstein, alleged that Ghislaine Maxwell taught her the proper way to sexually pleasure Epstein during a trip to the Caribbean island. The lawsuit implies she was coerced into sexual acts in the presence of Epstein's associates, including an instance where she was forced to serve hors d'oeuvres at a private party with director Woody Allen. She also alleged Epstein confiscated her passport, preventing her from leaving, suggesting coercion into a broader network of exploitation.
The point is that there is evidence that more than just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were involved with these kids. That's the point, right? So it's not a myth.
Also,
the person that Millie just cited wasn't even a kid; it was an adult. She said she was 20, right?
Again, Michael, the idea that these child victims have to have perfect factual recall decades later in order to not hold up their credibility is nonsense on its face. Secondarily, right, the idea that blackmail wasn't happening. Where did Epstein get his money from? Why did Lex Wexner give him power of attorney? What kind of special trading strategies or networks, or what was he doing in order to accumulate the kind of wealth that he was in control of? And all of the evidence that was seized, the micro pin cameras in bedrooms, the full surveillance, the operator rooms, again, all of those things point in one very direct direction that there was blackmail operations going on. I just don't understand, right? I get that it's probably frustrating that we don't have all of that laid out in court, which is why everybody is up in arms that we don't get the information, because you're probably right. That there's definitely, in the absence of facts that lay out and match the broader fact pattern, of course, there's going to be exaggerations and things that did happen. Some people who weren't participating in certain activities. But again, that how can we blame these girls who as young teenagers for not having perfect factual recall decades later and use that as an excuse to throw out like what was obviously happening to everybody who looks at it.
I'm not blaming every teenager who's potentially the victim of a crime for not having perfect recall decades later. That's different, though, than Virginia Giuffre in particular having a record of serial fabulism. If her claims from 2014 or 2015 are still to this day going to serve as the primary basis for people's
They aren't the
entire
primary
belief
basis.
system.
You heard two other witnesses that were credible give the same assertions.
Which other witnesses? The one that Millie just mentioned?
They were mentioned by Grok during her feedback. I'd have to go back.
I think
and
it
look,
was Johanna and then Priscilla were two others. But there's a whole list of them. I could read off some of the other ones that Grok listed as well.
But those two didn't. But those other two didn't claim that they were trafficked to third parties, right? I mean, that's the crux of what we're that's the crux of what we're focused on here.
explicitly said that they were trafficked to third parties. That was the premise of the question I had presented to Grok. You want me to have her relist the names?
Okay, I mean, no, I mean, just give me. I'd rather. I'll look at it myself. I don't think we have to listen to the whole thing again. But just give me their names if you recall. I'll take a look.
We also have Dershowitz advocating for lowering the age of consent
Grok,
around
give
the
us
same
a
time.
list of give us a list of the individuals or credible court witnesses who asserted that they were trafficked in the Epstein cases to a third party other than Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. Just the names.
Based on court documents, testimony, and credible sources from the Epstein cases, here's a list of individuals who asserted they were trafficked to a third party, other than Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell: Virginia Giuffre, Uddana Soberg, Maria Farmer, Annie Farmer.
Well, because you didn't okay, so the problem is just the phrasing, because a lot of it was done under the guise of massaging or coerced into sexual acts, right? So like it wasn't even, it was basically like, were they procured by Epstein to give massages, right? Maybe not necessarily even trafficking, but procured for sexual acts. I guess you could say that someone is trafficking.
Yeah.
I think that some of it is like some of them were coerced into sexual situations with his associates.
Yeah, implied sexual acts is what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
But if there's thousands of videos that feature child sexual exploit material as alleged or said by the DOJ and the FBI, and they've seen those videos, then they've also seen who's doing the abusing, right? So they're not abusing themselves. Somebody else is in the video. Who are those people?
Exactly. And we're hearing from the victims that have come forward, right? We aren't hearing from all the potential victims, thousands that could be in those tapes or that could be dead.
No, there are thousands admitted in the government memo. It literally says over 1,000. So there is no speculation needed there.
Yeah, and how many of those 1,000 have not ever testified or come forward? Or maybe they're not even alive. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're analyzing the testimony of those that came forward.
Can I ask you a question? Would you concede that there is an incentive for anybody who even can make the faintest semblance of a claim to quote unquote come forward when the money spigot associated with this case has been opened so liberally to the point that they can get a share of, for example, the $290 million settlement that JP Morgan agreed to, basically on the ground that Epstein was a client of JP Morgan for some period of time, but they agreed to $290 million. And obviously that creates, you would think, an incentive for people to come up with any claim they possibly can, even if they might have to slightly embellish it, and then they receive a share of that money. Like, doesn't mean that everybody who gets a payout is 100% lying in every detail, But would you at least acknowledge that there's an incentive there that could?
I do, and I do acknowledge. I
will
grant you that there is an incentive there. If you will grant me that there's also an incentive on behalf of those who might be involved to want to silence or discredit witnesses who are otherwise seen as credible in this case if they are implicated.
And there's evidence.
The other thing is there's
Epstein was paying for cell phones for these girls. He was giving them money. He was delivering flowers to their high schools. I mean, there's evidence. There's proof that they aren't just coming out of left field from nowhere.
But the other thing then is also, can you at least acknowledge and admit we're dealing with very powerful, very wealthy people here, and these women coming forward who were abused as children are taking a considerable risk to their own safety in doing so. So that kind of you think they might have.
You're rugging, Millie. It sounds bad.
I'm just not sure I see what risk someone is taking if they can anonymously or pseudonymously file a lawsuit to get a share of a $290 million.
Where is Virginia Giuffre right now, Michael?
She's dead. She clearly had a.
Where is Jeffrey Epstein right now?
They're both dead.
And is there anyone else? Is there any other accusers who are also deceased? Yeah. So
also deceased.
So yeah, any accusers or witnesses that are deceased in the Epstein case that you know of?
There are so many accusers given the civil litigation. I'm sure there may be some. So
credible accusers. So there is another element here, right? Which is not only being discredited or publicly humiliated or not even being heard, but there's also the overwhelming notion that many agree that people associated or credible people associated with the case have untimely and very
like who other than Giuffre? I'm actually not sure. So who other than Virginia Giuffre?
Who is the third person you were referring to, Millie? Or was that you? Or Miley? I'm sorry.
It was Miley. There's a model. I'll find her name. She had accused Epstein and was, after making her deposition, was unalived from the top of her building in New York.
Grok, what credible Epstein accusers or witnesses suffered an untimely demise? And you can include Epstein himself.
Based on court records, web reports, and posts on X, here are credible Epstein accusers or witnesses who suffered an untimely demise, including Epstein himself, with confirmation from reliable sources. Jeffrey Epstein died August 10th, 2019, in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, New York. The DOJ and NYC chief medical examiner ruled it a suicide.
You can skip the explanation and just give us the person and how they're associated with the case.
Jeffrey Epstein, accused sex offender, died by suicide in 2019 while awaiting trial. Jean-Luc Brunel, modeling agent accused of supplying girls to Epstein, died by suicide in 2022 while detained. Virginia Giuffre, key accuser against Epstein and Prince Andrew, died by suicide in 2025.
You see a pattern there, Michael?
So are you asserting that Virginia Giuffre did not die by suicide? Like, is there evidence that
I didn't assert anything. I'm just saying that there is a stigma of being suicided associated with coming out about this case, and it is,
what does it mean to be suicide? That means to be murdered, right? Like to not actually.
I said a stigma or a fear of being suicided, right? Which would be murder under the premise of suicide.
So is there any evidence
associated with this case? I didn't say, so you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
I don't know what suicide, the verb, means other than murder.
So I just defined it for you. I don't know what you're talking about. I said there is a stigma or fear associated with this case that those who come forward will die and have it be labeled a suicide under the premise of being suicided. Like, I don't know how you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that happened to those people. I'm saying that those who might have knowledge of or be witnesses to other parties in the case might be afraid to come forward because those who had knowledge of or were in, at least in detention for, have all died under, at the very least, questionable circumstances. Does that make sense or no?
Okay, I mean, let's say there are some that may have done under questionable circumstances, although I'm not aware of what the questionable circumstances even alleged to be with regard to Virginia Giuffre. It seems like she was suffering from severe mental instability, according to her family, and others that led to her.
Not according to her
death.
brother, but okay.
But if you're saying that the underlying, hold on, if you're saying that Michael, stop, Michael, if there, listen, if
I can't. You can't both let him finish his statement. Let him answer.
Yeah, and then have a back and forth. Yeah, he was having a back and forth. Hold on, Millie. And stop. You don't need to yell. We can all hear you. Go ahead, Michael. Probably a mute glitch.
Okay, so
good logic. You got a hot mic. That's a mute glitch. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, so the last figure that I can find is that there could be something like hundreds of Epstein quote-unquote victims who have received settlements from various sources. So there's JP Morgan, there's the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, there's a Deutsche Bank settlement. So even let's just go based on the JP Morgan settlement. The latest figure is that they have settled with nearly 200 women who claim to be victimized by Epstein. Okay, so what percentage of those people have died under mysterious circumstances, and what percentage have just received their share of the $290 million pot and are living normally, in part because they got to make their claim anonymously, So okay, so maybe so I guess what I'm trying to ask is, couldn't you look at it a different way, in that the vast majority of people who have gotten some very generous financial compensation out of their purported victimization in this whole saga are actually perfectly fine, or at least have not been quote suicided in the way that you seem to suggest is so ubiquitous among anybody who would make a claim?
The two main people who came. Well, I'm going to answer his question real quick, and then I'll let you. The two main people who came forward and said that there were more than one party implicated that were credible, the two main witnesses, were Giuffre and the other, I forget her name now because I'm tired, but the other woman that was just named by Grok, right? They both died. One of them was in custody for an unrelated charge. But my point is they died by quote unquote suicide. The other one was in custody. So let's just think the three people.
Jean-Luc was a man, not a woman. She wasn't a victim. He was a man who reportedly was fed girls by Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, man. Sorry. Okay, no, there was another one that was named, I thought. That was one of the women. Wasn't there?
Yeah, I just posted it in the comments. I can't pronounce her name correctly, but it's Ruslana Korshanova. Ruslana, Ruslana.
My point is, okay, the three credible people who knew that there was a third party, at least as far as I'm concerned, we can argue about Giuffre's credibility all day long. There is some credibility there, right? The three people who knew of that are all dead by suicide now. And that is a very, very suspicious coincidence, if you ask me. The rest of the people who could know or did know are a lot of them are under court seal, right? Or NDAs because they settled and they didn't go to criminal trial, right? I don't know, man. I think there is a credible perception of stigma around coming forward about that case in general. Good logic. Go ahead.
No, wait a second. You said I could have a chance to actually
Millie, I'm
respond
sorry.
here. Okay. So the problem with your argument, Michael, is that you're essentially saying that there was a motive financially and that this could be the reason why these supposed victims are even coming forward is because they just want money. Well, the problem with that is exactly what Diligen's saying. Explain why they essentially were suicided even after receiving money and winning lawsuit settlements. So if all they were after was money, why would they then kill themselves once they get the money? That makes zero sense.
You guys keep saying suicided as though
hold
there's
on, let me
evidence that they were
finish.
murdered.
And this is where
So
you're
are
interrupting
you-
me now.
Go
Okay,
ahead, sorry.
so the thing is though, if let's say that they genuinely were not suicided and they were killed, right? They didn't kill themselves, somebody killed them. Who would have motivation to kill them if Epstein was the only client? And if they made it all up? Who? And Epstein's obviously not here to kill Virginia, so who had her killed then?
But
If
you're
she didn't
operating on the entirely unsubstantiated premise that Virginia Giuffre was quote unquote suicided. Like there's a lot of evidence that Virginia Giuffre was in the throes of mental illness or mental instability or whatever synonym you want to use.
Why would she have mental illness if her only motive of coming forward was to get money and she got money?
Mentally ill people also get
claiming that's
sex
her only
trafficked.
motive. I mean, there is probably some sense in which she was victimized by even being wrapped up in that whole network to begin with. But obviously,
exactly,
if she has a repeated pattern of
yeah.
confabulating persons to whom she was supposedly sex trafficked, my only contention is that that does reflect to some degree on her credibility. And if it's her credibility to this entire quote unquote mythology, let's not get too hung up on the semantics of the term, but if the entire sort of theory that's percolating around the Epstein issue is based on her credibility, then I think it should be taken into account that her credibility is seriously imperiled. I mean,
I'm
I just
sorry,
think
that's bullshit.
You can't just go around
That's
claiming
bullshit.
that she was suicided.
You can't try
on
to
the
claim
basis of
she
nothing.
doesn't have credibility when she freaking does. Like, what the hell's wrong with you
She
in doing
admitted
that?
that she falsely accused one of the two people that she individually sued for receiving her as a sex trafficking victim. She admitted that she falsely accused the person for 8 years. So yeah, I mean, what else would cut against her credibility if not that?
Well, Michael, I wanted to address that point with you because you issued that early on, where you suggested that with Prince Andrew, because it was settled, there's not effectively nothing to see there, and the $12 million settlement, the $12 million shouldn't really feature in our thinking, guilt or otherwise. But then when it comes to the young lady's settlement, because part of that settlement was her making an admission due to that settlement, then every credibility should be given to that. So you can't have one issue discounted. The 12 million faces of Benjamin Franklin really must be factored into giving weight to the fact that a quote unquote innocent person or an unproved guilty person managed to purchase the avoidance of a trial where facts would be laid bare with $12 million or pounds, I don't recall which. That has to be weighed in the balance. And it is always the case that where there's a parallel criminal and a civil litigation, where a civil litigation is settled vis-a-vis the accused will want to extract a statement from the accuser that will nullify the criminal case. I'm a lawyer who's been involved in these sort of things, and it's true to say that, accusers are sometimes exaggerators, but it's also true to say that the so-called accused, when they, let's say, employ people to help navigate a way out or an off-ramp from the consequences of what they actually did, can use their muscle or enticement to, let us say, avoid justice being done by having things that are said as truth which are not actually reflective of the truth, by using money and the threat of other pressure points.
I think that's fair enough. I'm not saying that we must entirely discard the Prince Andrew settlement in weighing the factors that should inform
There's
our
far
perception
more
of her
evidence that
credibility.
there's far more evidence that there is
bizarre.
there's far more evidence that there is third party individuals involved with the case overall than there isn't. And the assertion that was made by the Trump administration today or yesterday, I'm sorry, in the memo is that there was no evidence that there was a third party involved, and nobody's buying that. I don't. You can sit up here and say all day, blue in the face, that Giuffre was an uncredible or unreliable source. Okay, but there's other evidence to suggest that there are third-party individuals, and even what your admission with Prince Andrew, right, can't be discounted overall in the facts. There is evidence to suggest that third parties are involved, and they are not being pursued for whatever reason, which is exactly why we're all angry. And the mishandling of the case, and it's just on numbers, right? Like if you just look at it mathematically, through logic only, the mishandling of the case, the botched announcement from the beginning with AG Pam Bondi, and you could say, oh, well, she stuck her foot in her mouth. Well, I can tell you something else. She's nothing more than a mouthpiece for the people for Susan Wiles in many regards, right? So she was under orders to do what she did. So my point is that mathematically even, okay, that there is a very good likelihood to a certain degree, lesser or more, the Trump administration is covering up evidence regarding the Epstein files, and we're not being told everything that we were promised. That is my final assertion on the debate. I want to make sure you can respond if you want, Michael, but I want to go to the other hands that are up.
Okay, yeah, I'll just respond quickly. I don't want to monopolize too much time. I guess my point in raising the issue of the settlement that Giuffre reached with Epstein was simply to suggest that to treat Giuffre as having totally unimpeachable, incontrovertible credibility is belied by the mere fact of that settlement. Does that mean that one can also take into account how the Prince Andrew settlement could factor into an assessment of her credibility? No, you could take that into account as well. But it just seems like in these discussions, the Dershowitz development or the Dershowitz settlement is just conveniently disregarded. But in terms, I just want to underscore something that I
just don't think it has
earlier.
the weight. I just don't think it has the weight that you suggested at the beginning of when you first came into the space, right? Like in the context of all of it, it just doesn't carry the same weight as the other part.
There's more weight to it. There's more weight to it. I'm afraid there is more weight to it in context on the British side, because the British royal family has an unhealthy relationship with paedophiles. We have a guy called Jimmy Savile, who was the emperor of all paedophiles and was an OBE, was a friend of Margaret Thatcher, a friend of the Queen's, a friend of Prince Charles, and a friend of Andrew's. And it was only after his death, after his career had finished and after his death, that people had the fortitude, his victims had the fortitude to come forward. And it was a massive scandal in the United Kingdom. And those victims only came forward because they were fully aware that Jimmy Savile was protected, by the BBC, a British Broadcasting Corporation that protected him from accusations to come forward. Keir Starmer, the current Prime Minister of this country, denied for 3 of those cases to move forward, saying that they were not credible when they absolutely were. And he now finds himself Prime Minister from being just a barrister with no real political attraction. Suddenly, he's now the Prime Minister of the 5th biggest economy in the world. The mind boggles. And then on top of that, the number of people that have gone missing, number of children that go missing, is actually staggering when you look at it in first world countries. So those girls, I'm not saying that everyone's telling the truth. I'm not saying that at all. But there are very, very many more victims than people who are silent, than people who have the courage just to come forward, because those girls were abused by people who threatened them with death, violence, and actually raped them. Okay? So they are terrified, mortally terrified, and they are given examples of how their friends or people they came across with in the course of their abuse have been murdered. Yeah. In different places at different times. So the paucity of people coming forward to give evidence against the very most powerful people in the entire world is not a surprise. Now, that doesn't mean that something in a specific context is or isn't, some valid or gives it weight. But I just want to give the proper context to this, which is the fact is that we have some of the most public people in the world who've been dragged, unnaturally in the circumstances in front of the media and accused of goddamn pedophilia, right? Epstein pleaded guilty to that before and was given the lightest sentence in the history of hell, in terms of what he actually pleaded guilty to. And then his good friend, Prince Andrew, decided it's a very, very good idea to keep visiting his now convicted, self-admitted paedophile friend afterwards, and then got roped up in a situation where he had to then pay out millions of dollars for his apparent innocence. So, people are very angry. People people who have involvement in criminality or in the criminal justice system are all very angry all around the world. Because there's an industry about this. There's an entire country called Thailand whose GDP is bolstered by this. There's another country called Romania whose GDP is 6% of its GDP is based upon young girls selling themselves online, right? So when you've got entire nations' GDP based upon this sort of filth, and that's the legal filth, then there's a significant portion of that's beyond imagining. Anyway.
Well, real quick, I want to just add this too. We have Alex Acosta, right, who let Epstein slide in Florida back in 2008. Let's not forget that. And then later on, let slip. Quoted. This is a quote that the reason why was because he was involved in the intelligence agencies, right, which implies a far broader network and problem than what we're having. You know what I mean? There is a lot of evidence to suggest that this is some kind of broader problem than just Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, right? We've cited numerous, specific occasions or individuals or evidence that there is a broader problem here. So I think the premise of it being a myth is just meant to discourage further exploration, because the evidence is not on the side of that conclusion. It's not. Period.
By all means,
Diligent.
Let me
interject. If I may, Michael, if I may, you've had the whole floor all the time. Now let other people speak. Thank you, sir. Now, I agree with Diligent. He brought up with Grok the likelihood 58% that this is a cover-up. I'm going to make a real simple statement here. Our coalition, MAGA, we've been deep stated. And we've been deep stated by our own administration, which is what makes us sick about the whole thing. Now, Tom Fenton, who's, the head of Judicial Watch, stated on Bannon's War Room this morning that he's so pissed off about all this, he's opening up all kinds of cases against the DOJ and the FBI. He wants to go after this. He said, not that I'm going to find anything necessarily, but by the very discovery of what they're trying to hide from me is going to prove this is a cover-up. That's what he wants to do, really, is prove this is a cover-up. Mike Benz came on another show earlier, I think it was Benny, and said that Epstein was in fact working for the State Department. He did not specify which three-letter agency. He did not say it was the CIA or the MI6. He just said State Department. Well, that leaves a pretty broad stroke. Now, what we have to do now is focus on keeping our coalition together. But as Diligent pointed out, we can never, ever leave off the pressure of this, because it's a perfect example of our own team covering up. What happened today with the press secretary was just disgusting.
This isn't about the pressure. If the Trump administration, I'll just throw this out there. If the Trump administration does not come out
and clarify and offer a better explanation for what happened with the Epstein files, you're going to lose a large part of the base, period. I guarantee it. I'm not just speculating. There are plenty of people who are Trump supporters that are my followers. I'm just gauging off the sentiment that I see in replies that this is not going to be, one of those things where we kick the can down the road and, forgive and forget type situations. This is a red line for a lot of people, right? A lot of them. I'm not speaking for anybody else, but I can just say this is going to cost. They need to come out and clarify what's going on with this, period. I would do a press release and I would do one now.
Diligent, to your point, I just want to say one other thing about
Go
Elon.
ahead. Go ahead, Miss Lou, and then I'll let Michael
Okay, thank you. I just want to finish up. I put it in the post. It's been all over X. Elon did a chart of the 4 zeros. How many arrests have been made about this? Oh yeah, that's right, none. Well, actually, one was. It was Ghislaine. But regardless, he's on this like stink on poop. And I'm sorry.
Actually, two.
Oh, yeah, two. Actually, two. You're right. But anyway, he's on this, regardless of third party. He can continue pushing this. And, this is not helping us toward 26. It's not. And we have to win the House. We do. Everyone in this room knows why. So we've got to stick it together. But at the same time, keep fighting to get the truth. And keep an eye on Tom Fenton. He's no slouch. He's going to hopefully get some stuff, but it takes time. He's got to work through FOIA. He's got to work through, he's not an attorney himself, but his team is excellent. So let's hope he gets something going. Thank you for the mic, Diligent.
Diligent, can I respond to Michael?
My question is, just let me ask a quick question. So what is the motive that you people, meaning MAGA supporters or Trump supporters, perceive for Donald Trump, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, along with whomever else might be involved, to knowingly and maliciously cover up an expansive child sex trafficking ring to protect some unknown number of depraved sex criminals? Like, what are you asserting is the motive for them to do that? And do you not think it could be plausible that what really happened here is that these people in the Trump administration, before they entered it, along with people in the right-wing media whose information ecosystem these Trump officials inhabit, were reckless or frivolous in ginning up excitement or anticipation around the supposed revelations that would be forthcoming, because it was a salient way to rile up their political supporters.
I would say that you're being extremely generous. I would say that you're being generous.
What would be the motive for them to do the massive cover-up of the sex trafficking?
Who said it was massive? I just said that there was evidence. The evidence suggests that there is, at least in some smaller or greater part, and that's actually verbatim what I said, a cover-up of evidence here.
Okay, so leave
Michael,
leave
AI
the
itself.
aside.
Diligent played Grok. Grok said likely and went through all the details by percentages of the likelihood of a cover-up. 58%. We just don't want cover-ups, period.
So why is Donald Trump covering up the sex trafficking ring?
And part of the problem here is Jeffrey Epstein being met with an early... Sorry, part of the problem is Jeffrey Epstein being met with an early demise robbed the American people from actually getting to see the case play out and getting to hear evidence and hear
nobody
his
here is
testimony.
blaming Trump explicitly or
Whose
saying
administration is it?
Well, let me finish. There's a lot of moving parts within the administration, and if you don't believe me, I would have you look no further than Signalgate, where there are bad actors still within the bureaucracy, which you often speak at length about, right? Regardless of who is in charge, and so do some of your associates, right? So, like, to just completely disregard the fact that we know there are bad actors within the administrative state, the security state, and even the foreign policy establishment.
So who are the bad actors here? Kash Patel?
Well, I mean, am I supposed? How? Like, come on, bro, come on.
I mean,
we're
name
just.
them. Who are they?
What do you mean? Pam Bondi is the face of this. ultimately,
So
the
Pam
buck
Bondi
stops.
doesn't report to Trump. Pam Bondi wasn't
Let me
nominated by Trump,
finish what I'm
precisely
saying. Let me.
she would be
You're
a
not
conduit for Trump's will.
Okay, so ultimately, Trump, the buck stops with Trump, right? Ultimately, the buck stops with Trump for this entire debacle. Yes, period. But to act like that he doesn't compartmentalize or delegate responsibilities to certain staff members and just trying to force me into a wall where I'm like, this is Trump's fault, right? I'm not going to fall for that, right? Trump probably isn't personally responsible for how this is handled. Does the buck stop with him overall? Yes. Which is why I said I implore the Trump administration to come out and fix this, because with the coupling of the America Party launch by Elon Musk and the timing of this is a huge blow to the Trump administration's agenda, right? Maybe he doesn't realize that. He might have advisors in his ear who are giving him bad information. Obviously, the way that this was handled optics-wise, there is a serious failure of communication within the Trump administration and his staff, right? Period. This is a failure. At the very least, just a extremely incompetent failure. If you were being ultimately generous, right? This is a failure.
I'm not trying to back you up against the wall and get you to sort of arbitrarily.
You kind of are, though.
Trump. Well, no,
yeah, you were.
But I'm trying. Michael. Hold on, Michael.
Hold on.
I'm trying to rationally think this through. So
Let's
you're saying
hold
Pam
on,
Bondi,
Michael,
and
please.
Kash Patel would have acted against the wishes of Trump here?
Michael, please. What your logic is literally this: because it's Trump's administration, anything that happens is his fault, whether he knows it or not, whether he has his hand in the cookie jar or not, whether somebody is late for work or not, whether somebody puts creamer in my coffee and I don't want creamer in my coffee, it's Trump's fault. Everything is Trump's. Dude, it's asinine. Like, come on, get real. So I apologize for cutting you off,
really
but you know, that's your logic though. So let's be
really
real.
My logic. Here's my logic. Tell me what's wrong with logic. I'll spell it out very briefly. Trump appointed Pam Bondi as Attorney General on the premise that Pam Bondi would be extremely responsive to enforcing Trump's will, essentially. Kash Patel was appointed FBI director because he was known to be, a very committed Trump loyalist. Same with
Michael, not Trump's will, the law. The law.
Are we to assume now that these people whom Trump appointed to prominent positions at the FBI and DOJ, on the basis of their loyalty to him and their willingness to carry out his will, are now acting in contravention of Trump or in defiance of Trump?
No, nobody's saying that.
The explanation?
No, nobody's saying that.
Can we agree? Can we agree that it's not a black and white matter as far as how much responsibility is accounted to each person? Can we agree that there's varying levels of that?
Sure, there could be varying levels. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't expect Trump to be the one sifting through the actual files and determining what to release or what to
do. Because that's like kind of the theme that I'm detecting here, right?
Yeah, and we can agree on that. Like that, I just had to push back on that because it was getting a little crazy. So,
can I chime in here really quick with something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in with this a little bit earlier. Actually, I would have loved to bring it up when Scott Presser was on stage earlier, because I know he was one of the folks that got called out to that briefing and got the binder. But I was watching a little bit of Jack Posovic's show earlier, and he was talking about, and I remember he didn't talk a lot about the whole binder incident when it occurred, but today he went a little bit more in depth with it, and he said that the influencers who were given them were called out to the White House for some unrelated briefings with various cabinet members, and they were all in a room, and each cabinet member came through and briefed them on some things that were going on. And they said there was no mention of Epstein, there was no mention of the files. And then all of a sudden, towards the end, Pam Bondi came in and said, oh, by the way, everybody's getting these binders and the whole files released. And then shortly after that, they came out and were photographed them. And he said it was as though nobody else there had any knowledge of it. He said, especially in hindsight, it almost seemed like Pam Bondi was acting on her own and not in accord with the rest of the administration. I think that's very interesting. And I'd be very curious to get any of those influencers on a space or get them to comment on that, because I think that's an interesting angle.
Scott's not going to speak on it.
Pam Bondi
Why would he not
promoted that
speak on it?
Epstein files were coming the night before. So it
Why?
wasn't
He
just
was
a
there. We
out
have
of
pictures
nowhere.
of it. He should speak to it. His experience.
It's his decision on whether or not he wants to. Scott's got his own stuff going on, so I'm not gonna sit here and try to like pressure people into doing shit they don't want to do. He's already spoken on. He came into his. Oh, there he is. Okay, Scott, if you can speak for yourself if you want to, I just saw you requested. So,
hey guys, no, I just want to confirm, and I'm not going to mention the other people that were there because I believe loose lips sink ships, and I'm ultimately loyal to the administration president. But the entire reason why we were invited there was to meet with Carolyn Levitt and JD Vance. So we weren't even supposed to meet the president, and we were in the Roosevelt room. This is I hate the word, but the quote unquote influencers. And we met with those two that I just aforementioned. And then at some point, Donald Trump comes in and he instructed the vice president that we could come into the Oval Office, which is why you saw many of us with a photo. Now, clearly, we were given binders, so we had to have been given them from someone from DOJ. I'll let you make up your mind who that was. But we were given the binders and basically no time to even peruse, look through them, etc. Now, the one thing that's very important is there was an embargo on the binders. And I know we have Millie, we have other people in here that are journalists and investigative reporters. And basically, an embargo is where you are given exclusive information that you are explicitly told that you cannot release until X time, X date, etc. So we were told to not let anybody know about the binders, etc., until AG was going to be doing a presser later that day. I believe after like 3 o'clock or something. I do believe that the president was meeting with some foreign dignitary, and that's why there were so many members of the press there. So when we walked out of the West Wing, we had no clue that there was going to be a slew and army of photogs there to capture us walking over to our next destination. And again, we didn't even have a moment to even look through the binders. So because I'm so loyal to the president and to instructions, and of course wanting to be invited back ultimately, because trust and respect are the most important commodities in our nation and society, I followed the embargo to the letter of the law. And in fact, you won't see, a selfie of me with the binder out there that I have taken myself. It doesn't exist because I never took it. I followed the embargo. I followed the instructions. I followed the direction of the administration, and I'm very proud of that. And so just what Emergency was saying a second ago, I can confirm that his details are true. And when we were given instructions on coming to the White House, which I didn't even tell anybody about we were doing, it was to meet with JD and it was to meet with Carolyn Levitt. So that is what I've experienced, and that is what I experienced firsthand.
When they follow-up question real quick, Scott, if you don't mind. And of course, if you're not comfortable answering any questions, feel free to decline, and nobody is going to judge you for it. Were you told that you would be receiving follow-up phase binders or additional information post that phase, or you're given when you were given that binder?
No, not to my recollection. I think what the most of us did is we looked at the binder and we saw on the cover page that it said phase 1. So I think any person with a modicum of intelligence would probably think to themselves, okay, if there's a phase 1, there's probably going to be a phase 2. But we were not instructed that we were going to be given any following details. It was only the embargo that was the instruction.
Hey Scott, this
in
was something
retrospect,
that
did you
I
find it at all
wondered about.
embarrassing that you were given this essentially prop to get people tantalized about supposedly forthcoming Epstein revelations when it was nothing of the sort? Like, did you have any apprehension about how you were used for PR purposes in that moment, or does your loyalty to the government just supersede that?
Come on, that's such a bit of a charged question, Michael. Like,
let him answer it. He's a big boy.
I would just say the only thing that I thought was very curious is that the presser didn't happen. So really, in my mind, I took away from this experience, I thought to myself, was this a test? I thought to myself, are we going to give influencers some critical information and test to see who follows the letter of the law? So coming away from it, I looked to it as I followed instructions, I followed directions, I passed the test. That's what I came away with it.
Yeah, loyalty test. And this was actually my question too, which kind of builds on that. When you guys left, did you go out like because I'm not familiar with the White House grounds and all the entrances and exits and stuff. Did you guys go like a normal path? Because I know there were cameras set up for, I think, a different event. So did they have you go a specific way? And did it seem like, oh, there's cameras here? Or was it kind of like a normal thing?
It wasn't that we were being led. We were going across. I'm not very familiar with the White House property. Excuse me. I think we were going over to the Eisenhower Executive Office building next, which I do believe is across from the West Wing. Fact check me, correct me if I'm wrong. And so there's only one entrance from the West Wing that makes sense to go out there. And positioned on the to our right, on the side of the West Wing, was all the photogs and film, but it wasn't like here, stand over here, or it wasn't like anybody being guided. Quite frankly, some of the other quote unquote influencers were going first, and we just kind of, went out single file. And I have to say, we were all, at least I'll speak for myself, I was on a high of just meeting the President of the United States in the Oval Office. And I'm the first in my family to do such a thing. And to carry that legacy for my family is something that I was still on that experience of going, wow, I can't believe that I just got to shake the president's hand in the Oval Office at the White House. So I think many of us, or at least myself, were more focused on the moment than looking out for, okay, there might be a photographer who is going to be looking to take a photo, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that seems to make sense, that it was more likely a coincidence rather than like a specific setup, like, hey, we're going to plan this out and we're going to have these photographers, like some sort of, it seems like they just wouldn't have the time or the will to want to do something like that. But I do definitely understand how logically it could make sense where they would say, hey, let's give them this stuff and let's see what happens. Who can we trust? Because that's really important. And we've seen that afterwards.
Well, and
I have a follow. Go ahead, Scott. You can.
I'm so sorry. And one more point. I mean, I think to lead credence to that, and who knows? I'm just theorizing. But especially the specific instructions of the embargo with the presser that was going to happen at 3:00, that just makes more sense to me. What you're saying, Chosen or Choose.
So if you can, Scott, without, and you don't have to name anybody specifically, but who do you feel like was quarterbacking the release of the binders to you guys more? Was it Trump's chief of staff? Was it Pam Bondi's office? Was it the White House press office? Like, who do you feel like was coordinating that? Which department, at least, do you feel like was coordinating that? Oh shit, I just lost him. Damn, bro, that would have been a good answer to get. Scott, request if you can. We lost him. Dang, I want to know because I don't remember. I feel like I was told before who was organizing that because I feel like there was a breakdown of communication between the various the cabinets for Trump, right? Which is cool, he's back. Yeah, so I don't know if you heard that question in transition there, Scott.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened. Maybe the Qataris don't want me talking. I don't know. But I don't theorize anybody was quarterbacking, but what I will say is one supporting document that we received that was made public on the same day that the binders were photographed is something to the effect of there was a letter, I think, from the DOJ saying that more evidence was requested from FBI offices and that the FBI was not following protocol in delivering all of the evidence to the AG, et cetera. I remember seeing some sort of document or something to that effect, and it might have been from Patel's office as well.
Yeah, I don't know what to draw. I feel like I can't draw a conclusion as to who is really quarterbacking that from your response, but that's I get it. Bill, go ahead. Bill, can you hear me? Bill Elmore. Jim, what are your thoughts on all this?
Well, you kind of know them already, but I am really concerned about what the base is going to think about this, both because we need badly transparency from our government. I mean, this is a government of we the people. It's not a government of the government actors. And yes, I get it. Some people will retort and say, yeah, but you vote for them. Okay, well, I mean, our bad. We got to vote different, maybe. And I hope people will. But that does not allow government actors to abrogate their responsibilities to us, not just as it relates to promises made about transparency, but about the matter of transparency itself. Like endemic within our constitutional system is the necessity for transparency. Because again, the government is not the government. The government is we the people. This is the idea of popular sovereignty. Terminology that, unless you've studied history or remember your history from school, that you don't think about all that often. But we are the kings and queens of our country, the people. And the government's role constitutionally is to operate within the restraints it's given and to give an accounting to the people about what's happening. Now, we elect our representatives to help us do that. And that's why the Congress has a constitutional authority of review of what goes on in the executive branch, which the executive branch historically, at least in recent history, has not done very well with. Certainly from the Cold War on, and probably somewhat before that in varying degrees. But again, it didn't matter prior to 1913. Our government was 3% of GDP in the early 20th century. Now, it's 25% plus of GDP. It's a huge, massive part of all we do as a country, financially and otherwise. So we need the transparency. The principle matters, not just the promise made, but the principle. And I'll repeat something that maybe some people in here haven't heard me say before, but I'll say it again. Of all classified information, probably 70 to 90% of it doesn't need to be classified at all to protect national security. It may be more than 90%, but it's certainly up to that. And most of it is political in nature, that people do not want to share what's going on. Now, when it comes to a justice system, when there are cases that are presently being investigated with the intent of seeking potential indictments, certainly there is some anonymity to that. But so much of what's in the Epstein files is not under that. And if it is, they need to explain it specifically with some very real, clear understanding of what is going on. And there is some that they can talk about that would help the American people know. Politics in Washington, D.C., amongst our elected officials and the people that the executive branch appoints or places in positions of responsibility, all of that is in part political, in the sense of you try to do things that'll work politically so you can advance
what you're doing. That's different than campaign work. There's politics and there's campaigns. But the political thing, certainly you have to take political judgments in what you're doing. Part of that political judgment, though, is securing and maintaining the trust of the American people while they are blind to the circumstance. But we have a pattern in our government right now, evidenced by the JFK files, which, I mean, we do have a whole lot more of, and it's revealed a lot more, which has been very satisfying. But not all of that's been laid out. And that issue is gone. We're talking about more than half a century past. And that ought to all be out into the public realm. We don't even do the CIA the way we did back then. So there's very little, if anything, from a classified nature that needs to be redacted. But that is one evidence of a very long past circumstance that should reveal to us a pattern that is necessary for newer circumstances like the Epstein files. It is so critical that we get this right. And right now, people are frustrated. They're falling back on their heels in, disdain and shock. That needs to be
a lot
fixed
of them are
very
just
quickly.
Depressed as a result of this.
And that needs to be dealt with also. That is a political matter, but it's one that has to be taken seriously. And that memo doesn't do that in any way. If there's something still to work through and hold back for some reason, okay, that may be one thing, but you better explain it. You better make it really clear. We don't do that in our government right now, and it's to our detriment of our freedom.
I mean, you're already interrupting, bro, so say something good. Who comes up and says, can I interrupt you?
All right. So here's the funny thing. Epstein Island is Fantasy Island. It's not a part of the U.S. And they can make up their own rules. They can make up whatever they want to do. The age of legality is some kind of issue. Now, let me rewind a whole lot, okay? I've been listening for hours. You guys want to make some kind of change in our government. That's great. You ought to participate like you do with jury duty. Serve in government. You want to make changes? Hey, that's great. Go participate. But the minute you advocate for somebody else to make your decisions, you lose your choice. You lose the representation.
You sacrifice your agency. Happen, right? I think what you're trying to say. You give up your agency.
Well, again, it's I advocate that everybody should serve.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to have Bibi and Sarah with us, friends of mine for a long time, and we had a tremendous success together. And I think it will only go on to be even greater success in the future. So it's really nice to have you at the White House. It's nothing like the White House, and it's great to have you both and all of your wonderful people, Ron. We've worked together for a long time, and we've done well together. We had a great time. I would say it's a lot of work, but we had a great result recently, and we're going to have a lot of great results. So it's great to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to express the appreciation and admiration not only of all Israelis, but of the Jewish people and many, many admirers around the world for your leadership of the free world, your leadership of a just cause, and the pursuit of peace and security which you are leading in many lands, but now especially in the Middle East. We have great opportunities. The President has an extraordinary team, and I think our teams together make an extraordinary combination to meet challenges and seize opportunities. But the President has already realized great opportunities. He forged the Abraham Accords. He's forging peace as we speak in one country, in one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Wow. Thank you very much. Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much, baby.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate
Mr.
it.
President, have you spoken with any of the families of the victims of the Texas flood? And can you talk about what you would like to do when you travel there on Friday?
Well, we're going to just make it as comfortable as possible for the state of Texas. They have a great governor. They have wonderful senators. They have wonderful representatives, and we're going to work together with them. And we have been working really very hard. This whole table has been working. That was a terrible event. You saw that maybe where Texas was just absolutely so badly hurt by something that was a big surprise late in the evening. So we'll be working with the governor and all of the people of Texas. We'll be going on Friday.
Mr. President, there was a security incident in northern Gaza today, right around the time that the Prime Minister was meeting with the Secretary of State, Mr. Steve Witkoff. Does that, a number of IDF soldiers reportedly have been injured, possibly killed, does that in any way put a wrinkle in ceasefire negotiations with Hamas?
I don't think so. They want it. They want to meet and they want to have that ceasefire. So I don't think so. Steve, could you respond to this? You know about it?
Well, I think it's terribly unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate. We were just talking about it, how tragic it is, but we have an opportunity to finally get a peace deal, Mr. Prime Minister, as we discussed, and I'm hopeful for it very quickly.
Mr. President, are the tariff letters that you sent today final offers, or are they negotiable?
More or less final offer.
So South Korea, Japan should take it or leave it?
We're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years. But we had no other president that was willing to do this. I did it in my first term with China and others. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. No inflation, the most successful period of time that we've ever had financially in the country. The first term. I think this term is going to be much better, even much better than that. That was the best ever, and this is going to be, I think, substantially better. And we're on the way to doing that. We've already taken in over $100 billion worth of tariffs, and we haven't even started. And all I say to the other countries is, some of them wanted to make a deal and want to be fair. Others perhaps got a little bit spoiled. They were a little bit spoiled because for 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were taking advantage of the country. So we're going to, I would say final, but if they call with a different offer and if I like it, we'll do it.
And the August 1 deadline, I mean, is the August 1 deadline firm now? Is that it? Or could you move it again?
No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now, yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plan still on the table? Is there a plan? Has there been any progress in finding countries?
Yeah, Bibi, why don't I let you answer that question?
Mr. President,
wait a minute, wait, he's got to answer the question.
I think President Trump had a brilliant vision. It's called free choice. If people want to stay, they can stay. But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison. It should be an open place and give people a free choice. We're working with the United States very closely about finding countries that will seek to realize what they always say, that they want to give the Palestinians a better future. And those who, and I think we're getting close to finding several countries, and I think this will give, again, the freedom to choose. Palestinians should have it. And I hope that we can secure it close by.
And we've had great cooperation from surrounding Israel, surrounding countries, great cooperation from every single one of them. So something good will happen. Brian, did you have something?
Mr. President, you've mentioned before you want to go down your legacy as the peacemaker. Are we in the last chapter of closing out peace amongst this conflict now and all the other ones that you're working on?
Well, I hope so. And look, we did a job with India and Pakistan and Serbia, Kosovo, Rwanda, and the Congo, and this was all over the last 3 weeks or so, Marco, right? We did, and others that were ready to fight, and we stopped a lot of fights. I think a very big one, frankly, a very, very big one was India and Pakistan, and we stopped that over trade. We're dealing with India and we're dealing with Pakistan, and we say we're not going to be dealing with you at all if you're going to fight. And they were maybe at a nuclear stage. They're both, nuclear powers. And I think stopping that was very important. We're trying to help out with a Biden-created monster, this whole thing that's happening with Russia and Ukraine. It's a horrible thing, and I'm not happy with President Putin at all. But this is something that would have never happened if I were president. This is a war that was never going to happen. Go ahead, Ron.
I was going to say, how would you address your critics that in the election they said that you would cause the next World War III, and in fact you're solving all the problems.
I'm stopping wars. I'm stopping wars, and I hate to see people killed. Like as an example, Ukraine and Russia. They're not Americans there being killed. They're not Israelis that are being killed. These are all Russians and all Ukrainians, but it's 5,000, maybe 7,000 last week, 7,500 last week, mostly soldiers, but people in towns and cities that are getting hit, but mostly death is mostly soldiers. Now, so they don't come from here, but it's 7,000 last week souls. And if I can stop that, they have parents and they have sisters and brothers and getting married, and who knows, they're just people, but they're souls. And if I can stop a war, because I have an ability to do so, I'm disappointed, frankly, that President Putin hasn't stopped. I'm not happy about it either.
Mr. President, on the Iran talks, can you say if you've scheduled the next round of Iran talks, and then also on strikes?
We have scheduled Iran talks, and they want to talk. Yeah. They took a big drubbing, I think, when we hit the 3 sites, really. I would say the 3 sites, not just the one. The one was a big one, and it was deep in granite, and it was obliterated. It turned out the Atomic Energy Commission said it is obliterated. I would just want to take our hats off to those incredible flyers, the people that flew that big machine, and frankly, the mechanics and everybody else. I mean, they had zero. They flew for 37 hours with zero problem mechanically. I mean, when you think in carrying the biggest bombs ever, the biggest bombs that we've ever dropped on anybody, when you think non-nuclear, and we want to keep it non-nuclear, by the way. But they did a phenomenal job. It was an amazing job. And I think I was talking to Bibi about it before, that was the very beginning of the end. It ended very quickly after that. I don't want to say what it reminded me of, but if you go back a long time ago, it reminded people of a certain other event. And Harry Truman's picture is now in the lobby, in a nice location in the lobby where it should have been, but that stopped a lot of fighting. And this stopped a lot of fighting. When that happened, it was a whole different ballgame.
On future Iran strikes, what might make you have the desire to do another strike on Iran?
Another what?
Another strike on Iran.
I hope we're not going to have to do that. I can't imagine wanting to do that. I can't imagine them wanting to do it. They want to meet. They want to meet. They want to work something out.
Can you say
no, they're different. They're very different now than they were 2 weeks ago.
Is there a date yet, sir, for the Iran talks, or a city? Do you know when and where the next round of Iran talks will be?
Well, I can tell you. I'd rather not say, but you'll be reading about it tomorrow or seeing it tomorrow.
Mr. President, what is the holdup currently in a ceasefire with Hamas?
In which?
In the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, what's currently the holdup?
I don't think there is a holdup.
Well,
I don't think there's a holdup.
Do you think that you're going to?
I think things are going along very well. They just left each other, and it was not a pleasant period of a few days. It was a little longer than a few days, but this was not a pleasant period of time. And we were at the end. 14 missiles we shot, and every single missile was shot out of the air. It was pretty amazing. That was sort of the end. And they told us they were coming and where they were and what time they were coming. And they said, if you'd like to have a different time, we'll do that. And that's respect when they do that. I appreciated that they did that. There was no surprise. We got the soldiers out of the base in Qatar, in this case, but they knew they were coming. 14 missiles were coming. 1 o'clock, they said, would you like to make it later? They said, no, let them come at 1 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock, everybody was, as you know, over 5,000 people left the base. And we had 3 gunners and 3 assistants. And out of the 14 that were shot, all 14 were knocked down. And that was the end. That was about it. And we had a rough time, but sometimes you need the rough time in order to get. I think things are going to be really settled down a lot in the Middle East, and they respect us and they respect Israel. They respect a lot of things that took place. Nobody's ever seen equipment like what we sent over to knock out those sites. But when those sites were knocked out, it essentially that was the end.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that creates an independent?
I don't know. I'd ask Bibi that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question, two-state. Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
I think Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers to threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands. Now, that is a fact. And no one in Israel will agree to anything else because we don't commit suicide. We want life. We cherish life for ourselves, for our neighbors. And I think we can work out a peace between us and the entire Middle East with President Trump's leadership. And by working together, I think we can establish a very, very broad peace that will include all our neighbors.
Mr. President, question on Iran. You asserted that there's complete and total destruction of their nuclear facilities. So what is the basis of the talks going forward? Is it to cap future nuclear activity? Is it ballistic missiles, terror support, economic-based opportunities? What are the
It's really a good question because if you remember when it was done, I sort of said, what's the purpose of talking? It's been knocked out completely. But they've requested a meeting, and I'm going to go to a meeting, and if we can put something down on paper, that will be fine. That'll be good. I think they've gained a lot of respect for us. I think they've gained a lot of respect for Israel also. But they would like to meet, and we're going to have a meeting. Steve, when is that meeting going to be? Do you want to say?
Rather, very quickly, in the next week or so.
So we'll see what happens. I think it would be nice to memorialize it, put it down, but because of the incredible result of that attack, if you want to call it an attack, I didn't think it was necessary to have it in writing. I think we spoke. I mean, that speaks much louder than writing. But I can also understand why they'd want it. And they've been very nice. They've been very respectful. And it began by them telling us about 14. They had to do. You know what 14 represents, right? Do you know what 14 represents? Right? You know that, right? The number of bombs dropped. So it was, representative. We got them all. Please, behind you, please. No, you.
Oh, me? So this is better for the Prime Minister. The likely next mayor in your cities or on Democratic Socialist is a vocal critic of Israel and of yourself and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is folly, and it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. After October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up; they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels, after which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state, it'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace with our Palestinian neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security The sovereign power of security always remains in our hands. Now, people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. You know, we vow never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor is going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist. And he said some really bad things about Jewish people. And he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now. But he might make it. But, you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave. Otherwise, he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. And by the way, we have a man with us who thought this was going to be a very glamorous, easy job. He's the ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, former governor, former everything. I'd say he's a former everything, and respected and loved by everybody. And he loves Israel. He loves the state of Israel, and nobody loves it much more. And he's not Jewish, and he loves Israel. And he wanted to be there. I said, you know, Mike, it could be dangerous. No. Well, at least I was right about that. He was in every bunker you could be in. He was running around from bunker to bunker, but he's still with us, fortunately, and he's done a great job. Would you say a few words, Mike?
Just want to say what an honor it is to serve you, Mr. President, and to see a historic horizon that we're looking at in the Middle East. And when the president made his trip to the Middle East, and then he really reached out to the new Syrian government, knowing they needed a partner and knowing that they could pick the wrong partner. And what the president did, which took us all off guard, but the strategic move in that has set up something that is absolutely historic. And Mr. President, I don't even think you fully comprehend the impact that you're having on the region in a way that is so remarkable. And it was your leadership, your foresight, you did that. When the B-2s went in, the celebration, the sense of partnership that you gave with the Israeli people was so dramatic. But the message was bigger than to Israel. It was a message to the world. America's friends can trust us, but America's foes had better fear us. And that is a message that the president sent to everyone on the planet. And it is a message that will resonate toward a matter of peace, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen. So thank you.
Great job you're doing, too. They love you over there. They respect him and they love him.
Mr. President.
You know, it's very, very interesting. We had the pilots here yesterday, as you know, and they were incredible. And we also had the mechanics. We had a lot of people here that had to do, a lot of people, I think about 170 people that had to do with that incredible journey, a journey that could have been horrible. You remember what happened with Jimmy Carter with the helicopters and all of the problems and ultimately hostages. We had the exact opposite. Everything was perfect. It worked perfectly. But I didn't realize, I was saying to one, is this something that you felt strongly about? Absolutely, sir. I couldn't wait. I said, better than you, really better you than me. But they couldn't wait. He said, sir, we've been practicing for this mission for more than 20 years. From just after 2000, they've been thinking and practicing to go into that area. I guess you probably know that better than anybody, Pete. They've been looking at going in, but they never had a president that would allow them to do it. And perhaps right, perhaps wrong. I don't know if that's true or not, but I didn't realize they were preparing for that journey from just a little bit after 2000, the year 2000. And I was pretty amazed by that. They knew it. They knew every inch of it. And they came back and they said, we got it better than we ever did in practice. But they've been practicing for more than 20 years. Can you imagine? Yeah.
On Ukraine, Mr. President, are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard. So many people are dying in that mess.
Mr. President, we've got one big beautiful bill now signed into law by you. What would you like congressional Republicans to turn their focus to?
All they have to do now is talk about how good it is. The biggest tax cuts ever. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, think of it, no tax on overtime. From a business standpoint, the jobs are coming in like we've never seen them before. As soon as that was signed, there were 9 factories that announced that they were building the 1-year deductibility, things that from a business standpoint you'd understand. The jobs that are being created. And one of the things that is, and this is also that, but it's also because of the tariffs, a tremendous success. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. One of the things that is so exciting is the number of companies and car companies where they're building plants. AI is the big thing. We have over $15 trillion announced already, and it's been, really, I would say it's been during the last 3 months, but we're here for a short period of time, and some administrations never had anywhere near that number for a whole term, probably for a whole 2 terms. But we're up to over $15 trillion coming into our country. There's never been anything like it anywhere in the world. There's never been an investment like that anywhere in the world. Look, I told this story, and I just told it to Bibi backstage. I was talking to him, and I said, the King of Saudi Arabia, smart guy. And also we went to Qatar, and we went to UAE. Really 3 strong leaders, smart guys. They all told me the same thing. And then that was reiterated at NATO just recently when we got back, where they agreed to spend $1 trillion a year, by the way, which is about 3 times what they were spending. But they all said the same thing. We thought your country was dead. Horrible term, right? We thought the United States of America was dead. And now you're presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world. I think Bibi would admit it, even hotter than Israel, though Israel was pretty hot about a week ago, I can tell you, for the wrong reasons. But we are the hottest country in the world right now, and it happened faster than anybody thought possible. But we have over $15 trillion, and that means jobs, and that means building, and that means things like we've never seen before. So all we can do is keep working hard. There'll be always surprises. Some of the surprises are going to be bad surprises.
Mr. President, again, real quick, on Iran, in your view, is the war between Israel and Iran over, or do those talks need to happen before you can?
Well, I would say that the best man to answer that is the Prime Minister. But I will tell you that in my view, I hope it's over. Yeah, I think Iran wants to meet. I think they want to make peace, and I'm all for it. Now, if that's not the case, we are ready, willing, and able. But I don't think we're going to have to be. But I think Bibi would answer that question very well.
I think the partnership between Israel and the United States, the partnership between President Trump and me, produced a historic victory. It's an incredible victory, actually. It brought the greatest capabilities of the United States that are unmatched with the great capabilities of Israel and the army of Israel, pilots of Israel, soldiers of Israel, and the Mossad. And the combination of these 2 extraordinary capacities produced a decisive result. It set back the 2 tumors that were threatening the life of Israel, the nuclear tumor and the ballistic missile tumor, because they were planning to build 20,000 of these things and launch it on a country the size of New Jersey. No country could withstand that. So what do you do when you have 2 things that are going to kill you? You have to remove them. With our combined effort, we did. But when you remove a tumor, doesn't mean that it can't come back. You have to constantly monitor the situation to make sure that there's no attempt to bring it back. So we've had a great achievement, and I think part of the effort of consolidating this and ensuring that we don't have to repeat this is to monitor this carefully. Of course, the President and I are talking about it, our teams are talking about it, but there's no question this is a historic victory. And I think, as was said here today, this has already changed the face of the Middle East.
But it's not over in your view.
But I think that there is an opportunity here to create a historic expansion of the Abraham Accords, which were themselves an act of history, that deserve a Nobel Prize for the president. But I think the opportunities are much bigger. And I hope, I'd like to believe that Iran would not test our fortitude because it would be a mistake.
And do you
It's better to go a
believe
different way.
that, do you believe that regime change is still necessary there?
I think it's up to the people of Iran.
You do.
Mr. Prime Minister, speaking on Syria, the Trump administration was fully supportive of changes in Syria, backing the new regime there. Obviously, your government more cautious from a security standpoint. Are you comfortable with the pace of change, with the security situation vis-a-vis Syria right now?
I think there's an opportunity to explore. I think that everyone understands that the situation has changed. Before that, Iran was essentially running Syria, okay, directly through Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been brought to its knees. Iran is out of the picture. So I think this presents opportunities for stability, for security, and eventually for peace. And I think that's been opened up also by the fact that the president has opened up a channel. So they have something. There's a lot to lose by going back to conflict, and there's a lot to gain by moving towards peace. And I think that opportunity has been opened by the president and by the changed security situation which we brought about with the collapse of the Assad regime.
Are there direct talks with the Australian government?
Now, let's suppose there were. Would I answer yes? No, right?
That's my duty to ask.
Right? It's your duty to ask, and my duty to ask you back. So,
You know, at the request of a lot of countries in the surrounding area of the Middle East, including Bibi, we took the sanctions off Syria, and I met the new leader. I was very impressed by him. Somebody said, well, he comes from a very tough background. I said, well, I'm not that surprised. It's a tough part of the world. But I was very impressed by him. But we took the sanctions off because we want to give them a chance. They would never have had a chance without the sanctions. And one of the things we have with Iran is, we have they call biting, they are very biting sanctions. And I would love to be able to, at the right time, take those sanctions off, give them a chance at rebuilding, because I'd like to see Iran build itself back up in a peaceful manner and not going around saying death to America, death to the USA, death to Israel, as they were doing. They were the bully of the Middle East, and now they're not the bully anymore. But they were saying terrible things, and would like to see them. They have such potential. They have the oil power, and they have great people, smart people, energetic people, amazing. And I know so many Iranians from New York. I have a lot of friends, and they're great people. So it's a shame when you see a thing like this happen. But I think that taking the sanctions off of Syria is going to give Syria a great shot at making it.
Mr. President, on Gaza.
A congressional question. Are there any executive orders that you'd like to see Congress focus on when they come back in session? Do you have any that you prioritize to go first?
Well, we've done a lot of them in the last, as you know, and I always say the great, big, beautiful bill. I add the word great, but it was the largest bill of its kind ever passed. We were talking about it before. It was beauty. But, a lot of the things that we did, executive orders, have been codified in the legislation that we just had passed. And we're going to be sending in a lot more over the next period of about 2 months separately. But a lot of it was part of that beautiful big bill.
Mr. President, on tariffs, what happened to 90 trade deals in 90 days?
We've spoken to everybody. We know everything. It's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever. And you're going to see these numbers soon. We've never had numbers like this. We've never had investment like this. We have more than 90. We're going to have much more than 90, but most of those are going to be sent a letter. This is exactly what I said. Now, we've made a deal with United Kingdom. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal. We're close to making a deal with India. Others we met with, and we don't think we're going to be able to make a deal, so we just send them a letter. If you want to play ball, you have to. This is what you have to pay. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're done. We're sending out letters to various countries telling them how much tariffs they have to pay. Some will maybe adjust a little bit depending if they have a cause. We're not going to be unfair about it. And actually, it's a small fraction compared to what we should be getting. We could be asking for much more, but for the sake of relationships that we've had with a lot of really good countries, we're doing the way I do it. But we could be getting a lot more. We could ask for a lot more than what we're asking for.
It looks like we're done because you're sending the letters to follow on Ed had asked earlier. You're counting these as deals by saying, here's the tariff rate, we're going to.
I'm saying here it is. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States. I hope you make a lot of money and you're going to pay us money. They were ripping us. They were charging us tariffs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have some countries who are charging 200% tariffs and making it impossible to do business. And what the tariffs are doing is they're driving people in and companies into the United States. That's why we're building all of the work that you see happening in this country right now, and it's at a record level. All the factories, all of the AI institutions that are being built. It's largely because, I think it's because of November 5th, the good election, and I think it's because of the tariffs. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to have Bibi and Sarah with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a great weekend. I want to start by addressing the devastation from the tragic flash floods in Texas. Moments ago, the Department of Homeland Security provided an update that 91 innocent souls have now perished. Everyone here at the White House, including the President of the United States, is praying for the victims' families and friends during this unimaginable time. President Trump swiftly signed a major disaster declaration for Kerr County, Texas, to ensure our heroic first responders have every resource they need in the relief and recovery efforts. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem traveled to Texas over the weekend, and the entire Trump administration is working hand in glove with state and local officials to provide every assistance available. The situation on the ground remains dangerous, and there could be additional public safety threats with potential incoming heavy rain. So we encourage everyone in the area to remain vigilant, listen to all warnings, and respond accordingly. Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed by Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning. Here are the facts. In the lead up to this tragic natural disaster, the National Weather Service did its job. Despite unprecedented rainfall, the National Weather Service executed timely and precise forecasts and warnings. On July 3rd, the National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio, Texas, conducted forecast briefings for emergency management in the morning and issued a flood watch in the early afternoon. Flash flood warnings were also issued on the night of July 3rd and in the early morning of July 4th, giving preliminary lead times of more than 3 hours before flash flooding conditions occurred. And the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas, had extra staff on duty during the storms, despite claims of the contrary. So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed. At this time, the administration's focus will be giving the victims and their communities the support they deserve during these recovery efforts in this tragic time. May God bless the great people of Texas, especially the parents who have lost their children. President Trump loves you. We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you later this week. Moving along to some further scheduling announcements.